these by giving them a second chance. The efforts taken by Tamil Nadu to preserve its wildlife has won worldwide acclaim. Through visionary policies, futuristic ideas, and the inspired leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, Tamil Nadu has entered a new era in wildlife conservation and protection.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin with our first session of the day. If you can join me in giving a very warm welcome to our two panelists who are going to be joining us on stage. Speaking on financing for climate change, we have with us Thiru N. Muruganandam, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Finance, Government of Tamil Nadu. He's also held the charge of Industries Department prior to this and has played a key role in the $1 trillion economy initiative of the Government of Tamil Nadu. We would like to extend a very, very warm welcome to him on the occasion of the first Tamil Nadu Climate Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give him a very, very warm welcome? Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. Our next panelist speaking to us on climate budgeting, we have Dr. Nambi Appadurai, who is the Director of the Climate Resilience Practice at the World Resources Institute, India, where he oversees a portfolio of projects that help build climate resilience at different levels. In the past, he served as a member of the Indian delegation to UNFCCC, Conference of Parties meetings, and several expert committees set up by the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a warm welcome to Dr. Nambi Appadurai. Over to you, sir. Mr. N. Muruganandam, over to you. I believe we are starting the session with you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. It certainly is a privilege to be part of this exercise, which has been envisioned by the Environment Department under the inspirational leadership of Ms. Supriya Sahu ma'am. And it is such a pleasure being here. At the outset, I just want to let you know that the format has slightly changed. Now we'll have more of a conversation than presentation, because that's more effective, definitely. And so that we could put the right questions and, could get some really good responses from the man who's been handling these things, an important person who's been here. Let me just give you some background, a couple of slides I run through so that it sets a context. Next slide, please. The conversation, as you know, is all about climate finance. One of the most stickiest issues in climate debate is the finance part of it. We can have lofty goals about climate actions across the country, across the world globe, but unless the money flows in, it's not going to be easy to kind of to implement these. Oh, thank you. So, I'm not going to really present. Initially, the plan was to kind of give you some synopsis of the COP27, the happenings with respect to climate finance, and then talk about some of the, where we stand in terms of the financial situations as a country and in Tamil Nadu particularly, and some of the approaches in budgeting process. So this is, again, I'm just going to quickly run through to give us context. Like, as I mentioned, $100 billion was committed in Paris to realize the 1.5-degree goal, the centigrade goal, but we are not yet there, and it is not adequate enough. What the finance flow is about the tune of 1/3 of what has been committed. And there are lots of, the new goal has been set, which really targets about 1 to 2.4 trillion by the year 2030, which is really a big thing to achieve. I don't think we are yet there. And one of the biggest highlights of this whole COP is the loss and damage part of it. As you know, people have been struggling hard, particularly from the developing countries. They've been working hard to get this as part of the agenda for a long time, and that is a major highlight of this particular COP, where they've set up funding for that, but still, it is not operationalized yet. There is a transition committee which has been set up, which will support this whole process. I'm not going to, this is important that climate change, we listen to what science tells us, and then, there are different kinds of impacts, some of them impinging on several livelihoods of the people, and then, impact of particularly in terms of global, the labor productivity is is going to come down, and it has an impact on the capital as well. So the impact, then it is, in turn, it will have a reflect on the GDP of the country or the state. So the climate finance landscape is about, where we stand is about $850 billion, which is needed as far as 2021 is concerned. There is a huge deficit, what we see. And this is just to give a flavor of it. I'm not going into the details. There are different numbers projected by different agencies. Let's not get into the debate of that, but it gives some kind of an idea of where we stand. And again, as far as India's requirements is concerned, about 346 crores, and it might reduce the GDP by 2.5 to 4.5% sooner by 2030. So again, I'm not, in the want of time, I'm not going to, this is the last but one slide. Our own, coming to the in Tamil Nadu state, the projections are huge, particularly from the Tamil Nadu SAPCC perspective. In the next cycle, how much is needed? It's a humongous amount of money we need, whereas what we have in hand is very, very little. So mostly we have been left to fend ourselves from the domestic resources what we generate. And that's an important point to consider. And I'll leave this slide as a background because there are lots of things we have to consider in terms of enhancing our public finance contributions to this whole thing. So there are different ways to deal with this problem. The rationale is here. Reorienting, what is needed is reorientation of development finance towards climate actions and raising additional funds to exclusive climate actions. With this background, I'll just go to have a conversation with our esteemed finance secretary to kind of pick his brains on what could be done and what is the way forward and what has been done so far to take some stock about this. Thank you.
Mr. Nabi, Ms. Supriya Sahu, Mr. Tirupugal, esteemed members of the Honorable CM's Climate Change Mitigation Council, and dear friends, very happy to participate in this program because I hope we have to give only ideas and not money in this session. When we look at climate change and its impact, it's very, very important for a state like Tamil Nadu because we are disaster prone, because of a long coastline of more than 1,000 kilometers, and because we are prone to various disasters, particularly cyclones. As a result, this has been taking a toll on our budget and on our finances. It's particularly visible since 2015. You are easily able to see year after year since 2015, there have been extreme weather conditions, and in every northeast monsoon, we have been facing flooding in certain areas of the state. As a result, we have to spend a lot of money on giving compensation to farmers for the damages of their crops and also to rebuild the infrastructure. Even in the current year, because all of you are aware, we had serious floods in Chennai city last year. So to prevent such flooding, the state had to provide around 1,000 crores as direct funding to take up mitigation measures. And all these projects like stormwater drains and desilting of channels and all such projects were taken up, and that has shown results actually in this year. Coming to mitigation measures and what the state is doing to mitigate climate change impact. One, as it was shown in the film, the Environment and Forest Department, they have been taking a lot of new initiatives in the last 1.5 years, like the Green TN mission, the Wetlands mission, the Climate Change mission. Funding for all this has been provided by the state, either from its own resources, from our other resources. So all these activities for the next 5 years, We are budgeted and we are providing for that. Another important source of funding is the external aided projects. Now, most of the projects which are getting funding from World Bank or ADB or KFW, all of them have specific focus on climate change. So therefore, Tamil Nadu is one of the biggest beneficiaries of EAP funding. We have almost 27 projects, the highest in the country, from external funding. For example, the Forest Department is now going to implement the biodiversity project and greening project, which costs around 900 crores. So this is funded by JICA, so in which the state also will be contributing. Similarly, KFW is funding the regularization of the modernization of bus services in Tamil Nadu. This is around rupees 2,600 crores. So this has a big component for electric buses in all the cities. Most of the urban management projects which are funded by World Bank and ADB, all of them have climate mitigation components. So this is one aspect. Other important funding is actually we have many existing schemes. The biggest funding goes for the schemes. For example, we have the sanitation campaign, SBM. We have the Jal Jeevan Mission, the drinking water campaign. We have Amrut 2.0, which actually looks after the drainages, stormwater drains, sewage systems. And then we have, in Rural Development Department, we have MG Narega. So there are various existing schemes. The idea is what we are looking at, we will have to make our infrastructure climate change resilient. So whatever projects we are taking up for upgradation of infrastructure or building the infrastructure, that should be climate change resilient. So we have to embed this concern in the existing programs. So this is a very important aspect because this will give us, this will make available a huge chunk of funds which we are anyway spending on the infrastructure. Recently, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, they are working with Government of Tamil Nadu to help us in improving our public investment management and how to assess the investment projects. So they have done a detailed study on climate public investment management assessment, that CPIMA it is called. So recently they have done a detailed study and they have given us a lot of suggestions. So as part of that suggestion, one of the suggestions is we have a strong project appraisal mechanism in finance department or in the government to select projects, what projects we have to take up. When we are making investment in capital expenditure, how to select the projects. So in this appraisal mechanism, we want to incorporate the climate concerns so that projects which go towards, which help us in making the state climate change resilient, such projects will be selected. So in the appraisal, such projects will be picked up. So these concerns of climate change, we want to incorporate in the appraisal mechanism itself for capital investment projects. Tamil Nadu has a budget of around more than 3 lakh crores annual budget. In that, actually our capital investment is around 37,000 crores, it was last year, but year after year we are increasing. You might have all seen our Honorable Finance Minister had spoken 2 days back that we are trying to triple the capital expenditure in the state in the coming years. So because for almost a decade, the focus has been on revenue expenditure and not much of capital expenditure. We want to change that, incur more capital expenditure, which will have a multiplier effect on the economy. So when we are taking up such large infrastructure projects and incurring capital expenditure, we will make sure that in the appraisal process, the climate change mitigation concept is embedded and that is used fully. As far as the various kind of mitigation projects which the state is going to take up and the source of financing, one of the most important areas is decarbonizing our energy network, particularly focusing on renewable energy. I think in the next session, The chairman of Tangerco will be talking about it. So here we are looking at huge investment in renewable energy projects, solar projects, offshore wind energy, onshore wind energy, then pump storage projects. Here we feel these projects, the private sector is ready to invest in these projects. Therefore, whatever is the investment required to be done on these projects, on the renewable energy projects, this will come from the private sector through public-private partnership. Because there's a lot of appetite for these projects, they are very commercially very viable, and Tamil Nadu is a leader in this sector. Then on the manufacturing side, on the industrial side, the state has been promoting green manufacturing, particularly solar panel manufacturing. The state has supported big projects, given incentives to get big projects which manufacture solar panels. The Tata project which is coming up in Tirunelveli district. Similarly, electric vehicle projects. Tamil Nadu is a hub for electric vehicles. We have a very robust EV policy which promotes manufacturing of electric vehicles. Now, green hydrogen. There's a lot of interest in green hydrogen projects. And the southern part of Tamil Nadu, particularly Thoothukudi, is becoming a huge hub for green hydrogen projects. Already this one big company has shown interest and we have signed an MOU with them. And there are many other big investors and companies which are showing interest in green hydrogen. So this is one part where our investment promotion policies are basically designed to attract industries in the green space. The third part which we are looking at is alternate financing mechanisms. For example, Tamil Nadu was the first state to announce that we will create a green climate fund. The fund is, to start with, it is around 1,000 crores. The idea of this fund is, it will invest in green projects, particularly circular economy projects or renewable energy projects, any kind of climate change mitigation projects. It will be able to provide concessional finance to these projects. So the state has already committed 100 crores. The remaining we are trying to get investment from global funds because there is a lot of appetite worldwide for these kind of initiatives. We are about to register this fund with SEBI, and once it is done, this fund will come into operation. We have another fund, again an alternate investment fund called Emerging Sector Seed Fund, which is around a 500 crore project, where we actually give equity support to startups, particularly green startups. There are so many startups which are taking initiatives on climate change, small initiatives, to support them. This is a kind of venture capital fund which the state is implementing through the Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Financing Corporation. Other forms of innovative financing like carbon credit trading, this we'll have to explore. I have to admit that we have not looked at from this angle, but we are still working on it, and I'm sure we will look at these kind of innovative sources of financing also for these climate change projects. So overall, this is the broad framework we have on which we are operating. And as a state, Tamil Nadu is very progressive, and our Honorable Chief Minister is very keen and very committed to make the state green and climate change resilient. So, and we are working with all the line departments to work out various means to actually finance the climate change projects. So I'll stop here, and then I'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, sir. You provided a wonderful overview of where we stand in terms of the allocations of budgets and other things, for each of those sectors, important critical sectors. I'll have a couple of questions to you to understand a little more from a general budgeting perspectives as well. How do you move forward in this whole effort? One of the things, there are lots of estimates you see coming from different quarters. Many agencies are working on projecting these things. This is a very typical kind of a thing, what you see in a climate scenario, particularly when it comes to finance. So I'm just curious to know if you have internally have projected some demands for each of those sectors. What is your take on this, and how do you kind of foresee this? Because unless that kind of an exercise is done, then we are not really going to put the right money there. So it might be budget tagging sort of thing, which there are different tools today. Has there been any thought on this, and has there been any attempt made to internally project those demands?
So let me admit that we have not done that kind of assessment of what will be the overall requirement for this kind of climate change projects. Because I think that process has not started it in our budgeting exercise. But we have done it, we have done a medium-term financing plan for the state. We keep doing actually during our budgeting exercise, we plan for next 2-3 years. We have a medium-term plan in which we have an assessment of how much capital expenditure we'll be doing, what kind of expenditure will be going for different sectors. So as I mentioned, actually we want to embed this climate change projects inside our regular investment projects. When we take up capital expenditure projects, we will ensure in the appraisal and in the norms, we'll ensure that these concerns are addressed. So this is one. Second, we are looking at a 1 trillion economy by 2030. So we are in the process of actually developing a roadmap for that. So the consultant is going to be engaged. So they will give us a roadmap and what kind of investment projects we should take up. And there also this plan will be evolved. Otherwise, right now from our department side, we have not worked out a long-term plan for climate change financing.
That leads to another question on the mobilization of private resources. Across the world, globe, you see this, there is a weakest link. There are money from bilaterals and MDBs and other things, which is somewhat institutionalized today, but it's important to mobilize those private money. You've mentioned that, but do you have any specific plans to kind of mobilize this?
Green Climate Fund, which I was mentioning, that is, I think we are one of the pioneers. I don't think any other at the state level. I think Government of India level they've done, but at the state level, subnational level, nobody has done it actually. So we are very confident that we'll be able to mobilize a lot of funds through this Green Climate Fund. And as external aided projects anyway, we are one of the major recipients of external aided funding, which are actually, most of the projects are going for climate change mitigation projects. So our plans are like this. But otherwise, the other innovative ways, like whether we can issue some green bonds and these kind of things, we'll have to work on it. So slightly difficult, see at a subnational level,
yes,
operating is slightly difficult than at a national level when it comes to mobilizing global funds.
Thank you. That reminds me of the pending GCF proposal, what we submitted almost 2 years. A fantastic proposal gone from Tamil Nadu, but it's not yet seen the light yet. So much for it. And how do we convince the political masters? There's one thing, is there a realization on that front about the urgency of the situation? Because you work very closely with them.
No, definitely. I think there is widespread recognition of the fact of the impact of climate change. And in a way, actually, we are blessed. Here, the political executive, they're quite sensitive to this. And I think even at the common people level, everybody is aware of this, that they may not know technically what are these points, what is climate change and all, but they are able to see the impact and the consequence. So everybody knows that something has changed, something is changing, and therefore we have to do. So we have to conserve our groundwater, we have to prevent encroachments on water bodies. All these concerns are there. And politically, I think they are quite sensitive in our state. So that's not a big issue.
Thank you. Yeah, and the size policy interface is something which is really a challenge in itself. Unless they could relate to the science part of it, it becomes very difficult. But I'm sure now we are far ahead than compared to other states in Tamil Nadu. I mean, the creation of this mission speaks for it, as you know, where we stand, the Green Climate Company and other things. I mean, as you mentioned, we are a forerunner in many front in terms of the, let it be RE or the formulation of the mission or the Green Climate Company, all those things. And we are the first state to have an exclusive budget for agriculture, as you know. So do you see the importance of having an exclusive budget for climate change, which could be taken up in the assembly for a debate and stuff down the line?
I don't think we need to have an exclusive budget for it. So I think if we have some kind of green budgeting, that the concerns of this are incorporated in the existing budgeting exercise, that will be more useful. Because it has to be budget, there is a lot of convergence between various departments. Various schemes are undertaken. We can't have exclusive budgets. That makes it actually that will become a limiting factor in terms of resource mobilization. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. As we know, the Tamil Nadu state is built on certain social ethos, especially in terms of focusing on social issues. We are leaders in many sense. Our contribution is immense, and there are role models for other states as well in many sense. From the financial perspective, can you tell us how we are progressing in this front? I ask this question because adaptation is something which is embedded in lives and livelihoods of people, as you know. And also, mitigation gets all the attention, as you know, and adaptation is considered to be a second cousin of mitigation, as they say. So, it's some part and parcel of this thing because locally driven kind of stuff. So, do you see any links between that and whatever we are doing in the social front has certain relevance to resilience?
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, Tamil Nadu is a pioneer on the social front. We have many schemes actually, particularly the self-help group movement in the state is very, very strong and it's very, very vibrant. The participation of women in the workforce is one of the highest in the country. And recently, you might have seen the government had announced that free bus transportation for women. So that has been a great success. That has increased their mobility. We have introduced new schemes actually to ensure higher enrollment of girls in at college level. For example, the Pudumai Pen scheme, where 1,000 rupees is given every month as an incentive to a girl child who has studied in a government school if she goes for graduation. So whatever graduation, ITI, Polytechnic, engineering, medicine, every graduation course, she gets this 1,000 rupees. So these are all the various social sector schemes. Now we have introduced the breakfast scheme. That is it's a very pioneering scheme. It is on a pilot stage. It has been very successful actually, so that the future generations are well brought up. So, but this will definitely, all the schemes will have an impact on the local community initiatives in climate change. Particularly, I feel the empowerment of women and self-help groups. They're very active actually, and in any program of climate change mitigation which is being planned, including the climate change resilient villages, some 10 villages and things like that, or conservation projects, everywhere women will play a leading role. And the SHG women, since they're empowered, they will be actually in the forefront. So I think all this will have a great impact on the community and in mobilizing the community towards mitigation.
Thank you, sir. A couple of more questions, and I won't take too much of your time. One of the highlights of the whole climate mission is instituting this district level missions. That's very important because this is the first ever time that has happened. In 38 districts we'll have this. And it is not about just announcing the mission. It is also about preparing the line department officials in terms of understanding the budget process, where to invest, what kind of investments have to be made, and what kind of climate actions are important. So what's your advice on this? How do you kind of foresee this in terms of internalizing this process?
Yeah, I feel this This district level mission is a great idea, but as you mentioned, it has to be made functional and made useful, fruitful. A lot of capacity building needs to be done. A lot of capacity building and creating awareness in the line departments about climate change, its impact, how they can incorporate these concerns in their schemes. So that kind of, and how they can actually use it in the budgeting process. So for that, unless capacity building is done, then it will remain only as a slogan, and some kind of regular meetings will be conducted, but nothing much will happen. So I think the climate change mission at the state level, they should have a very detailed capacity building exercise.
Okay. The last question. This one is about the coalition of finance ministers. You know, there are lots of bodies which are not, India is not part of. NDC platform is there. Again, Ocean Commission is there. For some reason, you know, we've not been part of this. Do you think there's a need, because there is a substantial amount of resources there in terms of how they could mobilize on? Those things, we're missing out on those things. What's your take on it? I'll stop here. This is the last question, and then we'll open it to the floor for discussions.
No, definitely it will be very useful, but I think being a state government, at our level, we have no say on these things. These are all issues which are dealt at the national level, and it's a national policy. So we can only be mute spectators to this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, open the floor for discussions. We have very limited time, probably a couple of questions. Don't see any hands there.
Nambi, I have a question for Mrugs.
Yes.
Mrugs, when you said that it's very important to embed climate change in all the programs, do you think the time has come, because Tamil Nadu is such a pioneer in everything, do you think we should really go out of the box where, let's say, the Environment and Climate Change Department and the Finance Department, they probably should have one common minister which looks at the entire thing to give it that weightage and pecking order? Because generally environment, even in the center and in the state, if you see, the priority is very low. Though we talk about it, but when it really comes to action, it comes down lower down than many other things. What is your future take on something like this?
I don't think, Pratim, I don't think that is required. And I think, see, because at the state level, mainly it's a decision taken by the cabinet, it's a joint responsibility, and the drive comes from the Honorable Chief Minister. So, like in our case, so many initiatives have been taken because of the commitment of the Honorable Chief Minister. So that flows down to all the departments. And normally once there is a priority of the government, once the government sets a priority at the level of the Chief Minister, then that is adopted everywhere by all the departments. So individual departments cannot have a say. And everybody shares the commitment and the direction and the vision which is given from the top. So at the state level, I don't think at the ministerial level that kind of thing is required. What is needed is to create more awareness at the official level, at all levels of the bureaucracy, not just at the secretariat level.
Okay. Please raise your hand, please.
Yes.
I couldn't see.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. It's to ACS Finance. So this year, COP27 ends with an announcement of loss and damage fund. And Tamil Nadu is a state where you have a lot of natural disasters, especially the cyclones and landslides. Is Tamil Nadu planning to have a loss and damage fund? India has agreed to it, but they said that they won't fund for the world the loss and damage fund. But Tamil Nadu being always in forefront of all the green initiatives, is Tamil Nadu planning for a loss and damage funds?
It's too early for us to react because I think this is a very recent decision taken in COP. We'll have to examine it, but otherwise, see, in our budgeting exercise, normally we are providing adequate funds because we know the pattern, We know what kind of losses are coming. So that is actually in the budgeting exercise, we make provision. But whether a fund has to be created, a kind of permanent fund, what will be its impact and all that we'll have to study. I think as far as I'm concerned, it's too early. We haven't even looked at it. I think enough funds financing has been done for climate change and everybody seems to be happy. There are no questions. So thank you.
And one more thing I would like to add on this is, it's primarily meant for the SIDS, small island development countries, because they're in dire needs. We're talking about endangered islands today. So I think probably in the order of priority, they will get the funding. Any more questions? If there are no questions, then we will wind off. I think, thank you, sir. Thank you for enlightening us, and it was such a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, if I can have you stay back. We would now like to request Dr. Nambi Appadurai to release the report on resource mobilization strategy for Tamil Nadu's draft state action plan for climate change 2.0, prepared by World Resources Institute, and for Thiru N. Muruganandam IAS to receive the first copy. Can we have the reports, please? We would now like to present a memento to both of our speakers for our first session. I'd like to invite Dr. V. Thirupugar, retired IAS, Chairman Advisory Committee on Mitigation and Management of Flood Risk in Chennai Metro, to please join us on the dais and present the mementos. 1 second, sir, we'll get you the memento. We would like to offer our sincere thanks to Thiru N. Muruganandam IAS Avargal and Dr. Nambi Appadurai Avargal for beginning day 2 of the Tamil Nadu Climate Summit 2022. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second session of the day by the Energy Department. Speaking on decarbonizing the Tamil Nadu energy grid, we'd like to welcome on stage the Chairman and Managing Director of Tanget Co, Thiru Rajesh Lakoni, IAS. And speaking on energy surplus panchayat, self-powered clean energy model, we have the ex-panchayat president, Odandurai Village Panchayat, Mettupalayam, Coimbatore District, Mr. Shanmugam. And we'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Karthik Ganeshan, Director of Research Coordination, CEEW. If I can please welcome on stage Thiru Rajesh Lakoni, Mr. Shanmugam, and Mr. Karthik Ganesan.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us as our MC told us on a rainy day. எல்லாரும் சீக்கிரமா வந்திருக்கீங்க, so அதுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி. This session we have, of course, Mr. Lakhani, who represents the administration. We also have Mr. Shanmuganandan. We'll probably be bilingual. நீங்க தமிழ்ல பேச விரும்புவீங்க இல்லையா? So it'll be bilingual. So we will. So for those of you in the audience who aren't able to sort of grab some Tamil, I hope there'll be someone around you who can actually translate maybe in real time, but I'll try and sort of make up for what I can as well on stage. I'd like to call on Mr. Lakhani to maybe make some opening remarks on his part. And you have a presentation as well? Great, please go ahead. We have about 35 minutes, I think, so sure. We'll have the presentation, we'll get a sense of where TN's plans are, and then we will get into a discussion. Yeah, Mr. Lakhani, over to you, please.
Good morning to all the delegates and dignitaries on the dais. I think I'd like to congratulate the Environment and Climate Change Department for it cannot be the most opportune moment for doing this summit because the cyclone Mandu is just about to cross in the evening Chennai coast. And second thing I'm really excited to see in that photos, pictures of windmill and solar plants because that really sums up what energy is, has a major role in climate change. In this thing. I just made a presentation because that energy transition requires a lot of number things so that just to make a sense of it, of course you don't have to read all the numbers. I'll basically specify important points on that number. So I'll just like to make a presentation because that will be more focused and direct. But here I'd like to make just a mention because it's a climate change summit. I have not made a printout of the presentation. It is on phone only, so I am also reading from the phone. So I'm saving. Can we make a presentation? Yeah. Okay, next. Can you just, I think that, I think these two things I'd like to mention here in this slide. That what is our energy consumption per annum is around 1.15 lakhs million unit. It means around 11,500 crores unit is what we are consuming in Tamil Nadu in an annual. That's a huge number. I think our grid size is almost third of the nation size. I'm just going to make a comparison about the countries. In Europe, except some 3 countries, all other countries are lower grid size than us. And then another important thing about Tamil Nadu is that our AT&C losses are lowest in the country. In the sense, we are 13.73, but still we are targeting it to bring it down by another 2 percentage point. Can we go to the next, please? This all are important with climate change because this talks about various things. Because all these things have to be done to basically bring in saving in energy. Like installed capacity, we have 50% is renewable capacity. Then HT and LT lines because that increases the losses. How do we reduce the losses? Agri pumps at electrical towns. I'll come to all of these things over a period of time in the next presentation. Now this is what I like to emphasize because this sums up what Tamil Nadu has been highest wind generation capacity in the country, 9,800 megawatt, which is nation's 25% capacity is available in Tamil Nadu and especially in 4 districts. The highest biomass capacity at the wind is the fact is known to everyone, but biomass fact is not known. We have the 4th highest biomass capacity of generation in the country, that is 969 megawatt. 4th highest solar capacity, which we now transited to 3rd, that is 5,755 megawatt of solar plants are in Tamil Nadu after Rajasthan and Gujarat. And then obviously everyone knows that Tamil Nadu is fully electrified. We don't have anyone left without electricity grid. And we have another important thing is that we have a very huge offshore wind potential, which is around 38 gigawatt. It varies from 31 to 38 based on the assessment done. And then offshore, other renewable energy potential is 38 gigawatt is identified. Offshore is 31 gigawatt. And that energy saving potential also is highest because our grid size is highest. Then this is the last slide I like to say, it's a pink slide which is very important. This is Tamil Nadu is a gateway for cross-border energy transaction, energy exchange because their Sri Lankan border is only 20 to 30 kilometers. So whenever Sri Lanka develops a lot of offshore winds and all, we can be the gateway for cross-border energy exchange. Can we go to the next? Next, please. Now this is what the size of the grid of various countries. What among that, this size is, of course, this is just for The total size of the grid of Tamil Nadu is higher than the three top, except three, I think UK, Germany and France. We are bigger than all other European nations in the country. That is not significant because we are a growing country, but what is significant is we have the installed capacity of renewable energy is only 9 countries are top. Only 9 countries are above us. We are a state. We are not even talking about the country. The state in the global scenario, only 9 countries have the higher potential, higher installed capacity of renewable energy than us. And this scenario is going to change very fast and very soon, maybe over a period of 7 years. Next. Of course, this is a comparison within the state. I think Rajasthan is 20 gigawatt, Gujarat is 18, and we are 17, but we are growing very fast. Rajasthan, because it's desert land and solar potential, they are higher. But in terms of other mixed of renewable energy, we have different type, and all kind of potential is higher in Tamil Nadu. Can you please next? So this is about wind energy. I just like to mention here that when people had not heard of wind energy, Tamil Nadu started wind energy. 1986 was the first windmill installed in Tamil Nadu in Kaitar. When people had not heard of wind energy, people had not heard of banking of wind energy. So that Tamil Nadu is a pioneer. Now as on date, wind energy has grown to almost 10 gigawatt, 9,932. And including if you take the CTU that is connected to the central unit. And one important thing in this year is that highest evacuation of wind energy, because Tamil Nadu, we were always asked, we are generating, but we are not consuming. So this time, 100% of wind energy generated was consumed, and it was highest 120 MU per day. It means that almost 40% of my daily consumption was coming through wind energy during the wind season of 4 months from June to October. And the generation, I think installed capacity is high, but generation around 6,000 megawatt, it was highest achieved during this year. And this is what basically we are talking about. We started repowering because we have a lot of wind potential. We are doing the repowering of windmill and like 15,000, can you please keep on clicking? Already our board is approved, in which Finance Secretary also is a member, that the most important thing is that windmills are becoming more and more modern. So you should work out strategies to repowering. So we have already done some repowering. We have permitted repowering because most of the windmills are from individual and private people. But still we have a lot of potential. We have so far done only 40 megawatts and our capacity is huge. So we have a lot of potential for doing repowering of windmill is the one way forward. Yeah. Can you please go to the next? Now this is another solar energy potential. For example, if you see, I just want to read it out first. It's 5,000. I think his numbers we can forget. But the most important 2 slides here is that the red one and the orange one here. The 20,000 megawatt of solar energy power station and battery storage in coming 10 years. And the 20,000 megawatt is a huge potential required and huge investment required, because solar may cost around 4 crores per megawatt. So it's 80,000 crore over a period of 2030. I think we are working on innovative financing. That is, we are not, of course, this investment is not going to come from the state sector alone. We are not going to borrow money and put solar plants all across and making utility unsustainable. A lot of innovative financing things, NUT models, PPP, and all other things are being tried out. And all this will be brought through private investment in solar and renewable energy generation, which is something which is unique in India, because people are doing multiple kind of things. Here, we want to invest, we want to make Tamil Nadu an investment destination as well. So this all money is going to come, and this target is very stiff. All this is going to come by 2030. That is what 20,000 megawatt additional solar. So we'll start from 5755 and we'll reach 20,000 megawatt. And this will be constituting, the solar alone will be constituting 31% of the total energy consumed in the state in a year. So by 2030, from solar we'll be generating around 31% of the energy in the grid. Next. And this another issue which I think the government has done is solar rooftop we are promoting. Solar rooftop is not only domestic solar rooftop where we give a net metering, because if you are paying high tariff, I think all those people who are here, and if you are paying high tariff and your bill is exceeding 5,000 rupees, I think invest some 50,000 rupees in 1 kilowatt solar, I think your bill will substantially come down, because we are offering what is called net metering. in the sense that whatever is generated will be deducted from your total consumed unit and net units will be billed. But that is not the only model. For higher consumers like HT consumers, LT consumer, factories, where their factories can be can be lined with small, thin, low solar sheet, we have worked out different models like net feed-in and gross metering as well. So there are multiple models for promoting solar thing. As on that, we have got 357 megawatt of solar rooftop, which is likely to increase very fast. This year, our target is around 300 megawatt on rooftop alone, and which we are we're very close to achieving this target. Now, this is another issue, I think, which everyone, whenever we talk about clean energy, this becomes very critical. Solar is available from morning, let's say 8 to 4. So if I generate 20,000 megawatt or 26,000 megawatt of solar, and my grid can my demand is 11,000 megawatt, what do I do with extra solar? Because solar is not available in the evening time, but the grid has to be maintained in the evening time as well. So how do we manage solar? So I think that green energy, the transition to clean energy requires pump storage, because the battery storage is taking still a lot of time, and battery has a lot of disposal issues, and I think technology is evolving. Maybe it will take 3-4 years for it to fully evolve. Now, pump storage is basically 2 reservoirs. When you energy, you pump water from lower to upper reservoir, and when you need power, you can generate, you can release water from upper reservoir and generate energy. And we identified around 14,500 megawatt of potential. And this also requires investment of 75 megawatt. This is also being done on PPP. I think we have already called bids for appointing a transaction advisor. So this another 2 to 3 months, I think we'll be calling bids. This is another huge potential requirement, and lot of international pension funds are interested in investing directly. Means this is earlier pension funds were coming indirectly through some developer, but nowadays they want to directly invest in pump storage, which has become a major energy opportunity, clean energy transition opportunity. I'll just take 2-3 more minutes. Yeah, next. This offshore wind is another important thing. I think I call it offshore wind is the god of clean energy. Why I say so is that because of the Sri Lankan thing, there's some tunneling effect in the Tamil Nadu and Sri Lankan coast. So offshore wind energy, even though the potential, that is what we call is PLF, that is total energy generated, plant load factor is 50%. But what it is important is like June to January or maybe February, it is available 24/7. And from January, it is not available till May end. So it means that it is like a thermal plant which will be generating continuously 24/7. This kind of unique advantage is not available anywhere else in the country. Because of this benefit, this offshore energy is like a thermal plant or any plant which runs on the base load. So that's a very critical and very important thing for Tamil Nadu. This site is actually much better than all the European and Netherlands sites, because where 40% PLF is achieved over a period of 1 year, here it is achieved over a period of 6 to 7 months. It means almost 100% PLF during these months. So that's a very critical and very important thing from Tamil Nadu's energy perspective. And a huge potential is there, 31 gigawatt within the Tamil Nadu waters. And if we slightly extend to Sri Lankan water, it is another 30 to 40 megawatts. So cross-border energy exchange opportunities are here huge. Next. Now there's another issue. Okay, generation, I think. Okay, can you please go to, that is. This is what we are saying, this 41.36 is what our RPO target, that is renewable purchase generation target. We are expecting renewable generation mix, that is by 2030, 50% of the energy use, electricity use will be generated by 2030 by clean sources in Tamil Nadu, by solar, wind, pump storages, and maybe part of it offshore and hydel sources. So that is something which is very great, and which is, I think we will be the only 1 or 2 states which will be able to achieve this target if we achieve it. Now there's one more thing I'll talk about is another issue on clean energy is basically agriculture. How do we, can you please go to the next slide? Now, basically, we are working on loss reduction as well, because anything, if we reduce the losses, that is energy save. I don't have to generate that much, so that also becomes a very important thing. Now, one thing which this government and finance department has asked us is basically agriculture feeder segregation and solarization of the feeder. Once we separate the feeders, we can know what time exactly is that the farmers requires the current. We can supply them the currents during that time, and we can solarize the feeder so that the whole agriculture is done through basically through clean energy. Then these are basically mechanism, basically because from, if you know that high voltage losses are around 4%, but if you do a transmission distribution network on low voltage losses around 13 to 14%. So if we do high voltage till end, the losses will come down by 6 to 7%, and 6 to 7% losses runs into millions of units. We have done a calculations, and we find that around 250 million units we can save if we do that transition. So that is another investment. I think then we are asking basically whenever I come to this hotels, I see whether how many lights are LED and how many lights are this thing. Fortunately, all the big lights are LED. So I am really happy from this perspective. So that is what we are insisting, that you should use energy conserving lights. Can I just finish, because I think I have taken extra time. Last slide you can say. So this is what I think that is in nutshell what I said is presently capacity is our clean energy capacity is around 15,547. 2030, the installed capacity is likely to be 54,537 megawatt, which is going to be huge. It will cater to around 50% of the energy of the grid through the clean energy mechanism. And expenditure involved is, that is the investment which we are trying to mobilize is 2,22,577. So you say roughly 2,25,000 crores is likely to be mobilized through private investment is going to come for this transition. Thank you very much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a small change with what's happening next at the panel discussion. And you've been an incredibly accommodating audience, so I'm sure you will understand. Up next, I'd like to welcome to speak on achieving the state's goal on emission reduction through effective waste management, Thiru Gagandeep Singh Bedi, IAS, Principal Secretary, Commissioner, Greater Chennai Corporation, to address the audience. After which we will take a short tea break and then welcome this panel back on stage to hear from Shanmugamaya and our Q&A. Until then, thank you to our panelists. I'm going to request you all to please be seated. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please put our hands together and welcome Thiru Gagandeep Singh Bedi, IAS, onto the stage.
Thank you, and I am delighted to address this distinct audience, and it's really a pleasure, and kindly pardon me for barging in. I was given a time of 11 o'clock. I was thinking whether I should come or not, because afternoon we have got the cyclone coming, and I have to be there in the office and in the field, so I requested that please allow me to speak. I will not speak long, but thought we'll share a few words about what we have in the offing for the solid waste management. Can I have the presentation, please? Okay. See, friends, of course, I am delighted to see Dr. Aliwalia also, and our Tamil Nadu's hero, Shri Tirupugal also over here. Thank you, sir. And in Chennai, our solid waste generated is around 5,500 metric tons each day. And this solid waste, if we just leave it like that, it will lead to huge mounds, hills of garbage, as you have seen in other cities, and huge carbon dioxide emission as such. And we have to take action in this regard. We have the pressure of whom? We have the pressure of our conscience, the city corporation. We have the pressure of the citizens of Chennai. We have the pressure of the organizations like the Green Tribunal, etc. So it is a win-win situation for everybody to take action for solid waste management. One, to ensure that we have a clean environment, and second, in order to ensure that carbon dioxide emissions are reduced. I have a few slides. I just made a short presentation just to make our presence. Next. Who is monitoring? Yeah. Okay, as all of you know, friends, the total 5,500 metric tons is there. Nearly 50% of that is dry waste and 50% of that is the wet waste. Now, in the previous years, say about 7 or 8 years back, the entire waste will come to the garbage dumping places in Kodungur and Perungudi. And you know, you have been reading in the papers about all the environmental hazards which are created because of the solid waste management. Environment hazards include the fires, the smell, the fly problem, the leachate problem, the lakes getting polluted, and in all these things. And every time the city's corporation used to get a bad name. So slowly and steadily, we are actually trying to ensure that solid waste management is taken care of so that the carbon dioxide emissions actually reduce. Now, the entire process is in 3 steps. The primary collection, where you used to have the trucks, the small trucks, they all cause carbon dioxide emission to collect. The secondary collection, again the carbon dioxide emissions, the leachate emission which goes on the way from the vehicles, the foul smell, and the high land footprint in the transfer stations, and the processing and the disposal. I have been talking about the garbage dumps. We have had huge fires in the last 1 year also, in Perungudi also, small fire in Kodungur also, but I am happy to say that the things are going to change in the future. Next. Now, what are the interventions? I'll come directly. I've got some 10 slides alone. First and foremost, we are very happy and proud to say that in the last 1.5 years, the city corporation has changed almost the entire primary collection system to collection through battery operated vehicles. We are having over 5,192 and it is further increasing day by day. These battery operated vehicles go silently without any smoke emission, without any sound over there. The only sound comes is the garbage anthem that we play in order to ask the people to come and segregate their waste and give it to us. And perhaps Chennai is the first city to almost convert the entire primary collection. It's perhaps the first city in India. We are almost reaching 100% primary collection through battery operated vehicles all across. It is not only done through the private operators, this is also being done through the Greater Chennai Corporation's own operated wards. 5 out of the 10 wards, zones we are operating in-house, and the remaining 10 we are operating through private players, and we are using battery operated vehicles. We are doing the door-to-door collection. I put 95% because 5% still in the urban habitats, slummed elements we are further trying to ask the people, persuade everybody to segregate the household garbage and give it to our battery vehicles, not to dump in the road. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a situation then that even the bins which are placed on the roadsides, in the next 2 to 3 years, they will be reduced significantly. We are already reducing and they will reduce significantly, and everything will be collected through our battery operated vehicles. Next. Secondary collection, we really do not have the technology worldwide as of now to have bigger trucks with battery operated vehicles, but we are having BS6 compliant vehicles, the diesel exhaust fluids, etc. And in the last 1 year, we have actually changed if you would have observed, the citizens of Chennai would have observed, we have changed the collection timings from the daytime to the night time. In fact, we are overall, if you say, we'll be having about 20,000 plus workers, private, and about 20 to 25,000 workers are there. And nearly 1/4 of the workers are now working in the midnight. We start from 8 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., and entire night till the early morning we clear the city. This slowly and slowly, our aim is that 75% of the city's cleaning up, transportation of garbage should be done in the night, because that time the traffic is less, pollution will be less, and automatically the fuel usage will become lesser. That is the third thing that I have told. There is a lot of focus now that the city corporation is also making on sweeping of the roads. If you would have noticed across the city, we are having about 75 plus vehicles all across the city. We are going for sand sweeping. Sand sweeping is something that's not done to just make the roads clean. It's done in order to ensure that the pollution is not there. It is a necessity, it's not a luxury. And in fact, in Tamil Nadu, the sand sweeping is being focused a lot in Chennai. We are trying to do it in other cities also. There's a lot of push by the mass department, but ultimate aim is to do the sand sweeping. We are at present using various sand sweeping vehicles are of various ranges in terms of costings, costing from say 70 lakh to 5 crore, etc. We are using middle range of vehicles, but we tend to increase this so that our roads are completely sand free. This will all reduce the dust pollution in the environment. The third is the decentralized processing. This is what we are doing. You know, we are having about, let me give you overall we are having about 5,500 metric tons of garbage. 50% is dry waste, 50% is wet waste. The dry waste is what? Plastics, tires, metals, etc., which can be got and recycled as much as possible. They will be inert, which has to go to the landfill. So the dry waste is the plastics. What we are in the city, we have been focusing and pushing now. Of course, city corporation is also with the help of the support of the environment department. We have almost banned the usage of plastic carry bags across the city. If you still find that in the shops they are giving you plastic carry bags, you can tell us, we'll fine. Every week the city corporation is fining the shopkeepers and the primary producers fines to the tune of 8 to 10 lakh rupees. Every week we are collecting those fines, and the fines are actually now reducing, because in the last 1 year, because of the push given by the Madam Supriya Sahu, because of her leadership from that department, and our will and the corporation's officials team, we have tried to ensure that the city shops do not give plastic carry bags. So the plastics, however is collected, you can't completely eliminate the plastics. You buy a shirt, the shirt is still wrapped in plastic wrappers, etc. You buy a kurkure, it is still having that plastic carry bag, it's there in plastic carry bag. You buy a biscuit packet, it might still have a plastic in that. So what we are doing is in this matrix over here, the second row, first column, what we are doing is, we are having a number of such plastic baling units across the city. We get all the plastics collected, then they are actually compressed, solidified into cuboidal blocks, and thereafter we send it across to various cement factories across Tamil Nadu, mostly to Ariyalur district. We have a tie-up with Dalmia Cements. Our private players have a tie-up with cement factories across Andhra Pradesh and in other states also. We send them, those cement factories use these cuboidal plastic blocks in their pyrolysis units. They use it for burning their burners, and hence, in fact, they are willing to get it free of cost, but we actually spend money in transporting the plastics from our city. So now almost a big percentage of the plastics actually which is generated through the city does not actually go to our landfills. I am happy to say that. And this transition has been predominantly in the last 1.5 years. In fact, last 2 years, it has been there, and we want to make our landfills totally free of plastics. That is one. Of course, so I am talking about the dry waste. We have plastics for which we have baling units. Then we have the recyclers for tires, the glass bottles, etc. For the tires and glass bottles, the Chennai City Corporation, we have set up the resource recovery centers. The point number 3, recyclables are sorted at RRCs and sent to recyclers. What we do is, we have devised with an innovation system. We do not give it to the recyclers. We ask our workers to collect, sell the dry waste to the recycling industry. Whatever is the money generated, we apportion it amongst the workers for their salaries. So that way, the workers also get incentive for collecting the dry waste, including tires, including the bottles, etc. So they get incentivized in doing so. We apportion the funds to them. Each worker might be getting, say, additional 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 rupees as a part of his or her salary. We are fine with that as long as it doesn't come to my dump yards, etc. So the dry waste is something that is actually, I feel, little easier to handle. The tougher is the wet waste. What is wet waste? The wet waste is the kitchen waste, the vegetable waste, etc. Though here the points are mentioned, what we are doing is that 15% of our wet waste we are having the decentralized plants, the micro composting centers. Now what we do is we are having all across the city micro composting centers where the kitchen waste and the vegetable waste, they are composted using the micro composting methodology, and then that is converted into manure which is sold in our parks to the public. Then further wet waste, what we are also doing is that we are converting that into, through windrow composting, we are converting that to compost, and that we are selling to our farmers at a very cheap cost. In fact, we have tied up about 6 months back, we have tied up with the cooperative units in Vellore, and Tamil Nadu, we sell it to the Tamil Nadu cooperative system to sell the organic waste generated from our system, windrow composting units, across to the farmers over there. So we have got decentralized system where we have micro composting centers, we have got the windrow composting center units. The third is we are also having this biogas plants. I'll come to this in the next slide. Just before that, I'll also tell you another thing. See, the first slide is the first picture is the micro composting centers. The second is the windrow composting unit, where every day about 100 tons of garbage is converted into the organic fertilizers, and they are being trucked to the cities, Chengalpet, Kanchipuram, etc., to be used as organic fertilizers for the farmers, and there is more and more demand for that in this regard. Third is the plastic baling units. The fourth is all the coconut that you take in the houses, the coconut. The coconut, we are having actually 5 places where we actually use the used coconut shells, and we have given to the, through public-private partnership, it is converted into coir and wood pits. The horticulture waste and coconut is converted to coir and wood pits, and the coir goes to the industry in the western Tamil Nadu, where it is used for the coir mats, and wooden pits are actually used for the industry for the burners over there. So that's very important for us. More than carbon footprint, it's important so that we do not have fire accidents in the dump yards actually. We are actually giving more and more push to this particular system. Next. This is a very important thing, I am quite excited about it. Now actually we have set up already 2 bio CNG, compressed natural gas plants. One plant was started last year sometime in June or so, we had started. Another plant, 100 metric ton, we have started now. Another, beyond, over and above this, 5 are there in the offing. So 200 metric ton every day we are converting to bio-CNG. Now what is bio-CNG? The upper is the top view of the plant. It's all by the private sector, we gave our land. The lower is the compressed natural gas they put. It's just next to Viga Theatre in Chetpet. 100 metric tons of the kitchen waste, all the Kalyana Mandapams they generate, we eat our food, they put it into Ilai, and we send it to the bio-CNG unit in Chetpet. All the vegetable waste, lot of vegetable waste from Coimbatore market is also coming over there. This is then put, some cow dung is added, and it gets converted into methane, bio-CNG, which gets in those shells, it gets collected over there, and thereafter it is compressed. And the bio-CNG that the private sector produces, it's cheaper than the regular gas that we have got in our regular gas cylinders. And perhaps the food that you eat in your in the hotels that you go, Sangeeta and some various places, they have got a big tie-up with various food chain. So they all are using the bio-CNG. உங்க குப்பையில இருந்து தான் நீங்க சாப்பிடுறீங்க, நாங்க அந்த கேஸ் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணி தான் நீங்க உங்க நல்ல ஒரு சாப்பாடு சாப்பிடுறீங்க என்பது மகிழ்ச்சியோட உங்களுக்கு தெரிவித்துக்கொள்கின்றேன். So that's the we are having 2 of such plants. Now, Chennai is one of the few cities which have pioneered early in this regard. Our Honorable Prime Minister had set up a bio-CNG 500 unit plant in Indore recently. This year only he set it up. This is one unit, but there are Tamil Nadu, Chennai is bigger than Indore and we have bigger plans. So once in the next 6 to 7 months, we have all 200 tons already there, another 5 units. So 2 plus 5, 700 tons will already be there with us. But that's not it. My garbage generation is much more than that. I want my garbage dumps, ma'am, for your information, we can't really close our garbage dump yards. All the director of environment and all, please don't say that now that corporation commissioner is putting all these things, hence dump yards can be closed, put us lock and seal. It's not like that. We need garbage dump yards to put the inert earth or inert material. We need some place to do the dumping, but we are going to put up another 500 metric ton bio-CNG plant in the north and another 500 metric ton plant in the south. So 500 plus 500 will be 1000 plus 700, 1700 plus the micro composting units across the city, that's about 400, so 2100 plus other units. We have got various other incineration plants, etc. also there will take care of the entire wet waste of the city. And mind you, for the point that I want to tell to ma'am, because you are also dealing with an environment, this is not something which is a dream or something. 1 year time, we will have all these things up coming in the place. 1 to 2 years, it will all be there. All these things will be there because we are very much conscious. And let me admit to all of you that the topmost priority as corporation commissioner, you might think that topmost priority for the corporation commissioner is stormwater drain, where the public visibility is there, or roads or gardens. It's not there. Topmost priority for a corporation commissioner should always be the solid waste management, which is our priority over here. When I say corporation commissioner, it is city corporation. Next. So we had our honorable CM who had inaugurated this. Next. I think there is a video konjam podunga.
என்ற அடிப்படையில் மாநகராட்சியில் சேகரமாகும் கழிவுகளில் இருந்து பிரிக்கப்பட்ட ஈரக்கழிவுகளை அழுத்தமூட்டப்பட்ட இயற்கை எரிவாயுவாக மாற்றுவதற்காக அரசு மற்றும் தனியார் பங்களிப்பில் பெருநகர சென்னை மாநகராட்சியுடன் மகாசக்தி பயோ எனர்கான் நிறுவனம் DFBOT முறையில் bio-CNG ஆலை நிறுவப்பட்டுள்ளது. 2 உயர் கொள்ளளவு டைஜஸ்டர்களில் காற்றில்லா செயல்முறை மூலம் மாநகராட்சி கழிவுகள் நாளொன்றுக்கு 4000 கிலோ இயற்கை உயிரி எரிவாயுவாக உற்பத்தி செய்யப்படுகிறது. இத்திட்டத்தின் மூலம் தூய்மையான விலை குறைந்த இயற்கை எரிபொருள் பெறப்படுவதோடு குப்பை வளாகங்களுக்கு அனுப்ப வேண்டிய 100 மெட்ரிக் டன் கழிவுகள் தினமும் குறைக்கப்படுகிறது. தினமும் 28 டன் இயற்கை உயிர் உரம் உற்பத்தி செய்யப்படுகிறது.
Okay. The point that I also like to tell is the first one has tied up with the hotels. The second one, which has just now been started, they have tied up with the HPCL, and the HPCL will use this compressed bio-CNG for running the vehicles across various parts of the city. Okay. So the last point which I want to highlight is a big focus on what we are doing about our legacy waste. Though many of you know, we have been actually the legacy waste is in 2 parts, north and south. The north we are having Kodungur, south we are having Perungudi. Perungudi, we have actually been doing the bio-mining. So there is nearly 30 lakh metric tons of bio-CNG last 30 to 40 years. Luckily, we do not have the big mounds that we have in Delhi, but bio-CNG, we have been doing well in that. There's a good progress. What we plan to do is that by next year, existing legacy waste will be completely completing over there. And then for all the retrieved land in Perungudi, we are actually going to go for putting up of an eco park, because that it has to merge with the nature, because there is neighboring, we are having marshland, and whatever the minimum area which we will be still needing for inert material, etc., we will also be putting it in accordance with the environmental guidelines also. For Kodungyur, which is a bigger biodump yard, we are just going to go for the tendering for the bio-CNG plant. For that, we have already got about 650 crore plus package cleared by the government. We are going for the bio-CNG in 6 packages to be completed within the next 2 years period. So that will take care of both the biomining, the legacy waste in Chennai city. And that will actually ultimately reduce the carbon dioxide emission to a big extent, and it will also save us from the hazard of forest fires, smell, fly and other things in a big way. Next. Adi irka PowerPoint pinnal ponge adu yeah, next no mele go ahead. Oh, just go to the previous one. Adu mele click pannunga. This is how biomining is done in Perungudi.
Waste is required to be stabilized. The haphazardly dumped waste is converted into equisized windrows and then into smaller cones. This primarily exposes the waste to air and oxygen, helping to decompose the organics present in it. The waste is frequently turned and sprayed with bioculture inoculum and deodorizer to increase the rate of decomposition. A visible change in the waste is seen in terms of absence of foul odor and flies, the birds and animals no longer scavenging the waste. A germination test is conducted in accordance with CPCB guidelines for disposal of legacy waste 2019 on the stabilized waste before it is deemed fit for processing. Dedicated live feed ERP system, which provides all data on a real-time basis. The crucial data like quantity of waste processed, various aggregates disposed, pictures of reclaimed land, vehicle pictures and date-wise reports, camera feed of the plant operations are provided to provide better transparency in the operations. The waste is then subjected to a state-of-the-art patented indigenous machines to ensure that the waste is segregated to its best of the purity based on size and weight. The segregation leads to 4 aggregates, namely coarse solid, debris, inert, fine soil, soil enricher, segregated combustible fractions, refuse-derived fuel, recyclables. The fine soil, soil enricher, coarse soil is tested using external NABL accredited laboratories. It also undergoes every testing for pH, salinity and electrical conductivity before the same is deemed fit for disposal. The combustible fraction called RDF is used in cement and power plants as an alternative fuel resource instead of coal. As per CPCB norms, it's burnt about 900 degrees to generate heat energy. The entire process is made available to the urban and local bodies through a state-of-the-art dedicated live feed ERP system.
And just to add to this, this is one of the 5 factories that we have put up in Perungudi itself. So what we do is that entire legacy waste, we separate out the inert, which we dump there only. The biomined earth, we actually use, the private player uses it for dumping in the low lying, because construction industry requires a lot of earth for the filling up of low-lying areas. We use it over there. And the RDF, the plastic and other waste which are generated out of that is again sent to the cement factories for burning, which you saw in the furnace. And glass and tires are sent back to the industry over there. So, in my opinion, we are in the right direction. We are being handheld in this regard by the Municipal Administration Department as well as by the Environment and Forest Department in doing so. And we are very confident and that in the next 2 to 3 years, you will find a big change in the way the solid waste management is being taken care of in the city, and we will definitely lag behind other cities of our country also. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome on stage member of the Governing Council, Mr. Eric Solheim, to please present a memento. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please give Thiru Gagandeep Singh Bedi, IAS, a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to inform you that we're taking a short tea break for 10 minutes. Again, I would like to emphasize on the fact that it's a short tea break of 10 minutes, and I'm hoping you can all be back here for us to make up a little bit of time. And then we'd like to resume our session with the Energy Department. Thank you, everyone.
சரி பண்ணிட்டோம்.
Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention, please. We'd like to wrap up our tea break and resume with our energy department session. So I'm going to request you all to please settle down, reach out to your colleagues and fellow members who are outside, request them to please join us inside. We will be starting in 2 minutes. I repeat, we will be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention, please. We're requesting you all to settle down as we resume our session 2 with the Energy Department. We'd like to welcome back on stage Thiru Rajesh Lakoni, IAS, Chairman and Managing Director, Tanjatco, and Thiru Shanmugam Avargal, ex-Panchayat President, Odamthurai Village Panchayat, Mettupalayam, Coimbatore District, and Mr. Karthik Ganesan, Director of Research Coordination, CEW. If I can welcome the three of you back on stage, please. Over to you, Karthik.
Good afternoon. Ellarkum vanakkam. In the session we'll start this session now by maybe posing some questions based on a very interesting presentation that Mr. Lakoni gave us before the break. And then we will resume with the conversation with Mr. Shanmugam. Our kuda appuram pesalam. Mr. Lakani kitta rendu moonu pechu vaartha pannadukku appuram Mr. Shanmugam kitta varalam. Mr. Lakani, so you made a very interesting presentation that I think speaks to what many states across the country are saying is the future. Solar, wind, battery we're going to install, whether it's PHES in the case of Tamil Nadu. What do you see as the major challenges that Tamil Nadu is going to face? As a researcher in this space where I follow the utilities across the country, the standard challenge is we don't have the wherewithal. The financial wherewithal is not there. And the ability to pay for this transition is something that's a challenge. CapEx investments required. While the private sector is there, we find that utilities are still trying to grapple with the gap between costs and revenues. The most recent tariff order that was passed, as you know, Tamil Nadu has done a big step in increasing tariffs, but the cost of supply is still very high. So how do you see the challenges in bringing on board all of this massive capacity that you're looking for over the next 10 years? And yeah, this first answer pannunga, appuram we'll get to the next, sir.
Yes, as you said, I think the total investment required is around 2,25,000 crore. Maybe this number, I just rounding it off. But one good thing what our finance department and we have taken a decision is that that kind of money is available with pension funds and they are willing to invest. So in the sense, we are not going to invest, but we are going to give them incentives so they come and invest here. So that this transition takes place without basically capital investment from the state utilities and the state, because it's a huge investment required. Now, but I don't think that financing it is a major challenge because a lot of money is available and people are willing to invest. My major challenge is basically how do you absorb? For example, my 5,600 megawatt of solar is becoming 26,000 megawatt. And my grid size is likely to be around 22,000 megawatt. So 4,000 megawatt extra solar I got. So the major challenge is how do I shift my demand from night to daytime? So that is, for example, all the activities people are doing in the evening should actually get shifted to between the solar time, that's morning 8 to 4. In the sense, so that the time will come in 1 or 2 years and we'll have to incentivize your consumption of electricity. We'll have to first of all measure your consumption as per the hour and time of day. Anyway, we are going to put smart meters in all the households in over a period of 3-4 years. So you can yourself see what is consumption. We'll have to incentivize consumption during the daytime and disincentivize consumption during the night time. So daytime power may become cheaper over a period of time. That is because otherwise we'll not be able to absorb so much of solar. And second challenge comes is that the pump storages. Pump storage has a lot of environmental hazard because forest areas are there, because battery technology is not moved. So one point is that you have to incentivize using in daytime, but that will not absorb all the solar. Second option is pump storages. So we'll have to bring in pump storage, generally takes 6 to 8 years, forest clearance. We'll have to bring it faster so that we can absorb more of clean energy.
Right, and of course we're talking about overall environmental well-being as well here, not just CO2 emissions. From that perspective, Tamil Nadu, coal-based generation has had some challenges in recent past. Whether it is, for instance, in the North Chennai TPS, whether it's the ash-related issues, whether it is, the cost at which coal is procured. How do you see Tamil Nadu managing its current fleet of coal assets as you're looking for this future? Because I feel like right now we're just, இது ஆப்ரேட் பண்ணுற வழியில் ஆப்ரேட் பண்ணிட்டோம் இது அது வரும்போது பார்த்துக்கலான்ற ஒரு இது ஃபீலிங் வருது. ஸோ how do you feel that we'll address the issues, immediate issues of the communities that are impacted by some of these coal assets? Because that I feel is more important, because air pollution, if that is the main issue, is impacting population now, whereas CO2 emissions buildup is sort of some years away. India has not contributed a lot, so அதில் வந்து ரொம்ப ஃபோக்கஸ் வேணாம். நம்ம immediate local air quality என்ன impact, immediate soil quality என்ன impact தான் பார்க்கணும். So what is TANGEDCO looking to do about cutting back on the environmental impacts of coal in the short run?
இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ நமக்கு as on date 80% of the power is supplied by the coal. 83%, 17% is through clean energy. இன்னைக்கு தேதியில் by 2030 we are saying that 50% will come from coal and 50% from, so that is a major change. So அது என்ன அர்த்தம்னா, we are not going to increase the coal-based plant except whatever is under. We are not going to put new coal-based plant. We are going to put only new clean energy plants. So that is a major transition. If coal போட்டுட்டு இருந்தானா, it would have been. Now, second thing problem is existing plant. How do you operate efficiently, and how do you reduce the environment pollution? One major issue, I think, which a lot of environmental activists were telling about, is fly ash management. But 1, 2, 3, I think initiative we have taken is, first of all, the leakage. Now all the new plants which are coming are dry fly ash plants. Means nothing goes out. Everything is sold out. And so old plants still we had challenge, so which we are now slowly addressing by renewing things. One more thing which we have done is basically disposal of fly ash. If you see, TANGEDCO was very poor in disposing. 30 to 40% was only disposed. Our revenue from fly ash sale was around 78 crores, which now we have made it 200 crores. Our disposal rates have gone to 70 to 75%. If you Patinga North Chennai plant 2, 100% fly ash is taken out. Nothing is done. The third thing what we have done is huge dumps where fly ash is there. அதை எப்படி reuse பண்ணுறது? So we have given incentive for people to take it for use for filling. You can't do 100% filling with fly ash because it's a very light thing, அது பறக்கும். So you can do part filling with fly ash, part with gravel. So that, and in Tuticorin we are offering people to take it free. North Chennai, people are paying for it and taking. So almost the old ash dumps have been vacated, empty பண்ணிட்டோம். It is all distributed out.
That's a very good development. And maybe the final question to Ms. Lakhani is this. Netik on the session, they talked about agricultural transition, to get farmers to appreciate different ways of cultivating, whether it is moving to different crops. They talked about drip irrigation, a whole bunch of sustainable measures. But at the core of it is getting the farmer to appreciate the cost of energy input that goes in, which is primarily electricity for withdrawal of water. நீங்களும் உங்கள் ப்ரெசன்டேஷனில் சொன்னீங்க that we have to ultimately figure out how do we get the farmers to pay. You talked about solarization of the feeder, but what is being done on the ground to sensitize the farmers that ultimately this cost of energy used is something that they have to pay for? I mean, this is a conundrum that every state is facing. It's not like Tamil Nadu is unique, but Tamil Nadu it's a little bit more prevalent because there's it's virtually no metering anywhere. I think there's no segment. So is there any steps being taken to sort of demonstrate to them what the value TANGEDCO is bringing, what the future of solar-based feeding could do, so that reliability improves, their own livelihoods improve? And I think you could set an example for many other states that are looking to the center to, for ways to sort of get out of this problem of agricultural subsidy. So Tamil Nadu enna pannalan irukeenga?
Agriculture, I don't see that financial issue is a major issue, because ultimately once TANGEDCO is afloat and our losses are there, it doesn't matter who is getting subsidized. That decision is political executive. Our major challenge is that people should not waste electricity as well as water. So that availability of supply, assured supply to agriculture, feeder segregation is not for basically restricting the supply. It's basically assured timing of supply to agriculture consumers. Once அன்றைக்கி 8 மணிலேருந்து 11 ஈவினிங் வரை கரண்ட் கண்டிப்பாக கிடைக்கும். தென் அவருக்கு ஃப்ரீயாக இருக்கும்போது இல் கம் 2 hours அப்படியே பம்ப் போட்டு பண்ணிடுவார். இப்போ எப்போ கரண்ட் வரும் தெரியாதுன்னா நைட் அப்படி ஆன் பண்ணி தூங்கிடுறாரு. He sleeps off by switching off. His irrigation needs are for 2 hours, but actually he irrigates for 4 hours. So it has two disadvantages. One, wastage of electricity. Second is basically groundwater also comes out and it gets wasted, because percolation efficiencies are different than extracting efficiency, because you're using pump, and so those things are very important from us. So that's why agriculture feeder segregation, once we them assured supply on which times day after day, I think they'll optimize the use, and that will bring in a lot of saving for us.
Thank you, Mr. Lakhani. We'll now move to Mr. Shanmugam. Just by way of introduction, Mr. Shanmugam will of course probably be making his remarks in Tamil. So for those of you who may not be familiar, he's the former president of a panchayat in the district of Coimbatore, in a village, and he has basically moved his village to becoming energy surplus, and they've ended up being able to sell that electricity to the grid. So I'm going to pose a few questions to him to understand where and why he decided to do that. Shanmugamiya, vanakkam. மன்னிச்சிங்க, ரொம்ப டிலே பண்ணி தான் உங்ககிட்ட வந்திருக்கோம். பட் ஆனால் நீங்கள் வந்து இந்த ரெனியூபிள் எனர்ஜி, லக்கானி சார் சொன்னார் வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப வருஷமாக வந்து மின்சாரம் வந்து நாட்டுப்புறத்தில் வந்துருச்சு. ஆனாலும் வந்து நீங்கள் வந்து ஏன் வந்து டான்ஜெட்கோ கிரிட் இருந்தும் நீங்கள் ஏன் ரெனியூபிள் எனர்ஜி பக்கம் போனீங்க? வந்து விண்ட் ஆகட்டும், சோலார் ஆகட்டும், அதனால உங்களுக்கு என்ன பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் கிடச்சிருக்குன்றதுக்கு நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் சொன்னீங்கன்னா எல்லாருக்கும் நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். அதாவது நான் ஜாயின் பண்ணும்போது இங்கே பஞ்சாயத்தினுடைய மின் கட்டணம் வெறும் 2000 ரூபா தான். 5 கிராமத்துக்கு வீதி விளக்கே கிடையாது, ட்ரிங்கிங் வாட்டர் கிடையாது. அப்போது இந்த 5 கிராமத்துக்கும் வீதி விளக்கும் ட்ரிங்கிங் வாட்டரும் எல்லாம் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணும்போது இந்த மின் கட்டணம் வந்து 30,000 ரூபாய் ஆயிடுச்சு. என்னுடைய பஞ்சாயத்துடைய வருமானம் ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு 20,000 ரூபாய். அப்போ வரவு 20,000 ரூபாய், செலவு 30,000 ரூபாய்னா எப்படி நம்ம மீட் அவுட் பண்ண முடியும்? அப்போ என்ன பண்ணேன்னா இந்த பவர் பில்லை வந்து ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக 2 கிராமத்துக்கு ஃபுல்லி சோலார் பண்ணி கொடுத்தேன். 2001லேயே 2 கிராமத்துக்கு சோலார் பண்ணி கொடுத்தேன். அதில் வந்து ஒரு 10% நமக்கு சேவிங்ஸ் ஆச்சு. அடுத்தது நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கம்யூனிட்டி பார்ட்டிசிபேஷனில் நேஷனல் லெவலில் ஃபஸ்ட் இனாக்ரேஷன் வந்து எங்கள் பஞ்சாயத்தில் தான் நாங்கள் பண்ணோம். கம்யூனிட்டி பார்ட்டிசிபேஷனில் ட்ரிங்கிங் வாட்டர் ஸ்கீம் நேஷனல் லெவலில் ஃபஸ்ட்டு எங்கள் பஞ்சாயத்தில் பண்ணும்போது அதை இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ண பின்னாடி பவர் பில் வந்து 30,000 அப்படிங்கிறது 50,000 ஆகிப்போச்சு. அப்போ இந்த பவர் பில்லை வந்து எப்படி ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தேன். அதுதான் வந்து பயோமாஸ் கேசிஃபையர். இந்த மரக்கட்டையில் மின்சாரம் தயார் பண்ணக்கூடிய பயோமாஸ் கேசிஃபையரை ஃபிட் பண்ணி அதில் 50% வந்து நான் சேவிங்ஸ் பண்ணேன். கிட்டத்தட்ட அந்த 50,000 ரூபாயை வந்து 25,000 ரூபாயை வந்து பண்ணோம். நான் வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணும்போது என்னுடைய பஞ்சாயத்துடைய மக்கள் தொகை 1850 பேர். இன்றைக்கி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 10,000 பேர் இருக்காங்க. எல்லாமே நகரத்திலேருந்து கிராமத்துக்கு மைக்ரேட்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது நகரத்திலிருந்து கிராமத்திலேருந்து நகரத்துக்கு மைக்ரேட்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது நகரத்திலேருந்து கிராமத்துக்கு மைக்ரேட்டாக நாங்கள் போகிறோம். அப்படி இருந்ததுனால பாப்புலேஷன் வந்து ரைஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு. அந்த பாப்புலேஷன் ரைஸ் ஆன பின்னால் ஆல் பேசிக் ஃபெசிலிட்டிஸ் நம்ம அவங்களுக்கு அப்படி கொடுக்கணும். அப்போ மின் கட்டணம் மறுபடியும் உற்பத்தி அதிகமாகுது. மின் கட்டணம் அதிகமாகும் போது அதை ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணுங்கிற ஒரு பிளான் பண்ணோம். அப்போ தான் நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா விண்ட் மில் அதிகப்படியான கெப்பாசிட்டி சோலார் போட்டு கொடுத்தோம். அந்த 2 கிலோவாட்டு, பயோமாஸ் கேஸ் வந்து 9 கிலோவாட்டு. அப்போ இதெல்லாம் வந்து லோ கெப்பாசிட்டி. அப்போ ஹை கெப்பாசிட்டிக்கு போகணும்னு ஒரு பிளான் பண்ணோம். அதுதான் விண்ட் மில். 350 கிலோவாட்டு விண்ட் மில்லு. அதனுடைய காஸ்ட் வந்து 1.55 crore. ஆனால் என்னுடைய சேவிங்ஸ் மணி வந்து 2001 to 2005 நியர்லி 40 lakhs நான் வந்து பஞ்சாயத்தில் சேவிங்ஸ் பண்ணி வச்சுருந்தேன். 40 லட்சம் ரூபா 5 வருஷத்தில் சேவிங்ஸ் பண்ணேன். அந்த 40 லட்சம் ரூபாயை போட்டு பேங்க்கில் 1,15 லட்சம் கடன் வாங்கி 1,55 லட்சத்துக்கு 350 கிலோவாட் விண்டிமில் போட்டோம். இந்த விண்டிமில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு வந்து 6.75 lakhs யூனிட் வந்து ப்ரொடக்ஷன் ஆகும். அப்போ இது ப்ரொடக்ஷன் ஆன இபி கிரிட்டுக்கு நம்ம கொடுத்துட்டோம்னா அந்த பணத்தை வாங்கி இபி கட்டிக்குவாங்க. அப்போ சர்க்கார் வந்து இபி கொடுக்கக்கூடிய பணம் மற்ற டெவலப்மெண்ட்டுக்கு நம்ம கொண்டு போகலாம். இது மாதிரி இன்னோவேட் ஸ்கீம் வந்து நிறைய நம்ம வந்து 2002, 2003 வந்து நிறைய பண்ணியிருக்கோம். நம்ம ஃபைனான்ஸ் செக்ரட்டரி வந்து நம்ம பேச மாதிரி அவர் வந்து டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் கலெக்டராக கோயம்புத்தூர் இருந்தார் ஒரு 3 years. அது ஒரு கோல்டன் பீரியடு. கோயம்புத்தூருக்கே வந்து ஒரு கோல்டன் பீரியடு. இங்கே ஃபைனான்ஸ் செக்ரட்டரி வந்து டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் கலெக்டராக இருந்த காலத்தில் அப்போ வந்து ஆர்டி செக்ரட்டரியாக இருந்தாங்க சாந்தாசீலன் நாயர், அலாவுதீன் IAS, அசோக் வர்தன் ஷெட்டி, ககன்தீப் சிங் பேடி, உதயசங்கர் சார். இவங்கெல்லாம் வந்து ஒரு ஜாம்பவான்கள். அவங்கெல்லாம் வந்து பப்ளிக் அஃபேர்ஸ் சொசைட்டி வந்து ஹெல்ப் பண்ண காரணத்தினால நிறைய இனோவேட்டிவ் ஸ்கீம்ஸ் அவளை வந்து டெவலப் பண்ணோம் வில்லேஜில். இன்றைக்கி வந்து நிறைய ஒரு 10 yearsலேயே ஒரு ஜீரோ டெவலப்மெண்ட் வில்லேஜை 10 years பீரியடு ஆல் பேசிக் ஃபெசிலிட்டிஸ் கொடுக்க முடியும் வித்தவுட் கரப்ஷன் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் இருந்தால். தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட பிரதிநிதிகள் நல்ல பிரதிநிதிகளாக இருக்கணும். லஞ்சலாவண்யம் இல்லாத ஊழலற்ற நிர்வாகியாக இருக்கப்பட வேண்டும். அவ்வாறு இருந்தால் மட்டுமே குறுகிய காலத்தில் அதிக வளர்ச்சி பணியை நாம் செய்ய முடியும். சொல்லுங்க.
ஒரே ஒரு கேள்வி. நீங்க வந்து a big round of applause. I hope all of you understood, the role that the public administrators played in enabling this village to transition to renewable energy. That's the main thing that he said. He picked up the names of a lot of the bureaucrats who've been influential in enabling his village and his community to adopt solar energy. நீங்கள் இவ்வளோ சொல்லியிருக்கீங்க. உங்கள் கிராமத்துக்கு அந்த லாபத்தை வந்து நிறைய கிராமங்க பார்த்துருப்பாங்க. அதை பார்த்ததுக்கப்புறம் அவங்கெல்லாம் ஏன் வந்து இது இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு திட்டம் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஏன் பண்ணல? அது எப்படி 20 வருஷமாக நீடிச்சிருக்கு உங்களுக்கு?
இது ஃபஸ்ட்டு திங் வந்து வித்தவுட் கரப்ஷன் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேஷன். கவர்மெண்ட் ஃபண்டை வந்து 100% நீங்கள் யூட்டிலைஸ் கொண்டு போனீங்கன்னா டெஃபினெட்லி சர்க்கார் கொடுக்குற பணமே போதும், மற்ற பணமே வேண்டியதே இல்லை. சர்க்கார் கொடுக்குற பணத்தை வந்து நீங்கள் 100% செலவு பண்ணீங்களா, அது டெவலப்மெண்ட் ஆகிருக்கும். கரப்ஷன் இருந்ததுன்னா நோ டெவலப்மெண்ட். எத்தனை 100 வருஷம் ஆனாலும் நீங்கள் டெவலப் பண்ணவே முடியாது, இது உறுதி. ஏன்னா நாடு சுதந்திரம் வாங்கி 65-75 வருஷம் ஆக போகுது, இன்னும் 25 கோடி மக்களுக்கு வீடுகள் இல்லை. நான் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 10 வருஷத்தில் அனைவருக்கும் வீடு, குடிசை இல்லாத ஊராட்சி. எப்போ? 2004-2004லேயே அனைவருக்கும் வீடு கொடுத்துருக்கேன். குடிசை இல்லாத ஒரு ஊராட்சி கொடுத்து வச்சுருக்கோம். நோ ரெண்டட் பில்டிங், யாருமே வாடகை வீட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடாது, எல்லாருமே சொந்த வீட்டுக்கு கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அனைவருக்கும் வீடு நம்ம கொடுத்துருக்கோம். இது வந்து கரப்ஷன் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் இல்லாமல் இருந்ததுன்னா தான் நிச்சயமாக நடக்கும் சார். சொல்லுங்கள்.
இப்போ நீங்கள் அவர் என்ன கேள்வி கேட்குறாரு? இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து இப்போது நான் கேட்ட கேள்வி திரும்பி கேட்குறேன். நீங்கள் பக்கத்தில் உள்ள கிராமத்தில் வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்த சக்ஸஸை வந்து நீங்கள் போய் சொல்லி அவங்க இதில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் எடுத்திருக்காங்களா, அவங்க அதை வந்து டேக்கப் பண்ணுறதுல வந்து ஏதாவது அவங்களுக்கு தடைகள் இருந்திருக்கான்றதான் கேட்கணும்.
இல்லை அவங்க வந்து பார்த்துட்டு போனாங்க. நிச்சயமாக கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 8000 தலைவருக்கு நான் பயிற்சி கொடுத்துருப்பேன். தமிழ்நாடு இருக்கிற 12625 பஞ்சாயத்து தலைவரில் ஒரு 8000 தலைவருக்கு நாங்கள் பயிற்சி கொடுத்தோம். கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 3.25 வருஷம். இந்த விண்டுமில்ல வந்து மாண்புமிகு முதல்வர் அப்போ வந்து டெப்டி சிஎம்மாக இருந்தாருங்க 2007. அவர் தான் வந்து இனாக்ரேட் பண்ணார் இந்த விண்டுமில்ல. அப்போ பண்ணிட்டு பார்த்துட்டு இந்த ஊரக இப்படிலாம் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களே, எப்படி உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் சாத்தியக்கூறுன்னு சொல்லி கேட்டார். அப்போவே சொன்னேன், லஞ்சலவன் இல்லாத ஊழலற்ற நிர்வாகம் இருந்தால் இது சாத்தியக்கூறுதா சாருங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன். உடனே போய் என்ன பண்ணாருங்க, முதல் உத்தரவா தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்க 12625 பஞ்சாயத்து தலைவர்களும் ஓடந்தறி ஊராட்சியை பாதை செய்யப்பட வேண்டும், அதுக்கான நிதிகள் அனைத்தும் அரசு ஏற்கனவே உத்தரவு போட்டு எனக்கு செவ்வாய்க்கிழமை 60 பஞ்சாயத்து தலைவர் வந்துடுவாங்க. 8000 பேர் 4 வருஷம் பார்த்தேன். 4 வருஷம் பஞ்சாயத்து தலைவர்களை 8000 பேரை நான் பார்த்தேன். எல்லாத்துக்கும் நாங்கள் ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்தோம். ஒரு சிலர் வந்து இனிஷியேட்டிவ் எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து நிறைய திட்டங்களை பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, ஒரு சிலர் வந்து பண்ணாமல் போயிட்டாங்க. ஆனால் என்னன்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா 1220 பஞ்சாயத்து தலைவர்களை இது ஒரு சாத்தியக்கூறில் ஓரளவுக்கு நம்ம டெவலப் பண்ணால் படிப்படியாக நம்ம டெவலப் ஆகி மேலே போக வாய்ப்பு இருக்கும்.
நிச்சயமாக இது வந்து நம்ம அந்த முதல்வன் படம் எல்லாம் பார்த்துருக்கீங்கன்னா, அந்த ஒரு நாள் முதலமைச்சர் இருக்காங்க இல்லையா, இவர் வந்து நம்ம ஸ்டேட்னுடைய ஒரு நாள் முதலமைச்சர் ஆக்கினோர்னா ஐ திங்க் எல்லா கிராமத்தையும் வந்து அவர் சரி பண்ணி இந்த திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்துடுறாரு. சண்முகமே, ஐ திங்க் அடுத்த செஷனுக்கு மணி ஆயிடுச்சு. நீங்கள் சொன்னது வந்து ஐ திங்க் எல்லாருக்கும் அவ்வளோ
இல்லை. இன்னொன்று என்னன்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, நான் வந்து போன வருஷம் வந்து கனடாவில் டொரண்டோ யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் வந்து ஸ்மார்ட் வில்லேஜ் பிரசிடென்ட் கூப்பிட்டுருந்தாங்க. போயிருந்தேன், கனடா போயிருந்தேன். டொரண்டோ யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர்ஸ் வந்து அவங்க யாருமே பவர் பாயிண்ட் போட்டாங்க. நான் இப்போ ஏன் பவர் பாயிண்ட் போடலன்னு சொன்னேன், உங்கள் செல்ஃபோன் எல்லாத்துமே ஓடந்தரி சண்முகன் கூகுளில் போனீங்கன்னா எல்லா லாங்குவேஜ்லையுமே உங்களுக்கு அதில் கூகுளில் இருக்குது. ஆல் லாங்குவேஜ் உங்கள்கிட்ட வச்சுருக்கீங்க, உங்கள் செல்ஃபோன் இருக்குது. அதனால தான் நான் பவர் பாயிண்ட் போடல. ஆல் லாங்குவேஜ் நீங்கள் யாரெல்லாம் வந்திருக்கீங்களோ அத்தனை லாங்குவேஜும் ஓடந்தரி சண்முகன் கூகுளில் போங்க, அதில் பூரா நீங்கள் பார்த்துக்கலாம். என்னுடைய ஸ்பீச் வந்து நிறைய இருக்கும். டொரண்டோ யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் வந்து வேறு எந்த ஒரு நாட்டிலும் கொடுக்க முடியாது. தமிழ்நாடு தான் பெஸ்ட் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் கொடுக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு மாநிலம் நேஷனல் லெவலில் கம்யூனிட்டி பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் ஸ்கீமு ஃபஸ்ட்டு. இந்த விண்டு மில்லு வந்து நேஷனல் லெவலில் லோக்கல் பாடியில் முதல் விண்டு மில் எங்கள் தமிழ்நாடு தான் நாங்கள் போட்டிருக்கோம். இதை நீங்கள் பார்த்துக்குங்க.
Fantastic. So for those of you, I mean, we would like to wrap up the session, but I think it's important that we communicate what he's just said. So get onto Google, search for Odanthurai Shanmugam. You will find details about what he has done for his village and the neighboring areas in detail. That's the reason why he didn't make a presentation, so please do look him up. I think you will find the exact name of his village in the agenda itself. And if you do want to reach out, I think the details also available with the organizers. ரொம்ப நன்றி சண்முகமையா, நீங்கள் வந்து ஐ திங்க் எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு இன்ஸ்பிரேஷனாக நீங்கள் இதை சொல்லியிருக்கீங்க. இங்கே உள்ளவர் வந்து அப்படி இதே மெசேஜை வந்து எல்லா வில்லேஜுக்கும் கொண்டு போனாங்கன்னா ஐ திங்க் தமிழ்நாடு மாறிடும், பாரதமும் மாறிடும். ரொம்ப நன்றி. தேங்க்யூ. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lakhani, for your patience. I really appreciate you answering these questions candidly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karthik, for ably moderating this. Can we please give Mr. Karthik Ganesan a huge round of applause? I'm going to request you to be seated. We'll welcome you back for another session. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please put our hands together and welcome our additional Chief Secretary, Ms. Supriya Sahu, IAS ma'am, to join us on stage to give away the mementos for our speakers for this session. Can we have the mementos on stage, please? We'd like to thank Thiru Shanmugamaiya, we'd also like to thank Thiru Rajesh Lakoni, IAS. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is by the Water Resources Department to speak on the state's water resources augmentation policies in the context of climate change. We'd like to welcome on stage Dr. Sandeep Saxena, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. If we can please put our hands together and give him a very, very warm welcome onto the dais. Thank you for joining us here today, sir. We look forward to hearing you speak. On the success story of the eco-restoration of the Adayar Creek, we'd like to welcome ecologist Mr. Josh Brooks to join us on stage. Mr. Josh Brooks.
Very good afternoon to all of you. So happy to be among the very august gathering here. Let me first tell you that Water Resources Department is a very young department for our state. Up till last year, we were called PWD WRO. I'm very happy that giving a very focused attention to the water sector, Government of Tamil Nadu has carved out a new department, and we are now taking care of the water resources of Tamil Nadu. I would like to keep my presentation very brief, and in the end you may please raise the question. So not working? Yeah. Okay, so as I told you, the Water Resource Department was formed last year in June 2021. And the main idea is to identify, investigate, formulate, and also estimate various water resources which are available in Tamil Nadu and harness it. We also develop many additional water resource structures. We also conduct the tests, research, etc. in the construction material which is used there, and also we try to conserve, augment the surface and groundwater. Now, I would like to pose a question to you. Are you knowing which is the oldest serving water structure in the world? Anybody? Yeah, I'm so happy that we know that the oldest working water structure in the entire world is Kallanai. And we should thank our forefathers who were so visionary that at that point in time itself, they thought of constructing a dam, diverting the water, and what you see in the name of rivers in entire Tanjavur Delta area are not rivers, but they are the natural, they are the man-made canals which are now called rivers. So that is what is the vision. Similarly, the inter-basin transfer of the rivers was conceived 1,500 years ago in Tamil Nadu only, and that is when we made the linking of, first was Kolron, and then from Kolron to Veeranam tank, where from we still are drawing the water. So that is what is the vision of this state, our forefathers, and this is what makes Tamil Nadu stand apart from others in water resources. However, I'm sorry to say that we are quite, I should say, deficient in our water resources. I think you may have to help it because it's not going where I have to point it. I think I'll say you and you click it. That is better because it's not moving the way I want. Okay, so Tamil Nadu is quite deficient in both surface water as well as in in groundwater. And we are a very unique state. All of you know, but I would like to just put it that we do not receive the normal monsoon which rest of India receives. We are in the rain shadow area, and we receive what is called the retreating monsoon or northeast monsoon. and that is not a regular monsoon, but that depends on how the low pressure area is formed and how the cyclonic storms are formed in the Bay of Bengal, and we get cyclonic rains, which are for a very short duration, but very intense rain. So what happens, we are not in a position to store more of the water. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, just a snapshot. We have 34 rivers, not very big rivers, only 2 rivers are main rivers. One is Tamraparani, which is a perennial river, and also Kaveri system. We have 17 basins, 127 number of sub-basins, 85 major reservoirs we are having. The biggest is Mettur, and there are 5 reservoirs in around Chennai, which is for the drinking water supply of Chennai. We have 106 major irrigation systems. We have 14,138 WRD tanks, and total capacity of all these tanks and reservoir is 631 TMC. Next. Next, please. There is something wrong with the, yeah. So just a glimpse that how we made our state so green with the help of various water resource structures being built there. Next. You can see the location of all 90 dams we are having, reservoirs we are having throughout the state. So it's fairly distributed, but since most of the hill and rivers are on the western or northern side, you will see the concentration on the north and western boundary of Tamil Nadu. Next. Yeah, here I would like to pause for a while for you and have a look that we are having surface water potential all put together of almost 900 billion TMC feet, and available groundwater is 811. We have 960 mm of rain, but this rain is during the shortest period, and most of it goes as runoff and it goes into the sea. Next. And you see how the groundwater potential is varying. From 2017 to 2020, if we compare, we see that we are on a path where we have to conserve the water because groundwater is depleting very fast because of the over-extraction. Next. And this is the trend line. So you can see that the groundwater level is going down steadily. From 2012 to 2021 it has been shown. Of course, now it is slightly going up thanks to the efforts taken by the government. Next. Irrigation, yes, we have reached to the highest possible level of irrigation. Now only double crop can increase the area, but we have reached to the saturation. That is 21 lakh hectare. Next. And if we see the drinking water requirement, we are having upward trend for the urbanization we are going to give. The water need is increasing continuously. So right now we are having the capacity which is sufficient for feeding the requirement of drinking water of Chennai. If I talk about Chennai, we have all put together about 13 TMC which is available, whereas the requirement is almost double that of. So we have to improve the drinking water availability for Chennai city. Next. Yeah. Now, before I go to the climate change effect, let's see that how we are facing the challenge in the state of Tamil Nadu. One is that we are definitely water-starved state, wherein we try to get the water maximum from the upper riparian states of Kerala, Karnataka, or from Andhra Pradesh. I already told that we are in rain shadow area, and northeast monsoon is less dependable, and quite variability is there, and this is where the climate change is impacting us in a very, very big way. Except Tamraparani, there is no perennial river which is within Tamil Nadu. I'm excluding Kaveri because Kaveri, much of water is dependent on what comes from the upstream side. And we are having very low per capita potential of water available, 750 meter cube per year compared to national average of 2,100. Why I'm putting this figure is that we are almost 1/3 of water availability to per capita here, whereas we are one of the most urbanized and industrialized state. And of course, urbanization is also taking place at a faster pace. Next. So, our groundwater is declining, irrigation efficiency, again because of very old systems going down, it requires revamping, which requires a lot of investment, and there are many missing links in the water bodies. This point I would like to highlight that why we are facing the problem of the flooding in Chennai city is because due to urbanization, many of the not required tanks and water courses are being converted into maybe real estate or others. And Chennai earlier was having a lot of agriculture within the city periphery, which now there is no need for the irrigation structure there. So those are slowly being converted into other uses, and that is why the flooding is taking place. Otherwise, we have a fantastic system of drainage here. And the biggest challenge we are having is the seawater intrusion, because as the groundwater goes down, table goes down, seawater intrusion takes place. And everything revolves about the climate change. That is very, very important, because entire seasonal rain, etc. is shifting, and that poses a very big challenge. Next. So now I would like to just illustrate how we had the very intense rain coming down in very short duration. The latest is what we saw last month on 12th of November, where we have received 436 mm of rain in 4 to 5 hours in Sirkadi. And you know, we are not in hilly area where we have the cloud burst, but it is something beyond that. So these are unexplained phenomenon which is taking place now. And how it is affecting us is, you can see that number of rainy days are coming down. Precipitation is much more intense. We are having much stronger water surge, and we have experts here. I would not like to dwell on how the cyclonic storms are changing its sort of intensity and course. And this is threatening the biodiversity in a big way. Next. Now I've come to how the climate change is sort of affecting the water resources. Due to the increased temperature, and of course, we are away from the glaciers, you can think, but finally, we are next to the sea. So what happens in North Pole is also going to affect us. So the seawater level rise is there. We are having a very long coastline. So the entire population which is on the sea coast is threatened by the seawater water level rise. And that will come along with this, the intrusion of the seawater into the good aquifer we are having on the good coastal aquifer. It will affect our agriculture, food security. In fact, delta area, most of the sort of coastal region is very much threatened by the seawater intrusion, and the productivity is going down there. And the availability of drinking water is a big challenge in all those areas. Next. So what is to be done? Next, please. So what really is required to be done to climate proof, if I can use the word, the availability of water in our state? It doesn't look very threatening now because we are having the water available. But think about the situation, a city of the size of Chennai is receiving water 400 kilometers away from Hoganicals or 200 kilometers away from Viranam. So what we have to do is that we have to conserve the runoff, and that is very important because we are having a very flat terrain in most of our state area. We are having 70% of the land mass which is hard rocky area. Only 30% is alluvial, which has better water holding capacity. So when it comes to conserving the runoff, there are two ways. Either we can go for creating more and more structures to retain the surface water, but topography doesn't permit us to do that. Or else we have to go for recharge of the groundwater, but again 70% of our area is hard rock, so we cannot really do too much. So that is what is the challenge we are having. So a very, very judicious decision has to be taken to save ourselves the availability of water for the future generation. We have to now think about climate first whenever we are going for any development activities. So we have to go for climate adaptive measures when we are going for development and also restructuring or redeveloping our existing structures. And we have to take all the climate resilient measures. I'll be coming to that one by one. We are also having a problem of watercourse which are either being obstructed or changing course, that we have to do the training work. And finally, we have to have a proper statutory mechanism to take care of the water resources. Next, please. So now we come to the augmentation. What are the techniques we are doing? First of all, we have to create new water bodies. The latest reservoir which has been constructed is Kannankotai Kandavai, which is on the outskirts of Chennai, and this has been formed about a couple of years back, and it has a capacity of 0.5 TMC. We are making many barrages on the river Kaveri so that we can have more surface water done there. Enhancing the storage capacity is very much in the card, and we are doing a lot of work under the dam rehabilitation program of the World Bank. We have taken 37 number of reservoirs, strengthening and capacity increase there. Honorable Chief Minister has recently directed that Pundi Reservoir, Satyamurthy Reservoir also, we should try to increase the height and capacity, and we are working on that. We also have to restore the water bodies. We are having 14,138 number of WRD tanks, which under the Triple R scheme, we are restoring every year 200, and this time, as decided by the government, rest of all about 5,000 number of tanks would be taken up for the restoration. Every year, more than 100 number of check dams are being constructed, subsurface dikes, tail end regulator we are doing, and a very innovative thing we are trying to map the entire underground subsoil strata structure, that is geophysical information for all the down below how is the water holding capacity and mapping of the various aquifer. That work has started, and we are using the technology such as ground tech, T-TEM, all these we are using so that we have a good map available. And we are also going ahead with the interbasin river transfer. Of course, Tamil Nadu is eagerly waiting for the Kaveri, for the Godavari-Kaveri link, and then second phase from Kaveri to Vaigai-Gundar. And on coming week, Honorable Minister would be having a meeting in this regard at Delhi. Not only that, we are also doing a lot of work to improve the subsoil sort of water availability, groundwater availability. Next. Next is how you do the climate adaptation when you go for any sort of water harvesting structure being made or water structure is being made. First of all, you have to think about where from the water comes. So the entire catchment treatment is the first and foremost thing, and in this regard already for the entire Kaveri basin by the name of Nadandayawal Kaveri, the scheme is being made, and this will be one of the biggest intervention outside what is being done for the river Ganges, Namami Gange. This would be our Namami Gange when we take it up. This is at advanced stage. Also, wherever possible, we should try to reduce the sedimentation in our surface water structures. For that, a lot of work is being done. A big challenge is missing link between two water bodies. See, water finds its own way. If you obstruct it, it will find some other way. But if you are having proper linkage, then a surplus of the upstream tank would be feeding to the downstream tank. Like this chain of tanks can be made, and that is what we are identifying, and we are reviving those missing links or reviving those extinct water bodies. That's in a big way it is being done, and government has already taken a very, very sort of proactive step to involve the youth in improving the sort of water holding capacity, protecting the water bodies, and trying to rejuvenate and recover the extinct water bodies. Tail end regulator construction is being taken in a very big way so that seawater intrusion doesn't take place, and we are involving not only the government stakeholder but also the stakeholders who are from non-government sector, and we are doing a lot of work for capacity building. Next. Just one example for climate adaptation of the part of Kaveri irrigation system. Climate change adaptation program has been taken up. First phase is completed, and in that 6 rivers and 13 drains have been covered in the Kaveri area, and like this tail end regulators have been constructed so that Whenever there is a seawater surge, you can check that and impound the fresh water, so seawater intrusion doesn't take place. Next. Then we go for climate resilient method. These are actually the policy interventions which are essentially to integrate the water resource uses. So whatever is being drained off from upstream is trained to the next place, and we can have better utilization of the same water which is being there. A lot of control measures are being done, and the wetland improvement is being done as a policy measure. Next. Finally, as I told, we are trying to train the water courses so that the efficient drainage takes place and water is made available without wastage or without really causing the flooding, etc. And regular desilting is being done. So entire Kaveri system every year about 80 to 100 crore rupees is spent for desilting and improving the water flow. Next. Statutory provision is very important. Unfortunately, at the moment, we are not having any groundwater regulation or act which empowers enforcing the groundwater regulation. As decided by the government, we are in the advanced stage of formulating a groundwater regulatory act, and there would be an authority very soon which will be constituted to take care of primarily the commercial uses, industrial uses, or the business use of the water, which we want to promote by, how much you abstract, that much should be recharged. That is the principle on which we are going to do. Similarly, the flood zone mapping is also being done so that we can protect the flood plains of our water resources. Next. So what is the way forward? Essentially, we are trying to find out how many new water resources structures, water harvesting and water storing structures we can make. Continuously, we are taking up rehabilitation of the existing water bodies. We are rehabilitating all our dams so that efficiency increases, as well as the siltation comes down. We are doing the desilting also. Also, the existing system, 106 number, we are trying to renovate, extend and also modernize using the SCADA system, that is the automated system of managing the entire flow in the system. And also river linking, we are going in a big way. I'm happy to inform you that we very soon would be, maybe in another 6 months' time, we'll be having what is called Tamil Nadu Water Resource Information Management System. That will be an umbrella portal which will be available to the government authorities as well as to the public, wherein all the information related to the water resources, groundwater, surface water, rainfall, runoff, storage, everything, precipitation, everything would be available on a single platform. And we are also developing what is called a Tamil Nadu SWIP, that is using the artificial intelligence. We'll try to find out how we can restore and protect our water bodies so that the public itself would be linked to the government authorities. Wherever there is any encroachment, any dumping of garbage or pollutant, that can be reported to the government authorities, and within a timeline it would be acted upon. And all the efforts taken by the community and other stakeholders to save, conserve and develop the water resources would also be captured there, so that we would be having the multiplication factor available with the combined effort of all the people, or everybody who is related with this. So I think with this I am concluding my presentation. Thank you very much. I hope I could kindle the thought that water is very precious. Flood is better, but drought must not come, because that is much more challenging. So with this, I thank all of you for giving me this opportunity. And if there is any question, I can take it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before we open the floor to questions, may I please request Mr. Joss Brooks, ecologist, to discuss the success story of the eco-restoration of the Adyar Creek.
Good morning, and thank you, Supriya Madam, for inviting me to share my experience of working in this same area of the Adyar estuary some 15, 20 years ago. About 50 years ago, I used to come on a bus across the wetlands of Adyar. Let's go to the next. Hold it there. So 50 years ago, I used to take a bus from Oroville, Pondicherry, to come to Chennai, perhaps to buy hand pumps or things like that when we were starting our afforestation. We used to cross this wetland. There was nothing there, really, except Chettinad House. And perhaps the Quibble Island Cemetery. When we started this work in Adyar, we saw it always as not just the 58 acres of the first Adyar Ponga area. We saw it as the 2 square kilometers of its watershed. We saw our task was to help make that watershed clean so that the water falling on the ground would come into the Ponga. It was a wetland, an urban wetland. We needed the water. So in the slides that follow, I tried to share that process. Yeah, in the 7th century, there was a Pallava port on the Adyar. Later, the Elphinstone Bridge, which became the Tiruvaka Bridge. Yeah, 1840. Later, the Theosophical Society chose this place. Then the Fisheries Department started their work under the government. A significant date was 1993, and the Consumer Action Group, they won that public interest petition. And in that way, these 58 acres of the Ponga was protected. But by the end of, a century, it was being filled up by garbage, black water, and lots of building rubble. And that was the position that we came to. It's not, next. Next. Right, okay. So, in those first conversations that we had with the government, it was persuaded quite early that it was not just the 58 acres. It was at least the 300 acres up to the Tiruvaka Bridge. But one thing we emphasized at that time, that something the tsunami had shown us, that water links us all. And whether it was the Wateri Nala, whether it was the Buckingham Canal, everything was linked. And in that way, what came out was that Adyar Ponga Trust. Now, just to backtrack a bit, when this idea of what to do with this 58 acres came up, it was supposed to be an eco park. And nobody, I think at that time, really knew what an eco park was. So people like Rohit Modi, MP Vijay Kumar, came to Oroville in search of people who perhaps could do this. And that's where we got involved. And we were chosen, Pichanicorn Forest Consultants, to prepare that master plan, first of all. Looking at that picture, you can see even the bottom one on the right. That's a picture of where we stand here. There's nothing there, nothing at all. We studied the land use. We studied the settlement patterns, the edge conditions, the infrastructure proposals. And they were big highways along the front, going all the way down to Besant Nagar, and tried to sort of integrate ideas into what was being planned. I think the first ideas were around protecting the edge. And so you see in that you had walkways along the front of where we are now, walkways through Srinivasapuram to mudflat interpretation centers, sand dune interpretation centers. This was This was interesting, and all the way up to Tiravaka Bridge. We felt that that was a way of protecting the edge, which of course was just full of dirt and rubbish. We knew quite a lot about the estuarine systems because we'd studied it. We studied Kalavelli. Kalavelli just north of Pondicherry. It's our catchment. So we knew what should be here. We worked a lot with ZSI, with the Zoological Survey of India, throughout the whole process. In the master plan, we emphasized the need that this should be a research center. We recommended that Andiyar Watershed Restoration and Research Institute was formed. We did studies from Chembrambakam down because we kept saying to everybody, but we're at the wrong end. We should be starting at the top. We knew that from the beginning, but this is what we were given as a challenge. This is right down the bottom. But still, we knew what was there. We knew what the hot spots of biodiversity were on the river, and we wanted to try and bring them back. These sort of pictures, simple photoshops, I remember showing them to the Honorable Chief Minister at that time and Mr. Stalin, the Deputy CM. And Mr. Karnandy really, he loved them. He kept asking them back, you think you can really do this? But it gave ideas about what we could do. We had plans for Tiravaka Bridge. Instead of this, covering the pipes with concrete, we put a restaurant there, a walkway. And you could walk from here all the way through to Kuchipedi Studio. We worked a lot with Anna University. Dirk Volta at that time and the laboratory there. We did test wells. We did flow measurement. And this was so important. What was coming in? And we got the people of the area, the children of the area, to do pollution watch and measure the sewage coming in. In the end, we came up with that plan. And the plan is in 3 zones. Yeah, the stormwater retention, the clear water, the sweet water, which even now, yeah, I would swim in it, no problem. Then the second area where the stormwater from Arkheimat Road, which sometimes is dirty still because it's linked up to sewage systems that break down or whatever. And then, of course, the third zone, which is the brackish area, where we could work with mangroves, etc. And these elements of the forest, the hillocks, the ponds, the grassland, we wanted to bring all this back just to remind what could be there, even in a coastal ecosystem. Mangrove associates. That was a very important part. I think we had 12 different species of mangroves, and now they're all the way up to Tiravaka Bridge. Something that we do in all our work, if we manage to transform an area, a forest or whatever, what we did in Oroville, was to create spaces where you can empower the community, share with the community, listen to the community, create a space that is the community's for environmental education or, in many ways, empowered or informed development. We hope the Pongo would be a people's park, would be a place where they would see their 2 square kilometers, clean it up, plan for the future. It's from our experience of education programs, which were from Oroville and connections to other parts of the world. We persuaded the old fisheries building to be given to us for this purpose. It later got changed into something else, but that's another story. The Green Center was this point of research, and this was all planned in this first master plan. It was that moment when the master plan was accepted in 10, and a tree was planted, a Veeramaram, by Mr. Karnandy, and Mr. Tripathi was there in that last picture. He was there at the time. So much of this was due to I'd just say amazing IS officers, Vikram Kapoor and Fanindra Reddy, Mr. Bedi, who supported, understood, and backed this thing completely. When I guess, signed the contract to actually take up the work, about a year later in 2012. The ground reality was this still. Blackwater. This was a biryani hotel on the right, yeah? This is the Ponga. This is what we had to deal with. Sort of mission impossible. And building rubble. Perhaps 50 years or more of building rubble stacked up here. We took out at the end 60,000 tons of this rubble to put under roads or whatever. Yeah, and the last bits of biodiversity were being caught and eaten in Korean restaurants nearby, etc. Yeah? Just in one night, there were 300 lorry loads of stuff after I signed the contract to do this work. So it's difficult. We started the shaping. Yeah, we started to create the creek again to get rid of this rubble, to create the nesting habitats. And gradually, it was it was not Band-Aid stuff. This was surgery. It was such a mess. And you see in June 2008, December, it's the same place. Turning around, looking westward, that's the same. And the tree planting is, or tree or plant planting is there. This was the process. It took about 3 years. We used traditional boats to take I think that's me planting a tree. 200,000 seedlings of 172 indigenous species. I just say at this point, after the master plan, there was a lot of discussions to the point of the High Court of Chennai, and finally a compromise was made between different ecological thinking groups, because we insisted that this was a people's place. It was not just going to be a walled-off area just for the frogs and the birds and the fish and the plants. We do believe that if we can transform these areas, they become then conversation points and training places for not just school kids, but women's groups, everybody, including officers and policymakers. So this is the time. Go quickly. Oh, I'll go really quickly. Okay. It's a bit of a challenge to talk about ADIA in a few minutes. Anyway, yeah, it all started coming back. This is the beauty, the crabs, the mangrove, the spillway systems. And the ecological monitoring was a very important part. 13 species going to 34. And the pongo started to grow, to live, and using gentle technologies. And this was the proposed environment center, which didn't get built because this was built on a structure that Mr. Kamaraj placed the foundation stone many years ago that had fallen down, and we could build here. This is the environment center that we did create in the Ponga. There's the deputy CM. The interest and dedication to this project was just amazing, and Faninda Reddy, involved in the planning all the way through. The art, this is something which we bring to our projects, and involving the people in solid waste management strategy. Mr. Rajesh Lakani was involved at that time. People from around, this is the Friends of the Adia Ponga, removing invasive species. We had an exhibition where 60,000 people came and got involved in the master plan, gave their comments, and all this went on while we were building it. Education, the kids were planting the trees, campaigns out in the schools, a workshop on climate change then. This is what, 15 years ago in the Ponga. So this is what we did, and in the end, the species come back, they start fishing again, and we transformed that, into this. And the Karpagam Bridge, this is Karpagam Bridge, into that. And the environment education programs continued. You see, this is 1819, yeah? Fascinating program. We bring children to the Ponga, to the beach, to see the turtle walk, and always it's about the Adia watershed. What is the Blue and Green Center? Just these last slides. It's what we're doing continuously. We do believe in places that we transformed, places where the community can relate. Recently, people asked me what to do about the Adyar River. It's not exactly clean. Let's create more blue-green centers every 5 kilometers, removable, prefabricated structures, all the way up to Chemburambakkam Lake. Make those places where the community and the teachers and students can go to. It really helps the people with the necessary tools to understand their environment. The nearby schools will get involved. That is our present work in Chennai, environmental education, and we propose that the Ponga again could become a training center for blue-green centers all over Chennai, in all those catchments that make up this incredible city. So that's the Ponga, and thank you.
Thank you once again. I'd now like to welcome on stage Governing Council member, Mr. Montik Singh Ahluwalia, to felicitate our panelists on stage. Can we have the mementos on stage, please? We'd like to thank Mr. Josh Brooks for that extensive presentation. Thank you, sir. We'd also like to thank Dr. Sandeep Saxena, IAS. Thank you for a very, very informative session. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you once again. We're going to request you all to please be seated. Our next session is by the Industries Department. And speaking on policy interventions to move towards green industries, we have Thiru S. Krishnan, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. And speaking on best practices, JK Tyres, Green Industry, we have Mr. B. Ramesh Kumar, General Manager, Engineering, JK Tyres, Sri Perumbudur. Can we please give both of our panelists a warm welcome onto the dais?
Additional Chief Secretary, Environment and Forests and Climate Change, Srimati Supriya Sahu, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Mr. Abbas, Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Mr. Eric Solem, other dignitaries present here, colleagues from the Forest Department and the Environment Department and various other departments I see here. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to see and learn. Absolutely wonderful presentation going back over Adyar Punga and what exactly happened and how it got into this shape, and also what's the unfinished work left there. I think some hints towards that from Mr. Josh Brooks. Thank you very much for that. And of course, I had a chance to hear in on my colleague Sandeep Saksena's presentation on what's happening on the water sector. I don't intend making a presentation, I just intend speaking on what challenges we have on the industry side and moving towards a greener location. First and foremost, let me make this point that Tamil Nadu, amongst all states, and I'm just coming from another event where we spoke about the chemical industry, and uniformly, I think across various industries, it's agreed that Tamil Nadu, amongst all states, probably has the most stringent environmental regulations across India. Some years ago, I remember it was being pointed out as something that would reduce the competitiveness of the state, would make it actually difficult for more industries to locate here or even to expand. But interestingly enough, the conversation today turns in a completely different direction. Given the importance that is given to the ESG factors, environment, social, and governance factors, today we wear the fact that we have stringent environmental regulations as almost a badge of honor to say that if you actually manufacture in Tamil Nadu, then you probably meet most of the requirements that an industry needs to in terms of environmental standards. Interestingly, we are also very high on the other social standards. The number of women we employ in industry, for instance, is significantly larger than most other states in the country, and I think it's fairly transformative in the areas that we came in. But it is not a journey which has as yet been completed. It's not a journey that is as yet over, and significantly more measures and efforts need to be taken to make sure that the state actually transitions into a location for green manufacturing, while at the same time ensuring that we have the kind of growth that we need, we have the kind of economic development that we wish to see, we have the welfare of the people in mind, we have jobs and incomes being created. I think these need to really go hand in hand, and if there is any state in India which can demonstrate this, then that is here. And I think that is the key thing that all of us need to work together in, that when we are looking at industrial development, it is not in terms of something which is going against what the environment needs, but it goes hand in hand. Clearly, most industries in Tamil Nadu today are well aware of their environmental responsibilities. Most industries rate very high in terms of compliance. One of our own government-promoted industries, Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Papers Limited, TNPL, is known across India as the most environmentally friendly paper company and wins regularly international awards in terms of the way it functions. Our almost entire leather tanning industry today works on the basis of common effluent treatment plants and complete reuse of the water. The entire Tirupur belt, which manufactures and exports, is the most significant textile exporter out of India, is completely based on recycled water. There are a large number of common effluent treatment plants functioning there, and water is completely recycled, and there's a complete recovery of salts. One of the companies promoted in Tamil Nadu, which is the Tamil Nadu Water Investment Company, has patents and is working on this issue of recycling of water. One of the early states to have a wastewater recycling policy to make sure that for industry in future, we don't rely on sources of fresh water, but we use recycled water, whether it is industrial effluent or whether it is sewage, secondary treated or tertiary treated sewage. The sewage treatment plant just outside Chennai on both sides feed the industries towards the west of the city and to the north of the city, and significantly, I mean, interestingly enough, at the time when these projects were built and we were looking to see whether industries would absorb more and more of tertiary treated sewage, and those are the two plants which we built in Coimbatore and in the north at Kodungayur. What has happened today is that many industries have taken to either complete recycling of their own water or using rainwater harvesting techniques to ensure that water in-house is utilized and reused. And in the process, the actual demand for fresh water or water from outside, even if it is tertiary treated, has come down significantly. So I think, in a sense, the fact that the water is not actually getting consumed and at the same time groundwater is not being used or other freshwater sources are not being tapped by industry is a significant success in itself in terms of how they are able to recycle the entire water. I reflect on these as success stories, just as we reflect on the story of the Aryar Creek, or just as 10 years ago it seemed that most of our industry would be uncompetitive because of the stringency of the water treatment requirements. When you turn around today and see that we are able to absorb and utilize most of the water, I think it makes a significant difference. Similarly, if you take the cement industry today, I think they are significant contributors to recycling plastic and making sure that most of the plastic is then utilized in their kilns and we sort of get rid of it completely from the system. I know of large municipalities in and around the Aryallur area which have completely biomined and recycled their entire plastic requirement by being used in kilns in the cement industry. So I think the important thing we need to realize today is that it is no longer an adversarial relationship with industry, but so much more of a relationship of partnership and as equal partners in trying to move forward in this. And I think we also then need to work around in terms of regulation and various other factors to move more quickly, to move less based on suspicion, but more based on trust, to make sure that we are able to allow industries which want to contribute to this overall measure of environmental sustainability, given that many of them have adopted this in a significant way. I think we need to move towards enabling them in a much more significant way. We've been, again, equally pioneers in the area of renewable energy. You know, it's a very interesting story of how you can actually use renewable energy and actually develop industry. If you look at today, about 50% of the yarn, cotton, and other man-made yarn spinning units are located out of Tamil Nadu. We produce about 40% of all the yarn which is made in India. And you're wondering why? Simply because we don't have 40% of the weaving capacity for fabric, and we don't have the further capacity for garmenting. Likewise, we hardly grow any cotton anymore in Tamil Nadu, and we do not have major centers of man-made fiber production either. So where did we get into this spinning in such a big way? And the secret of that lies in windmills. Simply because windmills were promoted in the early 90s, and the ability to bank the power and use it for industry was created. Many of our entrepreneurs set up wind farms and alongside used it for various industrial applications, and that made them very competitive in terms of the cost of power, and that literally powered an entire industry in Tamil Nadu. And today, if you have to fiddle around with what happens on the way that the wind energy is banked, there's always an issue or a problem with the way that we can tackle this. The same issue today arises with solar energy and the consumption of solar energy. I'm sure my colleagues from the energy department and from Tangentco will be speaking in detail about the energy sector. But from an industry perspective and an industry energy perspective, the only point I would like to make on the energy side of this business is really about further development of the renewable energy sector in Tamil Nadu or elsewhere in India is really tied with the storage of this energy. So pump storage mechanisms, finding other ways to store renewable energy is absolutely vital if we have to develop further in this particular segment in terms of utilization of renewable energy. The real issue that you have is, today, for instance, there's a huge opportunity of repowering our old windmills, which were installed about 25, 30 years ago, and probably increasing the generation capacity from the present levels by about 5 to 6 times, because newer technology, larger generators are available, and the wind corridors which are available across facing the Shingota Gap or the Shingota Pass or facing the Palghat Gap are amongst the best wind energy corridors anywhere in India. But the problem is that wind energy is available for about 5 months in a year, and if you have to install capacity of that nature, you also have to install evacuation and transmission capacity of almost 3 times what it costs for conventional power, because wind energy is intermittent. So unless you find solutions of storage, you can't completely eliminate the fossil-based fuel energy, and therefore that becomes a very crucial question that we need to work towards. And clearly, both industry and when we talk about the whole move towards green energy, green hydrogen, because Tamil Nadu again is a pioneer or is going to be a pioneer in green hydrogen. We are in the process of drafting the green hydrogen policy, which was announced by the Honorable Chief Minister. The policy is currently under discussion with a variety of stakeholders. We have conducted fairly extensive consultations. So when we talk about green energy and the need for energy to be really green, then clearly, and a substantial portion of green hydrogen in particular is likely to be exported both into Europe and into Korea and Japan, where we identify the major consumption centers. There needs to be a willingness to pay the higher cost for this energy, because if you want it completely green, then there is likely to be a cost which is incurred, and that cost needs to be shared. I make this point primarily from the perspective that although we have supported the first major green hydrogen plant in the country with fairly extensive concessions and incentives from the state government, and the interest in green hydrogen is tremendous. The number of companies who want to establish are large. I mean, we have a number of players who want to come into that sector and establish. The limitation we face is the capacity of a state government to support fiscally and otherwise units of this nature is limited. So we need clear policy from the government of India as well, and we also need a willingness to support the added fiscal costs, both within India from the government of India, and also from overseas in terms of being prepared to pay the higher price which green hydrogen would clearly entail. So, I mean, that becomes another important element of the way the green hydrogen policy and green hydrogen in its own sense being one of the storage mechanisms of energy would play out. The last point that I really want to cover, I mean, we've covered water, we've covered energy, and the last area that I would really like to focus on from a regulation perspective, I mean, there are 2 areas which are left. One is, ambient air pollution, and that I think, again, we are doing a fairly good job in terms of how it is being controlled, and the compliance levels in Tamil Nadu, again, are significantly higher and something that we continue to work with. So the only other aspect that I would like to cover is on land utilization, simply because that becomes a very vital element of the way that industry and environment need to work together. The other day we had a presentation on how much of land, wasteland is available in Tamil Nadu. The total, we are about 130 lakh hectares available in Tamil Nadu in terms of the total land availability. Of the 130 lakh hectares, only about 45 lakh odd hectares is cultivable land. And there are various kinds of wasteland, which is nearly about 33 lakh hectares. And then, of course, there are forests and everything else. And some portion of the forests are degraded. And of course, you're all officials from the forest department. You're well aware that we are probably one of the very few major states who actually expanded the total area under forest cover or under tree cover in India. And while on the one hand we have very little access to CAMPA funds, it is for a very good reason that we have diverted very little forest area for which any compensatory afforestation funds need to be made available. So in that context, the point that I'm trying to make is that the total land which is used for industrial purpose is less than about 50,000 hectares across Tamil Nadu. It's a very, very small proportion of the total extent of land. But the tendency is to place the maximum conditions on the way that land is utilized. Even that is not an issue. The minute an industry comes up and says, look, we want to establish, then you say, okay, of the total land you have, already there are building regulations which prevent how much of that land can be actually built on. You come back and say, okay, 33% of this should be green belt. And in addition, you need to do all this. See, industrial land is developed at fairly high cost. You have to provide a number of other ways of accessing the land, the road infrastructure, the water infrastructure, the power infrastructure, all that needs to be provided, and the cost of developing those services is quite extensive. So if you then insist that a substantial portion of this land gets diverted for non-industrial use or for greening, then what happens is much more expensive land is being used for a much more suboptimal use, one. And two, you are actually taking away more land because ultimately all of this land is being diverted from agricultural use. You are diverting significantly larger areas of land from agricultural use into industrial use, which you need not do. So the thought that I have and the thought that I have already shared with the Additional Chief Secretary, Environment and Forest, and with the representatives of the Green Climate Company when they met me a few weeks ago or a few months ago, was that why don't we work out a mechanism by which, rather than say that 33% of the land where you're located should be a green belt, we attempt to do this on suboptimal lands which are located away from industry and which are not industrial lands at all. You can actually have a higher requirement. You can even target degraded forest areas. You can target agricultural wastelands which have not been cultivated for a long time and which are not likely to be diverted for other uses. And you can probably double the area that you are trying to green. It works for everybody. It works for industry. It works for state government entities like SIPCOT and others who have to acquire the land and create industrial estates. You get the money for more afforestation activity, more greening activity. And we are bringing a lot more suboptimal lands into use. And as a corollary to that, many industries today also require forest products or wood or tree products. Pulpwood, for instance, is a significant requirement. And encouraging farmers to grow significantly larger extents of tree crops could be another fallout of this. We can actually identify farmers' lands, and the industries can actually promote the cultivation of pulpwood and other wood product and tree crops, and take it back and give the farmers an income. There would be a significant income that they would also gain. So I think this is an overall approach, and this is actually a revenue stream which can even happen for the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Company and probably significantly increase the total area in the state that we can green. If at all there is one outcome that I'd like to see from this Tamil Nadu Climate Summit, which is sort of both industry friendly and climate friendly and greening friendly, probably this would be a significant outcome that we can work towards in terms of identifying other lands which can be greened while ensuring that industrial lands are utilized for the purpose for which they are developed. So I think it would really be a win-win. We'd have to take far less land from farmers. We can use that much more efficiently and use the finance that is spared from the environmental commitment that industries need to make in order to ensure that more land gets green. So just leaving that thought with all of you in terms of in the manner that we can move forward, let me once again thank the Environment and Forest Department for having invited me to speak on this occasion and allowing me to share my thoughts with you on this occasion, and all members of the audience for a very patient hearing. Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome Mr. B. Ramesh Kumar to please address the gathering and say a few words, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon all. I am from JK representative here. I am very happy to be here. This Tamil Nadu Climate Change Department has considered us to speak some words here. And our earlier presentation, we have seen a big data here. So they are talking about the statewide big data. We are a small company that we have something we have did for Sirudulli Peruvalam Tamil Cholanga and the Madri. We have did lot of things inside the company fencing as well as the outside a little. And as a JK tire company, that we are one of the globally the lowest energy consumed industry, that is around 8.24 gigajoules per ton of tire, which is globally accepted. And our water consumption is also the India's best, at around 1.3 liters per kg of product, which we are also aiming 1 kg in another 1 or 2 years. And just mentioned in the presentation, we are 100% using TTRO water, that we are not using any blue water for the industrial purpose. Thanks to our Tamil Nadu government to facilitate us to supply the enough water. And our the green side, inside the plant we have grown around 24,000 trees in last 4 years, and we verified through the third party around 6,300 tons of CO2 the trees are absorbing. And this situation, I love to thanks our forest department. Whenever we approach them, they are very happily accepting our request and helping us. And out of the fence also, we are doing Miyawaki style of forest development with the help of state government and the village and panchayat. Our carbon emission is one of the best in industry. That means currently we are at 0.71 CO2 equivalent per ton of our product, which is the best in Indian industry. And our company is the first Greenco Platinum rated company, and also the first tire industry which got Platinum rated Green Factory Building Certificate. On top of that, the company got the global best, the British Standard Environment Award, 5-star rating, the Globe of Honor, which is the topmost award in the globally nowadays. That also we have received last year. And I thank this forum to give us this opportunity to express our achievement, which will motivate all as an individual factory, how it should be. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Do we have time to take a question? We have a request for a question. Sir? Sir, do we have time to take a question? Can we just get a mic right there, please? Here, look to where I'm pointing, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Just a small clarification to ACS Industries. So you just mentioned about the 33% greening in the industrial area, that regulatory and kind of land use is becoming difficult for the industries to expand. So we are not doing that now because I am now Mission Director for Green Tamil Nadu Mission. We have to find out 12,500 square kilometers of area in Tamil Nadu in next 10 years to reach to 33% of the forest and tree cover. And we are certainly looking for that uncultivable wastelands, agriculture areas where we can expand agroforestry. And we are also looking for 5,000 to 7,000 square kilometers of areas under those land use so that farmers can get the income and can also earn the carbon credits. And rest of the areas we are taking care, we will be meeting our targets through restoration of the degraded forest areas. So there will be no pressure on the industries as such as far as land is required, but of course, for offsetting the emissions of the industries, we would just definitely require the industries to come forward and support the afforestation program and agroforestry program under the Green Tamil Nadu Mission. That is my humble submission, sir, to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that clarification, except I think we are talking about two different 33%. You're talking about the 33% target which the state has for increasing the forest cover, whereas I'm talking about the 33% which is required under the environmental regulations for green belt of various industries. That's a present requirement. So we are talking about slightly different things. But this is precisely the point that I was trying to make, that you should actually get industries to contribute to offset their emissions and everything else. And probably a more efficient way of utilizing their contribution is rather than expecting them to create a green belt within where they are right now, because today we face this on an ongoing basis. The Sipcot Industrial Park is set up with a green belt of 33%, and then individual industries then have to, within the plots that are allotted to them, sometimes required to do 33% as well. So then it sort of cumulatively goes way beyond, and it's a suboptimal utilization of the land. We can certainly, I mean, industries I think would be more than happy to come forward to help you green the other lands, the wastelands which have been identified, and probably you can even increase the target. That is a point that I'm trying to make. Rather than do it in situ in the industrial land, do it at other locations and get a contribution. You either ask them to do it themselves or contribute into a fund, like your climate change fund or Tamil Nadu Greening Fund, and get them to do it, and you do it at different locations. So it is, I think that's the clarity that I want to bring, that we are talking about two different 33%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for bringing that much needed clarity. On that note, I'd like to welcome on stage Governing Council member, Mr. Eric Solheim, to felicitate our panelists. Thank you once again. Thank you for sharing all of the information, your viewpoints with us. I know we're a little pressed for time and we hurried both of you up. Thank you once again for cooperating with us. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please put our hands together and show some appreciation for our distinguished panelists on stage, please. Thank you so very much. We'd like to thank Mr. B. Ramesh Kumar and Thiru S. Krishnan IAS Avargal. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to session number 6, which is interaction with the members of the Governing Council. So, sir, I'm going to have to request you to make the walk right back on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 6th Executive Director of UNEP, former Undersecretary General, Mr. Eric Solheim. Thank you so very much. You've been a fabulous sport for the last few days, helping us felicitate all of our panelists. Next, we'd like to welcome on stage world-renowned economist and Padma Bhushan awardee, Mr. Montik Singh Ahluwalia. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can put our hands together for Mr. Ahluwalia on stage. We'd also like to introduce to you the coordinator for Poovulagin Nanbargal, someone who is very, very passionate about climate change. More importantly, we saw what a passionate orator he was yesterday. Give it up for Mr. G. Sundararajan. Next, we'd like to welcome on stage Chairperson, Ramco Community Services, and a philanthropist. More importantly, a very, very down-to-earth human being. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Ms. Nirmala Raja. Next, we'd like to welcome Founder Director, NCSCM, Dr. Ramesh Ramachandran, who's also an expert on coastal management. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together and give Mr. Ramesh Ramachandran a warm welcome as he joins us on the dais. And our moderator for this session is none other than our dynamic Additional Chief Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forest Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, Ms. Supriya Sahu, IAS. Welcome, ma'am. And I know we've been jumping through sessions here today just to make time, and thank you for bearing with us through all of that. So before we get started with the interaction with the Governing Council members, moderated by ACS ma'am, I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. C. Nagesh Prabhu, co-founder Sigma Environmental Solutions, to give us a short talk on biomining of legacy waste about Perungudi Dump.
I think, good afternoon everyone. We already had a video played by the Honorable Commissioner Chennai Corporation about what we were doing in the Perungudi dump site. Just to give a short brief on the Perungudi dump site reclamation project, it's one of the largest marshland reclamation project that has ever been tried in India. Upon reclamation, we would have about 255 acres of land that would be reclaimed, and it would be one of the largest dump sites where about approximately 2.5 lakh tons of RDF that could be reclaimed. When we say RDF, these are non-recyclable waste, which otherwise would have been left in the dump sites without being reclaimed. So now these RDF are used in co-processing facilities and waste energy plants. Of course, because there is a shortage of co-processing facilities and cement plants across Tamil Nadu, we've been taking it as far as Maharashtra also to clear them and co-process them. We can also say that this is just besides the Pallikarane marshland, which is now to be reclaimed as a Ramsar site. What we are trying to do here is we have got about 7,000 tons of processing capacity at one single place. This is again a record. There is no landfill mining company or a project which is doing 7,000 tons of landfill mining in one single place on an integrated model. I would also emphasize here with regard to the Tamil Nadu government's project in terms of landfill reclamation, they've always been passionate and they've been emphasizing on a near zero residue model, which is ensured that the contractors who have taken up this project rely on something called not only recycling or reusing but also called repurposing. So the inert, which is the core soil and the debris that are generated after this process, after being tested for the organic content, is used for repurposing in terms of filling up low-lying areas, as mentioned by the Honorable Commissioner, and they've been also used for reconstruction and reclamation of land. Where we can tie up with the Ministry of Environment Forest, Madam Supriya has already visited our site, is this fine soil which is generated out of the process could always be used for non-edible crops, especially for afforestation, reforestation, and could be used for converting of barren land into fertile land. So with this, I would like to close this session and just giving a complete round of thanks to the Ministry of Environment and Forest for giving me this opportunity and bringing in a lot of dignitaries over, including the FCTO UK, to the site and giving us that kind of a motivation to take up the project. Thank you very much.
That was really quick. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you to the esteemed members of the Governing Council for being here with us today. And as we are really pressed for time and we have the Honorable CM attending our function today, I would like to be very quick and brief about the questions that I need to ask to the Governing Council. So I would like to start with respected Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia. Sir, my first question is to you. And these questions, basically, I have kind of interacted with my team as well as colleagues who have come from different parts of the country. So these questions are like a collection of the thought processes that we have gone from yesterday. Sir, as the world-renowned economist, what do you think is the biggest challenge in quantifying climate impacts and financial requirements for climate action, given the fact that the action or the outcomes are not immediately visible? So it is really very difficult to convince policymakers to make adequate allocations and resources for climate change projects. So how do we make sure that we are in a better position to quantify, present, and convince them to kind of allocate the resources for climate change projects? Over to you, sir.
That's a tough question. I think the central question is, do we want to do something? And I think that the need to do something, the cost if we don't do something, this has been quite extensively documented for the world as a whole and for major regions by the IPCC. And we know that if the world as a whole doesn't contribute to combating climate change and sort of limiting the extent to which the temperature will increase above pre-industrial levels, the cost will be actually huge. We know that. That quantification is not there readily available for individual countries. But I think if once individual countries decide that they want to achieve some objective, then it's relatively easy to see what we should do. I mean, for example, in India's case, we have a national objective, reaching net zero by 2070, okay? Technically, this should be decomposed into what needs to be done in individual sectors. That has not yet been done, but certainly in the power sector, which is the single most important sector which you have to address, we have a target of 450 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy by 2030. Now, what is going to cost to achieve that is relatively easy to work out, since that is the target. I would actually say that the national target should in fact be decomposed into state-specific targets. Yesterday's Hindu, I think, announced that Kerala has announced that they are going to be 100% renewable by 2040 and net zero by 2050. Now, it's easier for Kerala to do that because their power is almost dominantly hydroelectric even to begin with. Much more difficult for Tamil Nadu because you are almost 70%, if not 80%, dependent on coal. But on the other hand, Tamil Nadu is one of our most advanced states, so people would expect that if there's a net zero target for Tamil Nadu, it would be sooner than for the country as a whole. So if you set these targets and then work out what they mean, I think the costing will come out. Part of the problem, by the way, is that these long-term targets are not very helpful because, 20, 50, 60, 70, that's a long way away. So we should actually have operational targets. What do we want to do in the country up to, say, a deadline of 2030? And if each state were to do that for the state, then I think we would be easily able to work out what needs to be done. And then the issue is, how do we get the resources to do it? And that'll have to be through some combination of private effort, government effort, international flows, both public and private. Add them all together, you can get some sort of a solution. Mind you, getting the resources is not a foregone conclusion. It's going to be very difficult. But we can only start if we set the targets and say, this is what we want to achieve, and then work out how to get there.
Thank you very much, sir. My next question is to Mr. Eric Solim. This climate summit is happening at a subnational level. Given the fact, sir, that you have done so much, you have held so many positions internationally, you have seen the action happening in so many countries. What do you think about the impact of action that we are taking at a subnational level? Does it really matter? And how do we make sure that the action being taken by the governments at the subnational level, they are resonated at the national and international level? Thank you.
Look, Tamil Nadu is bigger than most countries in the world. If Tamil Nadu was in Europe, it would have been the second biggest nation in Europe next to Russia. And Tamil Nadu has an economy at the European level. Tamil Nadu is a bigger economy and a bigger population than the vast majority of nations in the world, so of course Tamil Nadu matters. It matters a lot. And added, Tamil Nadu is very well placed to play a lead role within India. Of course, it will, even if there are political differences, it will have to happen in collaboration between the Tamil Nadu government and the central government. But within India, no other state is as well placed to play this lead role as Tamil Nadu. Because it's one of the most progressive states, one of the most dynamic states, of a very dynamic people. You have plenitude of natural resources, and you are the most developed and richest states within India if you look to the major states. So Tamil Nadu has a lead role to play both on the global and within India. And if I just may add to what the previous speaker said, I think the main issue is to change our thinking. The old thinking was that environment is a cost. It's a cost if you want to develop fast, and every nation, every state like Tamil Nadu want to develop fast. If you want to develop fast, environment is a cost. And that was true in the past. But it's not true now, because solar energy is now cheaper than coal anywhere in the world. Solar energy is by far the cheapest energy, and wind power is also much cheaper than fossil fuels. So if you go from the old fossil fuels into wind and solar, you do much better for Mother Earth. You create more and better jobs, and you create more prosperity at the same time. And just to finalize, if you look around the world, those who are successful are those who see climate, yes, as a problem for all the reasons we just heard, but also as a massive opportunity to capture market, to develop the state, to go green, to create better lives for their people. In China, President Xi has developed the slogan, "Green is gold." What does it mean? That if China is going green, and China is going green at rapid pace, they will do it by creating gold for the people. He even said that lucid mountains and lush rivers is as invaluable as mountains of gold and silver. To hammer into the people of China that going green is not to remain poor, but to move very, very fast into the future. And if you move to Europe, exactly the same. European Commission making the European Green New Deal to develop Europe by going green. United States of America, the so-called Anti-Inflation Act by President Biden to capture markets and to capture industries and to go green and to provide jobs for the American people. And exactly the same is the opportunity for India, and Tamil Nadu is front and center in that enormous opportunity for the people.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to ask Madam Nirmala, somebody who's so passionate about nature, passionate about planting trees, and given the kind of work you have done as the chairperson of the, the Ramco service group, I wanted to ask you, this passion that you have, this dedication and the commitment that you have, how do you make sure that we get it from the CSR? How do you make sure that the corporate social responsibility, which very few people, they are able to kind of channelize towards climate change, how do we make sure that we are able to convince a larger group of people and to partner with government for a more impactful climate action? Nirmala, over to you.
I'd like to first of all thank the Tamil Nadu government and Madam Secretary Mrs. Supriya for this opportunity to be on the governing council. Background is from a business community, and it's been over the last 3-4 decades a CSR culture within the business family. Recently, we've had the opportunity to actually look at the master plan for the town. And today I consider that as a beautiful opportunity where we're actually having the chance to actually implement. Most of the time we're talking about policies on paper, but here's an opportunity where we are able to give back to the community. And one can really see that amongst so many resources that one would need, you would need the knowledge, you would need the time, you would need the people, you would need the finances and materials. One thing I could see is that if the will of the people and this passion amongst providing opportunities where everyone can collaborate and come together for a common purpose, I think even those huge tasks which we think is impossible and we really think it's a dream can actually come down into problem solving into small themes, and you get everyone involved in it. So my I think experience which I'm feeling right now is how does one actually bring people together, bring resources together, bring minds together. And if this can happen for a common purpose, I think there's a lot that we can achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sundar, yesterday we heard you talk very passionately about people and climate literacy. You are someone who is always talking about the simplification of the climate information, simplification of climate data. Because rightly so, you think that unless people understand what is in for them, they will not be able to contribute, and without people's participation, there can never be a successful program if it is to be implemented by the government. So my question to you is, what do you think should be our strategy? Because when we talk about communities in India, it's not easy to work with communities. It's not a homogeneous society that we have. There are so many divisions, there are so many challenges. That's why it's very difficult for a government to engage with the community at a deeper level. What could be a strategy now that the governing council is there, that now that you are a part of it? What would you recommend to the government? How do we engage community fruitfully in our action?
Thank you. So, as I said yesterday, ma'am, this stage is built because people were there in the last 10, 15 years standing on the roads and asking for climate action. Maybe they will not know what climate action means, but they meant that. What do you think that today, a few hours back, Odandurai Panchayat President Shanmugam spoke? Isn't it climate action? Odandurai should be Tamil Nadu's first climate resilient village, right? He has done so much. The village has become self-reliant in power and many other things. So there's a lot of talent available, there's a lot of knowledge available, and there's a lot of will and also the they are ready to come and work with the government in implementation schemes. Maybe they will not know about climate action or climate mission, but for them it is their safeguarding of their livelihoods. So my request to the government is to engage more, with all the civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, movements, because, as you said rightly, it is a very, very diverse population. It is not only the farmers, it is not only the fisher folks, it is not only the small traders, it is not only anybody, it's a whole homogeneous society. So if we have to reach out to every one of them, there are a lot of civil society groups, organizations, youth groups, political groups, social movements who have been working with the people for the past so many decades. In the last 30, 40, 50 years, Tamil Nadu has seen rise of so many political, social, environmental, and farmer groups and farmer organizations. There are a lot of people who would want to work, in trying to bridge the gap between the people and the government. So there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of will. The will has to come from the government side. The government has to readily accept that there's a knowledge and talent and the commitment of the grassroots groups and people who are ready to change whatever for the betterment of the society, to safeguard their livelihoods and to safeguard the environment. For example, the fisher folks that we have met in the last couple of decades, they are very worried about their fish catch coming down drastically, especially in the near shore. So now they have to go on deep sea fishing. So they are able to understand the problems of that. So we'll have to engage those groups, we have to engage those organizations to build. See, as I said, right, yesterday, like, it is not the job of us. The government alone cannot do it. The civil society groups alone cannot do it. So it is like, everybody coming together and pulling the cart. Tamil la solvom, oor goodi ther lukadhu solvom. Oor goodi dhaan ther lukano. Not one person or not one part of the government or not one part of this society can do it. It is the complete, we all have to come together and ensure that these schemes and targets reach the people using the different ways and means of communication. This is what I would like to make.
Very well said, Sundar. And Dr. Ramesh, as someone who has worked very closely with government, that is Government of India, state governments, all state governments, you have worked within your capacity as the former director of NCSCM, the premier center for sustainable coastal management in the country. I personally have also worked with you very closely on this entire mission and all that, and I would like to thank you for your inputs. My question to you, and I'm asking on behalf of everybody, is that while we see the national institutes as people who are, a repository of information, but how state governments can make use of this information to incorporate in their plans? So, like, just to give an example, being a coastal state, you have helped us in preparing a kind of a coastal mapping and a coastal plan. But how do you think we can engage more meaningfully with all the information that institutes of this capacity they have? How is it possible for us to partner more effectively to identify the problems and come out with solutions? Would you like to comment on that, please?
Thank you, madam. I just wanted to tell you that I've been involved with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change almost for the last 15 to 20 years and at different capacities, and also working with all the 13 coastal states and UTs. As a scientist, when I looked at the coastal policies and coastal regulation, I could see that there are large gaps in order to use the policy in a more meaningful way. So I thought I can spend some time in making those rules and regulation, which is much more easily understandable, and we can come up with some sort of a clear roadmap. So that has helped us to prepare all these maps, including the hazard line for the entire country, whereas the erosion accretion lines, all those sorts of things, which is directly useful for policy making. Whenever I go to the ministry, and in many occasions I told that Tamil Nadu is the only one state where I could see that climate change is taken into the far ahead. So we are actually in a very far ahead stage in terms of handling the climate change. In the last couple of days, the excellent discussions what we had, we are talking about the climate change, And one thing which we have been missing is the ocean. So ocean is a part of the climate system. For example, ocean gives about 50% of the oxygen we breathe. So you just imagine the 2 breaths we take, one breath, what breath you are taking is from the oceans. So that is the amount of ocean which gives us so much of support. And also we know the CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions which we are emitting, oceans absorbs nearly 25 to 30% of the CO2 has been absorbed. So there is an absorbed capacity is also there. When you reach a point, then the impact starts. For example, the oceans, we have the ocean acidification, we do have the pollution and many other things are happening. So I think what I would say that ocean is a system which has to be included and which has to be done in a very systematic way. For example, we've been promoting the restoration of the coastal ecosystems. The mangrove, for example, I can give an example. And recently we prepared also a mangrove management, which the Niti Aayog has taken up. And there will be a mangrove mission for the entire country, in which we had to see how the mangrove has been promoted. There are many aspects. One aspect I would like to say that mangrove is able to sequester almost 7 to 8 times more than the forest which you can do it in the tropical area. Similarly, we are talking about the seagrass and the salt marsh and the coral reef. And how do you, these are the soldiers on the coast which is going to protect us from some of the storm surges which we are facing frequently. I think when you look at the entire climate system, we are looking at the coastal management and we are how to use the resources more sustainably. What the government of India is looking at the blue economy, and I think Tamil Nadu has to look at the blue economy and the efficiency of the coastal resources in a much more meaningful way. That way I could think I can help you with that.
Thank you very much. I think we are running short of time, so I would like to open the forum for questions to our members. But before I do that, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome amongst us Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who has joined us in this summit. And I would like to ask a question to Dr. Soumya. One question that everybody is asking and one doubt that everybody has, after COVID, you have been somebody who has been fighting this, from WHO side, and in your personal capacity, also you have been taking so much of interest. In today's world, after COVID, we see the zoonotic diseases impacting and being a very important part of the entire climate change strategy. What would you like to advise? What is your advice to the state government as to what should we be doing when we talk about One Health and climate change? What are your thoughts on that? Would you like to please comment?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Supriya. Good afternoon, everyone. I think you raised a very important point, and I wanted to also say that the impact of climate change on health is one of the main reasons why we should be acting on it urgently, because ultimately it's going to impact us, it's going to impact humanity, it's going to impact our health, and ultimately our survival as a species. And unfortunately, that has already started. It's already impacting people's health in many different ways, including what you just mentioned. The fact that a lot of deforestation, biodiversity loss, increasing urbanization leads to increasing chance of zoonotic infections. Viruses and other bacteria and rickettsies that normally live in animal species have a much greater chance now of jumping into humans. And this is what happened with the SARS-CoV-2. We still don't know exactly what pathway it followed, but it's clear that it probably arose from bats and then through some intermediate animal it came into humans. This is likely to happen more in the future. So we have emerging and re-emerging infections. And at the same time, we have diseases like dengue and Zika and other vector-borne diseases, which are going to expand in their scope. Earlier, they were limited to fewer tropical areas. Today, we see dengue affecting populations that normally did not have. The same will happen with malaria also. And then you're going to have the direct impacts of climate change, like the heat, particularly for a country like India, for South Asia, the increasing heat stress, heat waves, particularly in our urban environments, is going to, there are estimates that, there'll be 250,000 additional deaths a year globally due to the heat impact. And these are only the direct impacts. And then you have through the impact on agriculture, reducing yields, leading to undernutrition and so on. I think the positive thing is that many of the drivers of climate change are also the drivers of poor health. And by addressing one, you can automatically have benefits on the other. I'll just give you a couple of examples. Air pollution is one. Air pollution is coming because of all of the activities through industry, through transport, and through agriculture. Air pollution is, I think, probably I would say is the biggest environmental threat to our health today. Any city you take in India, including Chennai, many cities don't have good monitoring systems, so we don't know what the PM 2.5 and PM 10 levels are. But cities that have good monitoring system, you find that none of our cities have an air quality which are within the WHO acceptable range. So this is something we need action on, but the same things we were talking about today in terms of greening the energy sector as well as industry, making changes in agriculture, will actually reduce pollution and will help our health. A second win-win is, for example, moving into climate-smart agriculture, growing more millets and consuming more millets is definitely good for our health and is also good for the environment. And another example is increasing cycling and walking areas, green spaces in urban environments, which will reduce emission, because we heard yesterday, I think the number of cars on the road, the rate at which it's growing is unsustainable. So apart from public sector, I would definitely like to walk and cycle if I could, but it is very difficult to do that, But I think so those kind of efforts which will help the environment and help human health, we can prioritize some of those. But finally, I would like to say that, when we think today, it's all about One Health. And I think that recognition that animal environment and human health are so closely interlinked. The case was made by the pandemic. So in the future, we have to think of it as one. We have to think of monitoring the health of all the three sectors and an integrated approach to surveillance, where we are looking at animal diseases, we are looking at human diseases, and we're also looking at things like wastewater or environmental surveillance to sort of get an idea of what is happening in our environment. So I would like to congratulate Tamil Nadu government actually for taking up this in such a serious way and sort of could be a pathfinder also. I think a district level or even a sub-district level assessment and a map of vulnerabilities, sensitivities and adaptation strategies, because it will depend, whether you're talking about a coastal area or an arid area or a tribal forested area, the strategies may have to be slightly different. So a detailed map, if it is prepared, I think that can actually be the roadmap for action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I think we have time only for maybe 2 quick questions addressed to our governing council members. So if I can see if there are questions. I'll ask, someone at the back, please. Yes, please. Yeah. The gentleman at the back, please. Just give the mic.
Hi everyone, my name is Chandra Kumar. I'm a co-founder of a firm called ClimeUp, which focuses on the climate tech. So this is regarding, thank you so much, and I'm very proud standing here. So the question that I have, I think may be slightly irrelevant for this forum, but maybe I hope someone could answer. So we did a MOU with KCT, Kumaraguru College of Technology, a couple of days back. Now, what we have understood when we are having discussions with industries as well as institutions, there is a serious gap in terms of their understanding, and I think it has to boil down to curriculum. The reason one is because the future leaders are there sitting in the college, right? And I think currently the EVS study or the paper that they have is actually a scoring mechanism for them to increase their scores. So is there any effort that been planned or probably proposed to ensure that the curriculum agenda side of it is also met, so that when the stipulated time hits, we have enough talents to get this up and running instead of having only the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Deepak, I will pass over you. You have already spoken yesterday. I think we'll give chance to others. Yes, please, that side. At the back, yes, please.
Hi, ma'am. My question is, instead of investing in new EV buses, why not we change our old buses into EV? It's any problem in that? Refurbishing the old buses. Next question.
Anyone else? I will get back to you on that. Anyone else would like to ask? Dr. Nambi? Dr. Indumati Nambi, please. Mike, can we get the mic to her?
My question is about innovations and entrepreneurship in the area of climate science and climate technologies. A lot of push is being given to entrepreneurship in our country and in the state. So are there any specific programs from the ministry towards promoting first research and then translating research into startups, climate startups or any environment startups?
Thank you. I think I would like to come back to my council members and ask if anybody would like to respond. Yes, please. Sundar?
The gentleman who asked about curriculum, climate change being included in curriculum. The government of Tamil Nadu's climate mission has a specific area where we talk about climate literacy. Climate literacy is not just one more addition of book. Climate literacy means people will study physical sciences about climate change, biology about climate change, chemistry about climate change. So entire curriculum will be made, will be ensured that there will be subjects on climate change on each of those subjects that the students will learn, either in schools or in colleges. There will be additional booklets that will come out. It is not just the students, it is the entire society that will be covered under the climate literacy program. I think probably yesterday we had a discussion on that. So climate literacy will cover all students, youth, women's group, civil society organizations, NGOs, industry, trade bodies. Everybody will be covered under the legislative members. Everybody will be covered under the climate literacy. Schools and colleges are an important target. Definitely things will start rolling out in the coming months, coming weeks.
Thank you very much, Sundar. Anyone else would like to take up? Yes.
There are great questions. Just a couple of comments on electric vehicles. I think in the end, all buses will be electric in the world in the next 10 years. Nearly all cars will be electric. The change can happen very fast. In my nation, Norway, 90% of all new cars are now electric because of government policies which change the market into electric. And when government takes the lead, the market responds and everyone starting buying an electrical vehicle. But we have to admit that when it comes to electric buses, China is far ahead of anyone else. 98 or maybe even 99% of all electric buses in the world are running on Chinese roads. There are more electric buses in one Chinese city called Shenzhen, which is the high-tech city of China. There are more electric buses in Shenzhen than in the entire world outside China combined. So look to China for leadership and inspiration, but this is now happening at fast speed also in India. There is an entity in Delhi led by a person called Mrs. Acharya. They are now making bulk purchases of electric buses to bring down the price and help all the companies, the transport companies all over India to buy the buses from them because prices are much, much lower. So in the next few years, you will see electric buses everywhere in India as the dominant form of transportation. And one other comment, why I very much share the view that climate change must be brought into the curriculum of schools in a better way. I think at the end, it's more about society. Because you cannot learn all this in school, it's learning in the daily life. And here I think we environmentalists should look into ourselves, put up a big mirror and ask, are we presenting the environmental message in the right form? Very often, frankly, the environmental message is presented in a way which appeals to intellectuals, not to the ordinary man. Very often it's very much on the negative side, setting out all the scary propositions for what will happen, rather than the enormous opportunities for a better life, protecting the beautiful nature, or having better health. We cannot scare, and very often, frankly, we are moving ahead with very complicated and very boring PowerPoint presentations, which people out there are not really taking to heart. Let us also change our ways. Set out this message much more as a message of hope, a much more positive message, a much more joyful message, and much more people-centered environment way of campaigning, like you said over there. We must be people-centered, otherwise we will fail. But if we do that, I'm sure we can make environment the main issue of the 21st century, and we can aim at every nation becoming an ecological civilization in this century.
Thank you very much, sir. If there are no more responses from the Governing Council, I think we are also kind of late for lunch. So I would like to thank our Governing Council members, deep gratitude to all of them. I would like to thank each and every one of you. We would now break for lunch. And may I request, because we have a function where Honorable Chief Minister is going to come and launch the mission. That will begin sharp at 5 in the evening today. So I request all of you to quickly finish your lunch and kindly hang around. And I think everybody can assemble here at about 4:15, and they have to be seated definitely by 4:20, 4:25, so that all security checks, etc., everything is completed well before time. Yeah. So, but before we disperse for lunch, I would once again thank the Governing Council members, and I request that mementos be presented, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for our Governing Council members and our Additional Chief Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forest Department, Ms. Supriya Sahu. Thank you, Mr. Solheim. I'm sure everyone's going to take it to heart, your message about people-centric messaging going forward, and we're looking forward to that. Thank you once again. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to remind you all that we have a session at 5 p.m. with the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We're requesting you all to please stay back, enjoy our hospitality. I know lunch is a little bit late, but we promise you it's incredibly yummy. So make sure your tummies are full and you head right back inside, and you all gather around here around 4:15, and we'll see you again for our next session. Thank you so very much. Have a good afternoon.
Check. Test. Check 1. Test. Check. Check. Test 1. Check.
காக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திரும்பியந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
லாஸ்ட்ல தான் இது
Please, you got the final film? Huh. Can you play the film? We'll do the rehearsal, just 5 minutes. Huh? Starting la? So after rehearsal, you can go. Can you play the film? Okay, so if it is loading, then I request the Honorable Chief Minister, girls please be ready. I request the Honorable Chief Minister to kindly launch the Tamil Nadu mission by unveiling the mission document. Yeah. Give it to me. You stand there, Deepak. Give it to me. Yeah. You take it. Yeah. You go. You quickly go. You quickly go. Yeah. I request other copies to be brought, please. You have to bring 1, 2, 3. Copies ange irukkude. You go back and bring 3 copies and give to all the people there. Okay, we'll do this again. We'll do this again. Now I request, please listen. Now I request the Honorable Chief Minister to kindly, launch the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission by unveiling the mission document. Give it to me. I'll give it to CM. Unveil. Meanwhile, you will. So there have to be 2 people. Because ange 2 பேர் இருக்காங்க. In the side 2 people. 1 more person is required. This is done. Now I request Honorable Chief Minister to kindly hand over the letter of engagement. Ange irukudhu avangulukku. Letter of engagement to Dr. Nambi from WRI. Huh? Yeah, the next one is Dr. Venkataramanan. Yeah, please come.
Launch of special initiative.
No, I'm just saying that. Yes. Please come. Letter of engagement. No, so you have to come from here. So kindly be seated here in front. The front 2. Yeah. Front 2 seats, huh? Hello. Kindly be seated in the front 2 seats. நீங்க எடுத்துருங்க. எடுத்துட்டு please you can go out like that. Yeah. Madam, you can come. Deepak, next one. Deepak, next announce. Next. हो गया ना?
World Resource Institute.
हो गया, that is there. Then, no, one more. Third one we are giving to?
NCSC.
And Dr. Purvaja. You will come. So what they are saying that CM will give it to you, just open it for a photo. And then you can go like that. But kindly both of you be, 3 of you, Dr. Nambi also be seated here. Sorry, but it has, this rehearsal has to be done. It's good, no? This is how you take it and then you go. Yeah. So Deepak, you will bring it and you will go back. No, they can directly bring it. They can directly bring. Girls can directly bring it. Okay, that is done. Then what else? Yeah. I request, அது முடிச்சாச்சு. I request Honorable Chief Minister, ரெண்டு தானே பண்றாங்க, to kindly launch these special initiatives. Please bring it. E-flyer, special initiatives. Can we have them?
Along with the document, he is launching 3 initiatives.
Okay, because it's getting late and I want them to go and have lunch. Okay, as let Sahitya come, so I will say Anevarukkum Vanakkam. Anevarukkum Vanakkam. I request you to kindly stand for Tamil Thai Valthu. She's coming. She's in the washroom. I request you to kindly stand up for Tamil Thai Valthu. Yes, you can start.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெளிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடர் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Yeah, Nandri, I was doing your part. Okay. I request that they may go and have their lunch and come back. Okay?
Check. Ma'am, we can, ma'am, we'll finish national anthem also once. Now itself you finish national anthem one more.
Tamil Thai Valthu, you go to the next.
I'll go to the next, or are they doing national anthem?
They will do internally. You can go ahead.
சிறப்புமிக்க இவ்விழாவில் தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் சுற்றுச்சூழல் கால்நிலை மாற்றம் மற்றும் வனத்துறையின் கூடுதல் தலைமை செயலாளர் திருமதி சுப்ரியா சாஹூ IAS அவர்களை வரவேற்புரை ஆற்ற வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம். இப்பொழுது கூடுதல் தலைமை செயலாளர் திருமதி சுப்ரியா சாஹூ அவர்களை மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்க அழைக்கிறோம்.
1 minute. First is memento. Okay. Give her a memento. No tray. She has to carry like that. Okay. Ma'am will stand in the exact position now. We will have, ma'am, we will have a person there, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I will be there.
தற்போது மாண்புமிகு வனத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்குவார்கள்.
Basically, yeah. So what it is decided is, one starts from this side, the second one will come that side. So alternate one. That's how we progressed yesterday. Yeah. But anyways, minister no only no sir. Okay, so sir will. Okay, so you have to give it to the last chair. Last chair.
அடுத்ததாக தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தின் திட்ட இயக்குனர் திரு தீபக் பில்கி அவர்களை வனத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்குவார்கள். நினைவு பரிசு வழங்க அழைக்கிறோம்.
So one, yes ma'am.
Next minister ma'am. அடுத்ததாக தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை sorry one second. அடுத்ததாக மாண்புமிகு நீதி மற்றும் மனிதவள மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கப்படும். That is done. மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுச்சூழல் காலநிலை மாற்றம் இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்குவார்கள். That will be done. அடுத்ததாக திரு மான்டிக் சிங் ஆலுவாலியா அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கப்படுகிறது. The switch has happened as all the ministers are on your side, sir. I will change that. அடுத்ததாக திரு எரிக் சொலீம் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கப்படுகிறது.
So 1 this side, 2, 3, 4 that side, 5, 6 this side.
நன்றி. Mr. Montik Singh Ahluwalia is an Indian economist and civil servant who was the Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission of India. A Padma Bhushan awardee, he has been a key figure in the Indian economy policy. He currently holds the position of Distinguished Fellow at the Center for Social and Economic Progress, a New Delhi-based think tank. I now request Mr. Ahluwalia to please address the gathering on this special occasion. Thank you, sir. Mr. Eric Solim was the 6th Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme and former Under-Secretary General to the United Nations. Was also the Norwegian Minister for Environment and International Development. He is currently an International Green Ambassador serving on the boards of Green Hydrogen Organization and International Hydropower Association, along with the World Research Institute, a strong believer in Tamil Nadu and its growth story. We're proud to have him on the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Governing Council, and I request Mr. Solheim to address the august gathering. இப்பொழுது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்று தொடங்கி வைக்க உள்ள திட்டங்கள் தொடர்பான குறும்படத்தை இப்பொழுது பார்க்கலாம்.
ஃபைல் ஆடியோ செக் பண்ணுங்க மறுபடியும். ஓகே, நவ அனௌன்ஸ்மென்ட் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல இருந்து பண்ணுங்க.
இப்பொழுது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்று தொடங்கி வைக்க உள்ள திட்டங்கள் தொடர்பான குறும்படத்தை இப்பொழுது பார்க்கலாம்.
பல துறைகளிலும் முன்னோடியாக விளங்கி வரும் தமிழகம் நகரமயமாக்குதல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றங்களால் ஏற்படக்கூடிய விளைவுகளை எதிர்கொள்ள செயல்படுத்தப்படும் திட்டங்களிலும் முன்னோடியாக திகழ்கிறது. இம்முயற்சியின் முதற்கட்டமாக தமிழ்நாடு பசுமை காலநிலை நிறுவனம் தொடங்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. இதனுள் தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தின் மூலம் காலநிலை மாற்றங்களால் ஏற்படும் விளைவுகளை கட்டுப்படுத்தவும் எதிர்கொள்ளவும் நடவடிக்கைகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும். மேலும் பசுமை தமிழ்நாடு இயக்கத்தின் மூலமாக காடுகளின் வளத்தை பேணி காக்கவும் அவற்றின் பரப்பளவை அதிகரிக்கவும் நடவடிக்கைகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும். தமிழ்நாடு ஈரநிலை இயக்கத்தின் கீழ் சதுப்பு நிலங்களும் நீர்நிலைகளும் பாதுகாக்கப்படும். காலநிலை மாற்ற பாதிப்புகளில் இருந்து இயற்கை செல்வங்களை பாதுகாக்கும் நோக்கத்துடன் தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கம் சிறந்த நிபுணர்களை கொண்டு அமைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. முன்னதாகவே சுற்றுச்சூழலுக்கு தீங்கு விளைவிக்கும் நெகிழி பயன்பாட்டை தவிர்க்கும் பொருட்டு மாநிலம் முழுவதும் மீண்டும் மஞ்சப்பை விழிப்புணர்வு பிரச்சாரம் வெற்றிகரமாக செயல்படுத்தப்பட்டு வருகிறது. காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தின் கீழ் புதுப்பிக்கவல்ல எரிசக்தியின் உற்பத்தி தமிழகத்தில் மேம்படுத்தப்படும். மேலும் பிரதான நகரங்களில் காலநிலைக்கு பாதிப்பு ஏற்படுத்தாத வகையில் பேருந்துகள் நவீனமயமாக்கப்படும். காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கு ஏற்ப திறன்மிகு கிராமங்கள் உருவாக்கப்பட்டு அவற்றில் பசுமை பள்ளிகள், சூரிய சக்தி பயன்பாடு, கழிவுநீர் மேலாண்மை, மழைநீர் சேகரிப்பு மற்றும் நெகிழி பயன்பாடு தவிர்த்தல் ஆகிய வழிகாட்டுதல்கள் அமையப்பெறும். பசுமை புராதன சின்னங்கள் திட்டத்தின் மூலம் கோயில் குளங்கள் மற்றும் தோட்டங்களின் மறுசீரமைப்பு பணிகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும். இவ்வாறாக காலநிலை மாற்ற சீர்கேடுகளில் இருந்து மக்களை பாதுகாக்கும் வகையில் தமிழக அரசு இயற்கை வளங்களை பேணிக் காத்து அரணாக நிலைநிறுத்தும் என்பது உறுதியாகின்றது.
இப்பொழுது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக சுற்றுச்சூழல், கால்நிலை மாற்றம், இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு சிவா வி மெய்யநாதன் அவர்களை உரையாற்ற பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
After Shafan, film முடிஞ்சோனே end slideக்கு வந்து first start slide வந்து backdrop. Only then you will have to go for live or anything.
திரு சிவா வி மெய்யநாதன் அவர்கள்.
Next flyers ready பண்ணிங்க.
இப்பொழுது மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான ஆவணத்தை வெளியிடுமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
Remote ஆவணமா? No, sorry. Button.
No, mission document. Mission document.
Okay, books. அதான் நீங்க கையில வச்சிருக்கிறது தான் கரெக்ட் தான்.
மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான ஆவணத்தை வெளியிடுமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
பவித்ரா, நீங்க நேரா சிஎம் டேபிளுக்கு வந்துருங்க. நீங்க பேரலலா பின்னாடி ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு அங்க வந்து நின்றுங்க. மத்தவங்க கொடுத்தோன்னா உடனே நீங்க கொடுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடுங்க. That's what. அப்ப first procedure itself will follow. Okay, same. Parallelly, immediately.
Come in. Start giving it to everybody else. Please come in. நாட்டின் பசுமை வளர்ச்சிக்கான சீர்மிகு காலநிலை கிராமங்கள், பசுமை பள்ளிகள், பசுமை தோன்மங்கள் ஆகிய 3 திட்டங்களை துவங்கி வைக்க மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை பணிவுடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
3 திட்டங்கள் சொல்லும் போதே நீங்க நடக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க. Flyers. இல்ல மறுபடியும் ரிஹர்சல் மறுபடியும் ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல இருந்து பண்ணுங்க. Come back.
ஆடியோ இருக்கா?
We can put a normal music, ma'am, like award music or something. Award music இதுக்கு மேட்ச் பண்ணீங்க.
So நான் one more time படிக்கலாமா? So we can cue that,
பாருங்க.
இன்னொரு தடவை பண்ணலாமா? கொஞ்சம் டிலேடா இருந்தது ப்ளீஸ்.
நீங்க 3ன்னு சொல்லும்போது ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுங்க.
நாட்டின் பசுமை வளர்ச்சிக்கான சீர்மிகு காலநிலை கிராமங்கள், பசுமை பள்ளிகள், பசுமை தோன்மங்கள் ஆகிய 3 திட்டங்களை துவங்கி வைக்க மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை பணிவுடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
Backdrop.
இப்பொழுது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் அவர்கள் பின்வரும் புரிந்துணர்வு கடிதங்களை வழங்குவார்கள். அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் ஆற்றல் கல்வி மையத்தின் பேராசிரியர் மற்றும் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் எம் வெங்கட்ராமன் அவர்களிடம் பசுமை புதைவு திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். காலநிலை மீள்தன்மை குழு WRI இந்தியாவின் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் நம்பி அப்பாதுரை அவர்களிடம் திறன்மிகு கிராமங்களுக்கான திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். திறன்மிகு கிராமங்களுக்கான திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். Dr. Nambi is here for rehearsal. தேசிய கடலோர நிலைத்திட்ட மேலாண்மை மையத்தின் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் பூர்வஜா ராமச்சந்திரன் அவர்களிடம் நீலக்கொடி கடற்கரைகளுக்கான திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். So that's done. That's 3 letters of engagement. Next is the CM. காலநிலை மாற்றத்தின் தாக்கங்களுக்கு தீர்வு காணும் வகையில் பசுமை தமிழ்நாடு இயக்கம், ஈரநிலங்களுக்கான இயக்கம் மற்றும் தற்போது தொடங்கப்பட்ட காலநிலை மாற்றத்துக்கான இயக்கம் என முத்தான 3 திட்டங்களை நிறுவி தமிழ்நாட்டில் பசுமை பரப்பி அதிகரிக்கவும் பல்வேறு செயல் திட்டங்களை நடைமுறைப்படுத்தி தரவும் தங்கத் தமிழ் மகன் நமது மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை சிறப்புரையாற்ற வருமாறு பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
So one more rehearsal now. Jeevitha, நீங்கள் ரெடியாக இருந்துங்க. So this is what it is. Host is first time, first வந்து memento. ஓகேங்களா? So it starts from Jeevitha, second Pavitra, and then other girl should come. Again Pavitra, then again Jeevitha. For all the other next 2.
மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கம் தொடக்க விழா மேடைக்கு வரவேற்பதில் பெருமிதம் கொள்கிறோம். அனைத்து மாநிலங்களுக்கும் வழிகாட்டியாக இந்தியாவிலே முதன்முறையாக தமிழ்நாட்டில்தான் மாநில அளவில் காலநிலை மாற்றம் தொடர்பான உச்சி மாநாடு நடத்தப்படுகிறது. We welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu on the occasion of the Tamil Nadu Climate Mission launch, a first of its kind summit in all of India with Tamil Nadu leading the way. தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து பாட தமிழ்நாட்டு அரசு இசைக் கல்லூரி மாணவிகளை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். அனைவரையும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். Please stand for the Tamil Thai Varthu. Please kindly rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu presented by the students of the Government Music College.
நீராரும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் பெக்கனமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனர் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனகே தமிழனகே முன் சீரிலமை திறம்பியந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. You may all please be seated. சிறப்புமிக்க இவ்விழாவில் தமிழ்நாட்டு அரசின் சுற்றுச்சூழல் கால்நிலை மாற்றம் மற்றும் வனத்துறையின் கூடுதல் தலைமை செயலாளர் திருமதி சுப்ரியா சாஹூ IAS அவர்களை வரவேற்பு உரையாற்ற வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம். கூடுதல் தலைமை செயலாளர் திருமதி சுப்ரியா சாஹூ அவர்களை மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்க அழைக்கிறோம். அடுத்ததாக தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தின் திட்ட இயக்குனர் திரு தீபக் பில்ஜி அவர்களை வனத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்க அழைக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் மனிதவள மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்க அழைக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுச்சூழல் காலநிலை மாற்றம் இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்குவார்கள். அடுத்ததாக திரு மான்டிக் சிங் ஆலுவாலியா அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கப்படுகிறது. அடுத்ததாக திரு எரிக் சோல்ஹீம் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கப்படுகிறது. Thank you. Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia is an Indian economist and civil servant who is the Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission of India. A Padma Bhushan awardee, he's been a key figure in the Indian economy policy. He currently holds the position of Distinguished Fellow at the Center for Social and Economic Progress, a New Delhi-based think tank. I request Mr. Ahluwalia to please address the gathering on this special occasion. Thank you, sir. Mr. Eric Solheim was the 6th Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme and former Under-Secretary General to the United Nations, and was also the Norwegian Minister for Environment and International Development. He's currently an International Green Ambassador serving on the boards of Green Hydrogen Organization and International Hydropower Association along with the World Research Institute. A strong believer in Tamil Nadu and its growth story. We're proud to have him on the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Governing Council, and I request Mr. Solheim to address the august gathering. இப்பொழுது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்று தொடங்கி வைக்க உள்ள திட்டங்கள் தொடர்பான குறும்படத்தை இப்பொழுது பார்க்கலாம்.
பல துறைகளிலும் முன்னோடியாக விளங்கி வரும் தமிழகம் நகரமயமாக்குதல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றங்களால் ஏற்படக்கூடிய விளைவுகளை எதிர்கொள்ள செயல்படுத்தப்படும் திட்டங்களிலும் முன்னோடியாக திகழ்கிறது. இம்முயற்சியின் முதற்கட்டமாக தமிழ்நாடு பசுமை காலநிலை நிறுவனம் தொடங்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. இதனுள் தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தின் மூலம் காலநிலை மாற்றங்களால் ஏற்படும் விளைவுகளை கட்டுப்படுத்தவும் எதிர்கொள்ளவும் நடவடிக்கைகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும். மேலும் பசுமை தமிழ்நாடு இயக்கத்தின் மூலமாக காடுகளின் வளத்தை பேணி காக்கவும் அவற்றின் பரப்பளவை அதிகரிக்கவும் நடவடிக்கைகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும். தமிழ்நாடு ஈரநிலை இயக்கத்தின் கீழ் சதுப்பு நிலங்களும் நீர்நிலைகளும் பாதுகாக்கப்படும். காலநிலை மாற்ற பாதிப்புகளில் இருந்து இயற்கை செல்வங்களை பாதுகாக்கும் நோக்கத்துடன் தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கம் சிறந்த நிபுணர்களை கொண்டு அமைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. முன்னதாகவே சுற்றுச்சூழலுக்கு தீங்கு விளைவிக்கும் நெகிழி பயன்பாட்டை தவிர்க்கும் பொருட்டு மாநிலம் முழுவதும் மீண்டும் மஞ்சப்பை விழிப்புணர்வு பிரச்சாரம் வெற்றிகரமாக செயல்படுத்தப்பட்டு வருகிறது. காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தின் கீழ் புதுப்பிக்கவல்ல எரிசக்தியின் உற்பத்தி தமிழகத்தில் மேம்படுத்தப்படும். மேலும் பிரதான நகரங்களில் காலநிலைக்கு பாதிப்பு ஏற்படுத்தாத வகையில் பேருந்துகள் நவீனமயமாக்கப்படும். காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கு ஏற்ப திறன்மிகு கிராமங்கள் உருவாக்கப்பட்டு அவற்றில் பசுமை பள்ளிகள், சூரிய சக்தி பயன்பாடு, கழிவுநீர் மேலாண்மை, மழைநீர் சேகரிப்பு மற்றும் நெகிழி பயன்பாடு தவிர்த்தல் ஆகிய வழிகாட்டுதல்கள் அமையப்பெறும். பசுமை புராதன சின்னங்கள் திட்டத்தின் மூலம் கோயில் குளங்கள் மற்றும் தோட்டங்களின் மறுசீரமைப்பு பணிகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும். இவ்வாறாக காலநிலை மாற்ற சீர்கேடுகளில் இருந்து மக்களை பாதுகாக்கும் வகையில் தமிழக அரசு இயற்கை வளங்களை பேணி காத்து அரணாக நிலைநிறுத்தும் என்பது உறுதியாகின்றது.
மாண்புமிகு தமிழக சுற்றுச்சூழல், காலநிலை மாற்றம், இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு சிவ வி மெய்யநாதன் அவர்களை உரையாற்ற பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம். அடுத்ததாக மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான ஆவணத்தை வெளியிடுமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். I now request the Honorable Chief Minister to kindly release the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission document on this historic occasion. I now request the Honorable Chief Minister to launch and unveil the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission document. Okay. Okay, I will change that in writing. It will end with Anbudan Ketukolgirom. So that's where it will. I'll tell you the exact sentence. I'll work. I'll rewrite that and I'll do that. I haven't rewritten it yet, ma'am. Rewrite it. Give me a second. Okay. I now request the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu to launch the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission by unveiling the document. நாட்டின் பசுமை வளர்ச்சிக்கான சீர்மிகு காலநிலை கிராமங்கள், பசுமை பள்ளிகள், பசுமை தோன்மங்கள் ஆகிய 3 திட்டங்களை துவங்கி வைக்க மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை பணிவுடன் அழைக்கிறோம். இப்பொழுது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் அவர்கள் பின்வரும் புரிந்துணர்வு கடிதங்களை வழங்குவார்கள். அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் ஆற்றல் கல்வி மையத்தின் பேராசிரியர் மற்றும் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் எம். வெங்கட்ராமன் அவர்களிடம் பசுமை புதைவு திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். காலநிலை மீள்தாண்மை குழு WRI இந்தியாவின் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் நம்பி அப்பாதுரை அவர்களிடம் திறன்மிகு கிராமங்களுக்கான திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். தேசிய கடலோர நிலைத்திட்ட மேலாண்மை மையத்தின் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் பூர்வஜா ராமச்சந்திரன் அவர்களிடம் நீலக்கொடி கடற்கரைக்கான திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். காலநிலை மாற்றத்தின் தாக்கங்களுக்கு தீர்வு காணும் வகையில் பசுமை தமிழ்நாடு இயக்கம், ஈரநிலங்களுக்கான இயக்கம் மற்றும் தற்போது தொடங்கப்பட்ட காலநிலை மாற்றத்துக்கான இயக்கம் என முத்தான 3 திட்டங்களை நிறுவி தமிழ்நாட்டில் பசுமை பரப்பை அதிகரிக்கவும் பல்வேறு செயல் திட்டங்களை நடைமுறைப்படுத்தி வரும் தங்கத் தமிழ்மகன் நமது மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை சிறப்புரையாற்ற வருமாறு பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
இப்போ நீங்கள் கேமராவில் ஃபீட் கொடுங்க. Feed with subtitle. Subtitle. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு ஸ்க்ரீன் ஒன் வச்சிங்களா? அந்த ஸ்க்ரீன் எஸ். இப்போ நடுவில் எல்இடியில் ஒரு இமேஜ் வந்துச்சு, ஃப்ரீஸ் இமேஜ். என்ன வச்சிருக்கீங்க பாருங்க. கேமரா டீம் ஏதோ ஃப்ரீஸ் இமேஜ் ஏதாவது வச்சிருக்காங்களா பாருங்க. கேன் யூ ஷோ தட்? இது வரக்கூடாது. இது வரக்கூடாதுங்க. தட் ஷுட் நாட் கம் நோ மேம். டைரக்ட்லி இல்லை ஓகே, லீவ் இட். we will not play it. Okay, that should not come. No ma'am, actually what has happened is we'll have a free screen for camera person. That guy has kept that old image. It's not from the video. So we have changed it. So the freeze image for camera should be backdrop da. Kamesh, Shafan please parunga, freeze image maathirunga. Keep a subtitle position ma'am. Ma'am, this is how the scroller subtitle will work. Scroller is working, subtitle. So can we have it like this, or again like how we played the video we'll put? Theriyadu ma'am. Ama ma'am. So can you just lift the subtitle content little more? It can come above this floral. அப்பதான் தெரியும். இந்த ஃப்ளாரலுக்கு மேல ரன் பண்ணுங்க. It's okay, no problem. Okay, Sahitya next.
நன்றியுரையாற்ற சுற்றுச்சூழல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றம் துறையின் இயக்குனர் திரு தீபக் எஸ் பில்கி IFS அவர்களை அழைக்கிறோம். தேசிய கீதத்திற்காக அனைவரையும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். We request you all to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
இந்த விழாவிற்கு வருகை தந்து சிறப்பித்த தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களுக்கும் மற்றும் அரசு உயர் அதிகாரிகளுக்கும் மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
A small information for everyone who is sitting inside the auditorium. You're all asked to go for a security check outside once, please. Everyone. Requesting everyone to go for the security check. We are holding the venue, stage, everything for a security final check. The security check is kept just outside.
நமது மதிப்பிற்கும் மரியாதைக்குரிய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இவ்விழா அரங்கிற்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கிறார். மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை வருக வருக என பலத்த கைத்தட்டலுட வரவேற்கிறோம். இந்த நிகழ்விற்கு வருகை புரிந்துள்ள அமைச்சர் பெருமக்கள், அரசு உயர் அதிகாரிகள், வெளிநாட்டு தூதரக அதிகாரிகள், தொழில் அதிபர்கள், பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடக நண்பர்கள் ஆகியோரையும் வருக வருக என வரவேற்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கம் தொடக்க விழா மேடைக்கு வரவேற்பதில் பெருமிதம் கொள்கிறோம். அனைத்து மாநிலங்களுக்கும் வழிகாட்டியாக இந்தியாவிலேயே முதன்முறையாக தமிழ்நாட்டில்தான் மாநில அளவில் காலநிலை மாற்றம் தொடர்பான உச்சி மாநாடு நடத்தப்படுகிறது. We welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu on the occasion of the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission launch, a first of its kind summit in all of India with Tamil Nadu leading the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu presented by the students of the Government Music College. Tamil Thai Varthu பாட தமிழ்நாடு அரசு இசைக் கல்லூரி மாணவிகளை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். அனைவரையும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் பெக்கனமும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடன திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனகே தமிழனகே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
சிறப்புமிக்க இவ்விழாவில் தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் சுற்றுச்சூழல், கால்நிலை மாற்றம் மற்றும் வனத்துறையின் கூடுதல் தலைமை செயலாளர் திருமதி சுப்ரியா சாஹூ IAS அவர்களை வரவேற்புரையாற்ற வருமாறு அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
மாண்புமிகு முதல் அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு வணக்கம். இங்கே வந்திருக்கின்ற Honorable Minister for Forest அவர்களே, Honorable Minister for Finance and Human Resources Management அவர்களே, Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change, Youth Welfare and Sports Development அவர்களே, Honorable Minister for Information அவர்களே, Honorable Minister for Higher Education அவர்களே, respected Governing Council members Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, respected Governing Council member Thiru Eric Solim அவர்களே, Thiru Muzammil Abbas PCCF அவர்களே, Mission Director Climate Change Thiru Deepak Bilgi அவர்களே, Tamil Nadu Governing Council members, Tamil Nadu Wildlife Board members, officers of the Government of Tamil Nadu, national and international agencies, representatives of non-governmental organizations, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எனது வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். With a coastline that runs across 14 out of 38 districts of the state, covering about 1,076 kilometers, a beautiful state with an incredible biodiversity, where both Western and Eastern Ghats meet, is further enhanced by new initiatives like 2 new bird sanctuaries at Nanjarayan and at Kaduveli, a new elephant reserve at Agastyamalai, India's first slender loris sanctuary, India's first dugong conservation reserve, 13 new Ramsar sites, and a project to protect Nilgiri Tar, the state animal of Tamil Nadu, India's first government-owned climate company, the Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company, Green Tamil Nadu Mission, Wetlands Mission, 38 district missions for climate change, and DFOs as the first climate officers. All this has been made possible in such a short period of time only due to the deep commitment and unwavering support of the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We are extremely grateful to you, sir. Tamil Nadu once again marks today what it has always done: be a pioneer and lead the way. On the occasion of the launch of another pioneering initiative, the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission by the Honorable Chief Minister, I welcome you all on this momentous occasion. Nandri Vanakkam.
அடுத்ததாக கூடுதல் தலைமை செயலாளர் திருமதி சுப்ரியா சாஹூ அவர்களை மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்க அழைக்கிறோம். அடுத்ததாக தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தின் திட்ட இயக்குனர் திரு தீபக் பில்கி அவர்களை மாண்புமிகு வனத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்குவார்கள். தற்போது மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் மனிதவள மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்க அழைக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுச்சூழல், காலநிலை மாற்றம், இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்குவார்கள். அடுத்ததாக திரு மான்டிக் சிங் ஆலுவாலியா அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கப்படுகிறது. திரு எரிக் சோலீம் அவர்களுக்கு நினைவு பரிசு வழங்கப்படுகிறது. Mr. Montik Singh Ahluwalia is an Indian economist and civil servant who is the Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission of India. A Padma Bhushan awardee, he's been a key figure in the Indian economy policy. He currently holds the position of Distinguished Fellow at the Center for Social and Economic Progress, a New Delhi-based think tank. I request Mr. Ahluwalia to please address the gathering on this special occasion. Sir, if you'd please.
Honorable Chief Minister, sir, ministers, fellow members of the Governing Council, ladies and gentlemen. So may I begin by thanking you for appointing me to your Governing Council. I was really very honored to receive the invitation. Climate change is possibly the most important problem facing us, and to be part of the effort launched by India's leading state to come to grips with this problem is a great honor. We had a very productive meeting yesterday and today where we got a good sense of how the different ministries and departments are trying to integrate climate change concerns in their work. And I'm quite sure that that's an excellent start, but it is, of course, a very long haul. The national target that has been set is to go to net zero by 2070. Tamil Nadu is one of the leading states, ahead of most of the other states in the country, so quite possibly the expectation would be that Tamil Nadu would do even better. And I think Tamil Nadu can, because we do have in the state the capacity to get this done. Perhaps what we need to do, and I'm sure that as the mission takes off, you will yourself set more precise targets for each of the sectors, and not just long-term targets, but shorter-term or medium-term targets. I think each department needs to know what is it expected to deliver by, say, 2030, so that you can monitor progress towards that end. So with those words, thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity, and I look forward to working closely with the Governing Council as the climate change mission takes form and shape. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Eric Solim was the 6th Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme and former Under-Secretary General to the United Nations, and was also the Norwegian Minister for Environment and International Development. He is currently an International Green Ambassador, serving on the boards of Green Hydrogen Organization and International Hydropower Association, along with the World Research Institute. A strong believer in Tamil Nadu and its growth story. We're very proud to have him on the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Governing Council, and I now request Mr. Solim to address the august gathering.
Honorable Chief Minister, Ministers, hello everyone, Vanakkam, Tamil Nadu. I'm so sorry that I cannot address you in the beautiful Tamil language, maybe the oldest language on planet Earth, but in next life I promise to teach myself Tamil. But today, thank you. Today in English, this is such a wonderful day. This is indeed a world first. I'm traveling quite a lot in the world and not aware of any nation or any major state which has established a climate council under the chief minister of the state, and at the same time a climate change company. It will be a climate change fund and a climate change mission for the state. This is wonderful, and it's world first, and I'm sure it will inspire many other states in India and nations outside India. What I really liked from today's the two last days of deliberations is that we did not really focus on all the problems of climate change. It was the can-do spirit. How can Tamil Nadu benefit from going green? How can Tamil Nadu create jobs in green tourism, green agriculture, renewable energies, all the enormous opportunities for going green, creating better life, more jobs, really creating a 1 trillion economy, which is the vision of the chief minister, and creating a 1 trillion economy by going green. That's a huge opportunity for Tamil Nadu, and that's what we try to explore here today. And maybe a commercial company got it best. That is Ola, the car rental company or car sharing company. They have set up a beautiful, green, clean facility, creating electric scooters in the northern part of Tamil Nadu, employing 2,000 young Tamil women. But I like the slogan. It says, Tesla for the West, Ola for the rest. Of course, meaning that right here in Tamil Nadu, you will be able to produce cheaper and better for the world, and by that, creating jobs for the people of Tamil Nadu. And let no one tell you that what happens here is not significant. I just looked into the statistics. If Tamil Nadu was a separate nation, it will be the 20th biggest nation in the world. It will compete with Germany on that position. And that is significant. My nation now is 5 million people, half of Chennai, but we consider ourselves significant for the world. And of course, Tamil Nadu is much more important for the world, added it's a big industrial economy. Let me point to two major opportunities for Tamil Nadu. One, let's jointly make Tamil Nadu the green powerhouse of India. Tamil Nadu has the biggest potential of wind power anywhere in India, and it's a large potential. It has a massive potential for solar power. It can use its rivers by pumped storage as a battery for this, and through all this, Tamil Nadu can be a green hydrogen superpower, providing jobs locally, but green energy to the world. And I will be happy to help out on this, trying to attract international investors into this. And when Tamil Nadu get the policies right, I'm sure there will be a huge amount of people who will come here to explore the opportunities and for the benefit of the state of Tamil Nadu and the world. And the other great opportunity was very well set out by my friend Supriya Sahu. And I like to thank her, because without her this event would not have happened. We need the leadership for the political leaders. We need all you, but we also need some people who really dedicated, organize an event and lead us through it. And thank you so much for what you have done. That's brilliant. But you said Tamil Nadu is a fantastically beautiful place. Tamil Nadu has now embarked upon an elephant, just in the last years, elephant sanctuary, bird sanctuaries, dog sanctuary, slender lion, slender, what's it called? This animal, slender something, and sanctuary, and a number of wetlands. This is such a varied place from the point of view of nature, such a beautiful place, and that's of course also an enormous economic opportunity, because tourism is today probably the biggest job creator on planet Earth. So going green, showing the beauty of the state of Tamil Nadu will also be an opportunity to attract even more tourists and create even more jobs. Added, I will be happy to do whatever I can to make sure that Tamil Nadu get the carbon credits which should be coming from this, because all these green activities should qualify for global carbon credits. Finally, if we want to make Tamil Nadu or any part of the world green, we need to create a people's movement. Sometimes we environmentalists try to bore people into action. Sometimes we try to scare people into action. Sometimes we make it very complicated for people to understand us. But if we want to make Tamil Nadu and the world green, let's set out going green as a huge opportunity for better lives and more jobs, at a joyful thing, at a from the heart thing, protecting the nature of this beautiful state, simply a positive message which will resonate with people. We just listened today to the leader of one of the panchayats in Coimbatore. He spoke so passionately, so beautifully. I could feel it even if I didn't understand all his words in Tamil, about how he engaged the people in his panchayat for going green and making the panchayat a green panchayat. And you, Chief Minister, you have spearheaded, sorry for my Tamil, the Nanjal Pie movement, green, yellow bag movement, which is a way of engaging with the people. People become engaged when you make simple slogans and engage them in environment action, and that's exactly what we mean. So thank you so much. I'm so honored to be, I think, as the only non-Indian on the Climate Council of Tamil Nadu, as a friend of India and as a friend of Tamil Nadu, and I will do whatever I can to promote Tamil Nadu as the green state of India and a global frontrunner on renewable energies and a green future and ecological civilization in the 21st century. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Solim. We will now be screening a short film on the climate change initiatives in Tamil Nadu. இப்பொழுது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்று தொடங்கி வைக்க உள்ள திட்டங்கள் தொடர்பான குறும்படத்தை இப்பொழுது பார்க்கலாம்.
பல துறைகளிலும் முன்னோடியாக விளங்கி வரும் தமிழகம் நகரமயமாக்குதல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றங்களால் ஏற்படக்கூடிய விளைவுகளை எதிர்கொள்ள செயல்படுத்தப்படும் திட்டங்களிலும் முன்னோடியாக திகழ்கிறது. இம்முயற்சியின் முதற்கட்டமாக தமிழ்நாடு பசுமை காலநிலை நிறுவனம் தொடங்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. இதனுள் தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தின் மூலம் காலநிலை மாற்றங்களால் ஏற்படும் விளைவுகளை கட்டுப்படுத்தவும் எதிர்கொள்ளவும் நடவடிக்கைகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும். மேலும் பசுமை தமிழ்நாடு இயக்கத்தின் மூலமாக காடுகளின் வளத்தை பேணி காக்கவும் அவற்றின் பரப்பளவை அதிகரிக்கவும் நடவடிக்கைகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும். தமிழ்நாடு ஈரநிலை இயக்கத்தின் கீழ் சதுப்பு நிலங்களும் நீர்நிலைகளும் பாதுகாக்கப்படும். காலநிலை மாற்ற பாதிப்புகளில் இருந்து இயற்கை செல்வங்களை பாதுகாக்கும் நோக்கத்துடன் தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கம் சிறந்த நிபுணர்களை கொண்டு அமைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. முன்னதாகவே சுற்றுச்சூழலுக்கு தீங்கு விளைவிக்கும் நெகிழி பயன்பாட்டை தவிர்க்கும் பொருட்டு மாநிலம் முழுவதும் மீண்டும் மஞ்சப்பை விழிப்புணர்வு பிரச்சாரம் வெற்றிகரமாக செயல்படுத்தப்பட்டு வருகிறது. காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தின் கீழ் புதுப்பிக்கவல்ல எரிசக்தியின் உற்பத்தி தமிழகத்தில் மேம்படுத்தப்படும். மேலும் பிரதான நகரங்களில் காலநிலைக்கு பாதிப்பு ஏற்படுத்தாத வகையில் பேருந்துகள் நவீனமயமாக்கப்படும். காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கு ஏற்ப திறன்மிகு கிராமங்கள் உருவாக்கப்பட்டு அவற்றில் பசுமை பள்ளிகள், சூரிய சக்தி பயன்பாடு, கழிவுநீர் மேலாண்மை, மழைநீர் சேகரிப்பு மற்றும் நெகிழி பயன்பாடு தவிர்த்தல் ஆகிய வழிகாட்டுதல்கள் அமையப்பெறும். பசுமை புராதன சின்னங்கள் திட்டத்தின் மூலம் கோயில், குளங்கள் மற்றும் தோட்டங்களின் மறுசீரமைப்பு பணிகள் மேற்கொள்ளப்படும். இவ்வாறாக காலநிலை மாற்ற சீர்கேடுகளில் இருந்து மக்களை பாதுகாக்கும் வகையில் தமிழக அரசு இயற்கை வளங்களை பேணிக் காத்து அரணாக நிலைநிறுத்தும் என்பது உறுதியாகின்றது.
மாண்புமிகு தமிழக சுற்றுச்சூழல், காலநிலை மாற்றம், இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு சிவ வி மெய்யநாதன் அவர்களை உரையாற்ற பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
அறத்தான் வருவதே இன்பம், மற்ற எல்லாம் புறத்த புகழும் இல என்கின்ற வள்ளுவனின் வாக்கிற்கேற்ப வள்ளுவம் சொல்லும் அறமும் பாரதி கூறும் அன்பையும் மனதில் இருத்தே ஓரறிவான புல் பூண்டு முதல் ஆறறிவான மனிதன் வரை எல்லாம் என்புற்று இருக்க அல்லும் பகலும் அயராது உழைத்து தமிழ்நாட்டின் வளர்ச்சிக்காக பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை நிறைவேற்றி கொண்டு இந்த தமிழ்நாடு கால்நடை மாற்ற இயக்க தொடக்க விழாவிற்கு வருகை தந்து தமிழ்நாடு கால்நடை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தை தொடங்க வைக்க இருக்கின்ற திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியினுடைய தலைவர் மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை உங்கள் சார்பாக வருக வருக என வரவேற்கின்றேன். இந்த விழாவில் கலந்து கொண்டு சிறப்பு சேர்த்திருக்கின்ற மாண்புமிகு தமிழக வனத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், மாண்புமிகு தமிழக நிதி அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், மாண்புமிகு உயர்கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், மாண்புமிகு தமிழக செய்தித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் மற்றும் இந்த விழாவில் கலந்து கொண்டு சிறப்பு சேர்த்திருக்கின்ற இயற்கையை பாதுகாப்பதில் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்ற சமூக ஆர்வலர்கள், இந்த விழாவை ஒருங்கிணைத்து நடித்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அரசு முதன்மை செயலாளர் மரியாதைக்குரிய திருமதி சுப்ரியா சாகு ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களுக்கும் மற்றும் இந்த தொடக்க விழாவில் கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற பெரியவர்கள், நண்பர்கள், சமூக ஆர்வலர்கள், பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடகத்துறை நண்பர்கள் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எனது மாலை வணக்கத்தை அன்போடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்ற ஒரு சில வாரங்களில் ஒரு கருத்தினை எடுத்து வைத்தார்கள். தரணியில் மக்கள் வாழ்வதற்கு மிகச்சிறந்த மாநிலமாக தமிழ்நாட்டை மாற்றி காட்டுவேன் என்கின்ற அந்த கருத்தை எடுத்து வைத்த மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இந்த சுற்றுச்சூழல் துறை என்பதை மாற்றி சுற்றுச்சூழல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றத்துறை என்று பெயர் மாற்றம் செய்ததோடு மட்டுமல்ல, இன்றைக்கு அதிலே பல்வேறு மாற்றங்களை மேற்கொண்டு ஒரு ஆட்சி என்பது மனித இனத்தை பாதுகாப்பதற்கு மட்டுமல்ல, இந்த மண்ணில் வாழ்கின்ற விலங்கினங்கள், பறவைகள், பல்லுயிர்கள், ஒட்டுமொத்த இயற்கையை பாதுகாப்பதற்கு ஒரு அரணாக இருக்கின்ற இந்தியாவில் எந்த தலைவரும் செய்யாத பணியை மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் மேற்கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அதனுடைய தொடக்கம்தான் தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கம். இந்த இயக்கத்தை தொடங்கிவிட்டு உடனடியாக 500 கோடி ரூபாய் நிதியினை ஒதுக்கீடு செய்தது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் என்பதை நான் உங்களுக்கு பெருமையோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இந்த முதற்கட்டமாக 2022-23 ஆண்டில் 77 கோடி ரூபாய் ஒதுக்கீடு செய்து இதிலே தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய அதிகமான நீளமான கடற்பை கொண்ட மாநிலம் தமிழ்நாடு. கிட்டத்தட்ட 1076 கிலோமீட்டர். இந்த 1076 கிலோமீட்டர் என்ற அந்த கடற்கரை பகுதியில் இருக்கின்ற 14 மாவட்டங்களில் 500 கிலோமீட்டர் தொலைவு பகுதியில் கடல் அரிப்பிலிருந்து கடல் பகுதியிலிருந்து பாதுகாப்பதற்காக பயோசீல்டு என்கின்ற முறையில் அந்த பகுதியிலே பனை மரங்கள், நம்மளுடைய நாட்டு மரங்களான வேப்ப மரங்கள், புங்க மரங்களை நடவு செய்து அந்த கடற்பரப்பை பாதுகாப்பது முதல் பணி. அடுத்த கட்டமாக இந்த காலநிலை மாற்றத்தால் ஏற்படக்கூடிய பாதிப்புகள் மிகப்பெரிய அச்சுறுத்தலை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அந்த அடிப்படையில் இந்த பள்ளிகளில் இருக்கின்ற பள்ளிகள் அத்தனை பசுமை பள்ளியாக மாற்றுவதற்கு முதல் கட்டமாக 25 பள்ளிகளை தேர்வு செய்து அந்த பள்ளிகள் முழுவதும் பசுமையான போர்வையோடு அங்கிருக்கின்ற பகுதிகளில் மின்சாரத்தை தேவையில்லாமல் சோலார் மூலமாக அந்த பள்ளிக்கு தேவையான மின்சாரத்தை பெற்று அங்கே காய்கறி முதல் அனைத்து பணிகளும் மேற்கொண்டு அந்த பள்ளி வளாகத்திலே பிளாஸ்டிக் இல்லாத வளாகமாக மாற்றுவது. அதற்கு அடுத்தபடியாக மிக மிக முக்கியமான திட்டம் ஸ்மார்ட் வில்லேஜஸ் என்கின்ற காலநிலை மாற்றத்துக்கான அந்த கிராமங்களை உருவாக்க இருக்கிறோம். அதிலே முதல் கட்டமாக பிச்சவரம், குற்றாலம், கொடைக்கானல், ஏற்காடு, ஊட்டி போன்ற முக்கியமான பகுதிகளில் அங்கே அந்தந்த பகுதிகளில் இருக்கின்ற அந்த சிறப்பு கிராமங்களாக தேர்வு செய்யப்பட்டு அந்த கிராமம் முழுவதுமாக பிளாஸ்டிக் பயன்படுத்தாது. அந்த பகுதியிலே பெட்ரோல் டீசல் வாகனங்கள் பயன்படுத்தப்பட மாட்டாது. அப்படி முதல் கட்டமாக அந்த இயற்கை பாதுகாப்பதற்கான திட்டங்கள், இப்படி எண்ணற்ற திட்டங்கள் மூலமாக இதிலே தொடங்க இருக்கிறோம் என்பதை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இந்த உலகம் என்பது ஒரே ஒரு பூமி, ஒரே ஒரு இயற்கை. அந்த ஒரே ஒரு இயற்கையை பாதுகாப்பதற்காக நாம் மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் உலகில் எந்த தலைவரும் எடுக்காத முயற்சியை தமிழ்நாட்டில் எடுத்து வெற்றி கண்டிருக்கிறார் என்பதை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். எப்படி இந்தியாவிற்கும் உலகத்திற்கும் சமூக நீதியை எடுத்து செல்கின்ற மாநிலமாக தமிழ்நாடு இருக்கிறதோ, அதே போல சுற்றுச்சூழலை, காலநிலை மாற்றத்தை பாதுகாப்பதில் உலகத்திற்கு உணர்த்துகின்ற மாநிலமாக மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்றைக்கு மாற்றி காட்டியிருக்கிறார். நாம் ஒவ்வொரு இடத்திலும் அந்த மாற்றம் தொடங்க வேண்டும். இந்த விழாவின் மூலமாக நான் ஒரே ஒரு செய்தி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டை பசுமை தமிழகம் என்கின்ற திட்டத்தை உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறார். 260 கோடி மரங்களை தமிழ்நாட்டில் 10 ஆண்டுகளில் நடவு செய்வதற்கான திட்டங்களை உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறார். அதனுடைய முக்கிய நோக்கம் அரசின் மூலமாக மட்டும் முடியாது. ஒவ்வொருவரும் நாம் அந்த பணிகளை மேற்கொண்டு மரங்களை நடவு செய்ய வேண்டும். மனிதன் வாழ்வதற்கு ஆக்சிஜன் மிக மிக முக்கியமானது. அந்த ஆக்சிஜன் யாரெல்லாம் சுவாசிக்கிறோமோ அத்தனை பேரும் தயவு செய்து ஒரு மரத்தை நட்டு தமிழகத்தை காப்பாற்றுங்கள் என கேட்டு தந்த வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான ஆவணத்தை வெளியிட்டு தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்றம் இயக்கத்தினை துவங்கி வைக்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். நாட்டின் பசுமை வளர்ச்சிக்கான சீர்மிகு காலநிலை கிராமங்கள், பசுமை பள்ளிகள், பசுமை தோன்மங்கள் ஆகிய 3 திட்டங்களை துவங்கி வைக்குமாறு மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை பணிவுடன் அழைக்கிறோம். இப்பொழுது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதல்வர் அவர்கள் பின்வரும் புரிந்துணர்வு கடிதங்களை வழங்குவார்கள். அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் ஆற்றல் கல்வி மையத்தின் பேராசிரியர் மற்றும் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் எம் வெங்கட்ரமணன் அவர்களிடம் பசுமை புத்தாய்வு திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். காலநிலை மீள்தாண்மை குழு WRA இந்தியாவின் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் நம்பி அப்பாதுரை அவர்களிடம் திறன்மிகு கிராமங்களுக்கான திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். அடுத்ததாக தேசிய கடலோர நிலைத்திட்ட மேலாண்மை மையத்தின் இயக்குனர் முனைவர் பூர்வஜா ராமச்சந்திரன் அவர்களிடம் நீலக்கொடி கடற்கரைகளுக்கான திட்டத்தின் கடிதத்தினை வழங்குவார்கள். நன்றி. காலநிலை மாற்றத்தின் தாகங்களுக்கு தீர்வு காணும் வகையில் பசுமை தமிழ்நாடு இயக்கம், ஈரநிலங்களுக்கான இயக்கம் மற்றும் தற்போது தொடங்கப்பட்ட காலநிலை மாற்றத்துக்கான இயக்கம் என முத்தான 3 திட்டங்களை நிறுவி தமிழ்நாட்டில் பசுமை பரப்பை அதிகரிக்கவும் பல்வேறு செயல் திட்டங்களை நடைமுறைப்படுத்தி வரும் தமிழகத்தின் தங்க மகன் நமது மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை சிறப்புரையாற்ற வருமாறு பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கிறோம்.
அன்புள்ள தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தினுடைய தொடக்க விழா நிகழ்ச்சியில் பங்கேற்று சிறப்பித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் பெருமக்கள், பொன்முடி அவர்களே, சாமிநாதன் அவர்களே, வனத்துறை அமைச்சர் ராமச்சந்திரன் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் மனிதவள மேலாண்மைத்துறை அமைச்சர் முனைவர் பழனிவேல் தியாகராஜன் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுச்சூழல் காலநிலை மாற்றத்துறை மற்றும் இளைஞர் நலன் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் மெய்யநாதன் அவர்களே, இந்திய திட்டக்குழுவினுடைய முன்னாள் துணைத் தலைவரும் பொருளாதார நிபுணருமான திரு மாண்டேக் சிங் அலுவாலி அவர்களே, ஐக்கிய நாடு சபையினுடைய சுற்றுச்சூழல் திட்ட செயல் இயக்குனர் திரு எரிக் சோலிம் அவர்களே, மாநில திட்டக்குழுவுடைய துணைத் தலைவர் ஜெயரஞ்சன் அவர்களே, சுற்றுச்சூழல் காலநிலை மாற்றம் மற்றும் வனத்துறை கூடுதல் தலைமைச் செயலாளர் திருமதி சுப்ரியா சாஹ் ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, முதன்மை தலைமை வன பாதுகாவலர் திரு சையத் முஜ்மில் அப்பாஸ் அவர்களே, தமிழ்நாடு காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தினுடைய திட்ட இயக்குனர் திரு தீபக் பெல்லி அவர்களே, காலநிலை மாற்றத்துறையினுடைய வல்லுநர்களே, பூவுலக நண்பர்கள் சுந்தரராஜன் உள்ளிட்ட சுற்றுச்சூழல் ஆர்வலர்களே, அரசு உயர் அலுவலர்களே, பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடகத்துறையை சார்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய மாலை வணக்கத்தை மகிழ்ச்சியோடு நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். தமிழ்நாட்டுக்காக மட்டுமல்ல, இந்தியாவுக்காக மட்டுமல்ல, உலகத்தின் நன்மைக்காக இந்த வரலாற்று முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்த மாநாடு ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது. இயற்கைக்கு எல்லை இல்லை, இயற்கைக்கு வரையறை இல்லை. இயற்கை என்பது அனைவருக்கும் பொதுவானது. இயற்கையை காக்க வேண்டிய கடமையும் அனைவருக்கும் உரியது என்கின்ற அந்த அடிப்படையில் இந்த மாநாடு ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது. இது இந்தியாவுக்கான பிரச்சனை மட்டுமல்ல, இது உலகளாவிய பிரச்சனை. அரசாங்கம் மட்டுமே தீர்த்துவிடக்கூடிய பிரச்சனை அல்ல. அதனால்தான் நார்வே நாட்டை சார்ந்த எரிக் சோலிம் இந்திய திட்டக்குழுடைய முன்னாள் துணைத் தலைவர் மாண்டேக் சிங் அலுவாலே அவர்கள் அனுசாரா உறுப்பினர்களும் இணைந்து இது ஒரு மாநாடாக நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இன்றைக்கு ஐநா அமைப்பாக இருந்தாலும் உலகின் பல நாடுகளாக இருந்தாலும் ஒரே ஒரு பிரச்சனை பற்றித்தான் அனைவரது கவலையும், அதுதான் காலநிலை மாற்றம். மானுடத்தின் மிக முக்கிய பிரச்சனையாக காலநிலை மாற்றம் என்பது இருக்கிறது. இதனை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு மிக முக்கிய பிரச்சனையாக கருதுகிறது என்பதை ஆட்சிக்கு வந்தது முதல் நான் தொடர்ந்து சொல்லி வருகிறேன். அதனால்தான் இந்தியாவிலேயே மற்ற மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு முன்மாதிரியாக காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தை துவக்கி வைப்பதில் நான் பெருமை அடைகிறேன். இதனை வரலாற்று கடமையாக மட்டுமல்ல, எனது வாழ்க்கை கடமையாகவும் நான் பார்க்கிறேன். நிலம், தீ, நீர், வளி, விசும்புடு ஐந்தும் கலந்த மயக்கம் உலகம் என்று தொல்காப்பியம் தொடங்கி நீரின்றி அமையாத உலகம் என்ற வள்ளுவம் வரை சூழலை போற்ற வேண்டியதன் தேவையை 2000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பே வலியுறுத்தியது தமிழ் சமூகம். அதனால்தான் அந்த பாதையில் நமது அரசு இன்று செயல்பட்டு வருகிறது. உங்களை நீங்கள் எப்படி அடையாளப்படுத்திக் கொள்வீர்கள் என்று தந்தை பெரியாரிடம் கேட்டபோது நான் இயற்கை மனிதன் என்று சொன்னார். செயற்கையான அடையாளங்கள் எதுவும் எனக்கு கிடையாது என்றார். மானுட பற்று மட்டுமே எனக்கு உண்டு என்று சொன்னார். அத்தகைய இயற்கை மனிதர்களாக, மானுட பற்று மட்டுமே கொண்டவர்களாக நாம் வாழ வேண்டும். வாழ்ந்தால் எந்த பிரச்சனையும் இல்லை என்பதை நமக்கு இயற்கை உணர்த்தி கொண்டே இருக்கிறது. அதிகமான வெயில், அதிகமான மழை, காலம் தவறி பெய்யக்கூடிய மழை, மழை பெய்யாமலே போவது, அதிகப்படியான வெப்பம், வெள்ளம், சுனாமி, நிலநடுக்கம், நிலச்சரிவு, புதிய புதிய நோய்கள், உடல்நலமும் மனநலமும் பாதிக்கப்படுவது, உணவுப் பொருள் தட்டுப்பாடு, மண்வளம் குறைதல், காற்று மாசுபடுதல், இவை அனைத்து அதிகமாக ஏற்படுவதை இன்று கவனித்து வருகிறோம். பெங்களூர், சென்னை மட்டுமல்ல, உலகளவில் பல பெருநகரங்களில் ஏற்படும் வெள்ளம், தெலுங்கானாவில், உத்தரகாண்டில் மேக வெப்ப வெடிப்பால் ஏற்பட்ட உயிரிழப்புகள், கேரளாவில் ஏற்படக்கூடிய நிலச்சரிவுகள் என எல்லா பக்கமும் நாம் பேரிடர்களை சந்தித்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். வளிமண்டலத்தில் உள்ள கார்பனின் அளவு அதிகரித்ததால் காரணமாக புவியின் வெப்பநிலை அதிகரித்து காலநிலையில் பல்வேறு மாற்றங்கள் நிகழ்கின்றன. இதன் காரணமாக மனிதர்கள் மட்டுமில்லாமல் பல்லுயிர்களும் பாதிக்கப்படுகின்றன. இந்த பாதிப்பின் விளைவுகளைத்தான் நேரடியாக கண்டு வருகிறோம். இவை நமக்கு மட்டுமல்ல, அனைத்து மாநிலங்களுக்கும் அனைத்து நாடுகளுக்குமான பிரச்சனை. காலநிலை மாற்றத்தை உலகம் எதிர்கொள்ள, அதன் தாக்கத்தை மாசுபடுத்த, அதை மட்டுப்படுத்த 2050ஆம் ஆண்டுக்குள் கார்பன் சமநிலையை எட்ட வேண்டும் என்று பல்வேறு பன்னாட்டு ஆய்வுகளும் உச்சி மாநாடுகளும் அறிவுறுத்தி இருக்கின்றன. கடந்த ஆண்டு கிளாஸ்கோ நடைபெற்ற உச்சி மாநாட்டில் கலந்து கொண்ட இந்திய பிரதமர் அவர்கள் இந்தியா வரும் 2070ஆம் ஆண்டிற்குள் கார்பன் சமநிலையை எட்டிவிடும் என்று அறிவித்திருந்தார். இது எவ்வளவு தீவிரமான பிரச்சனை என்பதைத்தான் பிரதமரின் உரையும் உணர்த்துகிறது. கடந்த ஆண்டு கழக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்றதும் பல முன்னெடுப்புகளை அறிவித்து செயல்படுத்த ஆரம்பித்துள்ளது. இந்தியாவில் வேறு எந்த மாநிலமும் முன்னெடுக்காத பல்வேறு செயல்களை நமது திராவிட மாடல் அரசு மேற்கொண்டு வருகிறது. துறையின் பெயரை சுற்றுச்சூழல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றுத்துறை என்று அறிவித்தோம். தமிழகத்திற்கான காலநிலை திட்டத்தை அறிவித்தோம். நிதிநிலை அறிக்கையில் அதற்கு 500 கோடியை ஒதுக்கியிருக்கிறோம். தமிழ்நாடு பசுமை இயக்கத்தின் மூலம் தமிழகத்தின் காடுகளின் பரப்பளவை 21 விழுக்காட்டிலிருந்து 32 விழுக்காடாக அடுத்த 10 ஆண்டிற்குள் உயர்த்த திட்டங்கள் நடைமுறைப்படுத்தப்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. இந்த திட்டத்தை சில மாதங்களுக்கு முன்னர் நான் துவக்கி வைத்தேன். இதுவரை 2.8 கோடி மரக்கன்றுகள் பதியம் போடப்பட்டு அவற்றை நடும் பணிகள் துவங்கப்பட்டுள்ளன. இந்த திட்டம் தமிழ்நாட்டின் பசுமை போர்வை அதிகரிப்பதோடு மட்டுமில்லாமல் கார்பனை உள்வாங்கவும் பயன்படும். பொதுவாகவே வெப்பமண்டல நாடுகளில் உள்ள காலநிலையை பருவங்களை கவனிப்பது கடினம். இதற்காகவே அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் காலநிலை ஸ்டுடியோ ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டுள்ளது. தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கென தனியான மாதிரிகளை உருவாக்கவும் அதற்கான ரேடார்களை அமைக்கவும் 10 கோடி ரூபாயை ஒதுக்கி திட்டங்களை முன்னெடுத்திருக்கிறோம். ஒரு மாநிலத்தை கார்பன் சமநிலையை எட்டிய மாநிலமாக அறிவிக்க வேண்டுமெனில் அந்த மாநிலத்தில் உள்ள அனைத்து பகுதிகளும் கார்பன் சமநிலையை அடைய வேண்டும். தமிழ்நாட்டில் உள்ள 10 கிராமங்களை மீள்தன்மையுடைய கிராமங்களாக மாற்றுவதற்கு திட்டம் இன்று துவக்கப்படுகிறது. காலநிலை மாற்றம் குறித்து பள்ளி, கல்லூரி மாணவர்கள், தொழில் முனைவோர் என சமூகத்தின் அனைத்து மக்களுக்கும் கொண்டு சேர்க்க காலநிலை அறிவு இயக்கத்தை கிளைமேட் லிட்ரஸி தமிழகத்தில் செயல்படுத்த போகிறோம். அதற்கான அறிவிப்புகள் விரைவில் வெளிவரும். கடல் அரிப்பை தடுக்கவும் கடற்கரையின் பல்லுயிரத்தை பேணவும் பனை மரங்களை நடும் திட்டம் செயல்படுத்தப்படும். பல்லுயிரத்தை பாதுகாப்பதை இந்த அரசினுடைய முக்கிய கடமையாக கருதுகிறோம். கடந்த பல ஆண்டுகளாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் ராம்சார் அங்கீகாரம் பெற்ற ஒரே ஒரு சதுப்பு நிலம்தான் இருந்தது. அதை நாங்கள் 13ஆக உயர்த்தியுள்ளோம். அருகி வரும் உயிரினங்களான கடல் பசு, தேவாங்கு உள்ளிட்ட உயிரினங்களை பாதுகாக்க காப்பகங்களை ஏற்படுத்தியுள்ளோம். இந்த அனைத்து திட்டங்களை ஒருங்கிணைக்க இந்தியாவிலேயே முதல் முறையாக தமிழ்நாடு கிரீன் கிளைமேட் கம்பெனி உருவாக்கப்பட்டு இவற்றை தமிழக அரசு செயல்படுத்தி வருகிறது. மக்கள் கடைகளுக்கு செல்லும்போது வீட்டிலிருந்தே பைகளை எடுத்து செல்ல வேண்டும், பிளாஸ்டிக் பைகளை தவிர்க்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்கான குறியீடாக மீண்டும் மஞ்சப்பை இயக்கம் துவக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. இவை அனைத்தையும் ஒருங்கிணைக்க காலநிலை மாற்றத்தை எதிர்கொள்ள காலநிலை மாற்ற நிர்வாகக்குழு எனது தலைமையில் அமைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. அதில் பல்வேறு விஷயங்களை ஒருங்கிணைத்து செயல்படுத்த அரசு சாராத பலரும் சேர்க்கப்பட்டுள்ளார்கள். இந்நிலையில் இன்னும் சில முக்கியமான அறிவிப்புகளை இன்று வெளியிடுவதில் நான் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். பசுமை திட்டங்களுக்கான அனுமதியை இனிமேல் ஒற்றைச்சாளர் முறையில் வழங்கும் வகையில் தொழில்துறையில் உள்ள கைடன்ஸ் தமிழ்நாடால் திட்டங்கள் வகுக்கப்படும். இந்த முடிவு 2030க்குள் தமிழ்நாட்டின் பொருளாதாரத்தை $1 டிரில்லியன் உயர்த்தும் முயற்சியில் பெரும் பங்கு வகிக்கும். புதுப்பிக்க ஆற்றலை பயன்படுத்தி உற்பத்தியாகும் மின்சாரத்தை அதிகரிக்கவும் அவற்றை எடுத்து செல்லவும் தனியான பசுமை வழித்தடம் கிரீன் காரிடர் உருவாக்கப்படும். காற்றாலைகளை புதுப்பிப்பதற்கான புதிய கொள்கைகளை ரீபவரிங் பாலிசி எரிசக்தி துறையால் வெளியிடப்படும். அனைத்து திட்டங்களையும் கொள்கைகளையும் காலநிலை மாற்ற பார்வையில் பார்த்து ஆய்வு செய்து செயல்படுத்த இருக்கிறோம். தமிழ்நாடு அரசு 1000 கோடி ரூபாயில் கிரீன் கிளைமேட் ஃபண்ட் பசுமை நிதியம் ஒன்றை உருவாக்க நடவடிக்கைகளை மேற்கொண்டு வருகிறோம். அதன் முதற்கட்டமாக 100 கோடி ரூபாய் தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் சார்பில் வழங்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. மாநிலத்தின் சூழல் சார்ந்த கட்டுமானங்களை உருவாக்குவதற்கு தேசிய அளவிலும் உலக அளவிலும் நிதி திரட்ட இந்த நிதியம் பயன்படுத்தப்படும். காலநிலை மாறுபாடு, புதுப்பிக்கத்தக்க எரிசக்தி, சுழற்சி பொருளாதாரம், வளங்குன்றா வளர்ச்சி போன்ற துறைகளில் புதிய நிறுவனங்களை துவங்குவதற்கு தமிழக அரசு சிறப்பு திட்டங்கள் அறிவிக்கும். தமிழ்நாடு இந்தியாவிற்கு சமூக நிதியில் மட்டுமல்ல சூழியல் நிதியிலும் வழிகாட்டும் என்று உறுதியாக தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். வளர்ச்சி, தொழில் மேம்பாடு என்பதில் ஒரு பக்கம் அக்கறை செலுத்தினாலும் இன்னொரு பக்கம் சுற்றுச்சூழல் ஆகியவற்றிலும் அக்கறை செலுத்தியாக வேண்டும். இயற்கையுடன் இயந்த வாழ்வும் வேண்டும், இயற்கையை கெடுக்காத வளர்ச்சியும் வேண்டும். இதுதான் எங்கள் அணுகுமுறை. இந்தியா கார்பன் சமநிலை அடையும் என்று அறிவிக்கப்பட்டுள்ள 2070ஆம் ஆண்டிற்கு முன்பாகவே தமிழ்நாடு கார்பன் சமநிலை அடையும் என்று சொல்லிக் கொள்வதில் நான் பெருமைப்படுகிறேன். அதற்கான அனைத்து திட்டங்களையும் அரசு செயல்படுத்தும் என்று தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். சுற்றம் காப்போம், சூழலையும் காப்போம், மண்ணையும் காப்போம், மக்களையும் காப்போம், இயற்கையை காப்போம், இன்னுயிர் காப்போம், பல்லுயிர் காப்போம், மானுட பண்பாடு காப்போம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றியுரையாற்ற சுற்றுச்சூழல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றம் துறையின் இயக்குனர் திரு தீபக் எஸ் பில்கி IFS அவர்களை அழைக்கிறோம்.
அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். பல்வேறு முக்கிய பணிகளிடையே காலநிலை மாற்ற இயக்கத்தினை தொடங்கி வைத்த மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு எனது பணிவான நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுச்சூழல் மற்றும் காலநிலை மாற்றம் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், இளைநிலை மாற்றத்துறை மற்றும் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் எனது நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மாண்புமிகு வனத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், மாண்புமிகு நிதித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், இங்கே அமர்ந்திருக்கும் அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மற்றும் அரசு உயர் அதிகாரிகளுக்கும், ஆராய்ச்சியாளர்களுக்கும், ஆளுமை குழுவினர்களுக்கும், தொண்டு நிறுவனங்களுக்கும், துறை அலுவலர்கள் மற்றும் பணியாளர்களுக்கும், பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடக நண்பர் துறைகளுக்கும் எனது நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to please rise for the national anthem. தேசிய கீதத்திற்காக அனைவரையும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு பணிவுடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
இந்த விழாவிற்கு வருகை தந்து சிறப்பித்த தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களுக்கும் மற்றும் அரசு உயர் அதிகாரிகளுக்கும் மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். We request you all to please remain in your positions. We'd like to extend our sincere thanks to the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for gracing us on the occasion of the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission launch. To all of you who joined us here today, thank you so very much. Please do stay back for high tea, partake in our hospitality. அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி, இனிய மாலை வணக்கம்.